Saints Central, your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your chain for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy, then you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
All right, shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all for being in the live on this one. Big Q representing the mighty Who Dat Nation. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream as well. Much love to the fam. Y'all give me just a second. I don't know what it is this morning. It's just been a bunch of snafus and issues and everything, internet, every damn thing, but I'm going to fight through it. There we go. Shout out to y'all. Appreciate y'all. Round of applause to y'all. All right, big ups to y'all, man. Happy Saturday to the family members, man. Y'all, thank y'all for being in the stream and waiting so patiently. Please feel free to hit the sub button, the subscribe button as well on our push to 15K as well. And man, listen, there's quite a few things to get done today from the black and gold. And man, like I said, the draft is currently underway. Jermod McCoy is off as the Tennessee Titans take Jermod McCoy as their selection. So he's done. That's most interesting. I knew at some point somebody was going to take a chance on Jermod McCoy and make him the guy. And look, they did it. The Raiders took Jermod McCoy, and there it is. Whoop, there it is. So the Bills are have the pick in. Jets are on the clock up next. Coach Glenn. Saints don't pick until we're at pick 103. The Saints don't pick until way down at pick 132. Then again at 136, bottom of the fourth round. Unless they package picks to move up and go and get somebody. But very smart decision by the Raiders rather to take Jermod McCoy and make him the guy. So he's off the board. He's no longer he had to, it was a shame. But listen, this kid's going to be very good for the team. So big up to y'all, man. What's up, Tamika? Good to see Tamika in the building as well. Elite Joshua. He says, are we taking a defensive back 4 through 7? Another wide receiver are going to show up that offensive line. I think a combination of those, my friend. A combination of those, I think the Saints do, if you know what I mean. I think they do. And they will handle the business and get some of those. I think some backup offensive linemen is a possibility. You can see another defensive back, something. And with these 2 4th-round picks, there's still plenty of value for the Saints. Thank you, Joshua. Shout out to you, Claude. Who that to the fam? Can we get another defensive end and a corner? Please, we might get that in this draft, bro. So we'll see how that works. Joshua Pelicans Nola, big ups to y'all. Appreciate y'all for being a stream. Claude, what's up, fam? A Trail OG. Hemisphere is in this thing. Much love, brother Wallace. Who the Saints goes. We're gonna get somebody today. Hemisphere says Q running late. Man, I don't know what happened today. We had a really tough rainstorm around the area, around New Orleans area. And it kind of caused some problems. My internet dropped a couple of times. I had to reset everything, and then, software wasn't working. I had to reset all right before I came on live with you guys. I had to reset everything again, like refresh everything right again. So I refuse to stop. All right, big ups. What's up, Kathleen? Big ups to you. Byron, what's up, my brother? Bronze, much love as well. No Saints. Can we get help at corner? Perhaps today, we'll see. We'll witness that together, my brother. AJ, what's up, bro? Good to see you in the chat as well. Brandon, what's up, my man? Appreciate you. Brother Bastion, much love to you, my friend. Appreciate you as well. Brandon says we might go edge rusher with one of our fourth round. We'll see, fam. There's still some value out there in terms of what we're looking at. So, yeah, Jeremiah, that's the biggest news, man. Drew Bowery, the big offensive tackle from Boston College, is off the board now. Jets got their pick in. Cardinals. The thing about being at the bottom of the draft is ultimately we know that the New Orleans Saints are going to, kind of climb in that thing. This fourth round is going to flow. They're going to move pretty fast in this in the fourth round. We see the Jets on the clock. It's like a minute and 30 seconds, so they got to have their picks in. And like I said, the Jets been having a solid draft. They just in free agency too, getting Demario Davis, Geno Smith, to add to some of the talent they have. So it's just like a matter of time before we see the Jets come back alive, because Aaron Glenn's under the gun. He definitely, they're not going to, he got to show some improvement. They won 3 games last year. They have to show some improvement. They have to show some improvement. And boy, is he making a ton of moves in the draft and free agency. He's trying to terraform that team, and I think he's doing a really good job. So some of the better players that's still involved, fam, for the Saints when we eventually get there, if the cornerback is Keontae Scott from Miami, Malik Muhammad, the cornerback from Texas. Who else we got? Safety Jelani Kilgore, who the Saints actually scouted. That's another guy. Zakee Whitley. It's another player, a defensive back the Saints looked at. How about some offensive line help? Sam Height from Kansas State, that is. There's quite a few people out there, man, that we can look at, man. Quite a few. There's still a ton of people. Connor Lew, who's still fighting off, he got an injury. The big center from Auburn will be a tremendous addition for the Saints. Harold Perkins is one of my favorite players that's still available. That's out there for a team looking to have some linebacker help, but not just a linebacker. He's that guy you can move. He's a chess piece. You can move him all over the board, right? What's up, Clint? Shout out to Clint. Brother Derek, how you doing, sir? Much love. What's up, Tedra? Big ups to y'all, man. Good to see y'all, man. What's up, Ed? Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you. All right. He says, are we all degenerates for tuning in to day 3? No, we're not. Why are we that? Because we want to watch what our team do? Damn. It's Poppy. What's up, fam? Appreciate you, brother Duke. How you doing, sir? Much love. Kevin, what's up, my man? Yeah, it's a big show, bro. Yeah, this is a big show today, fam. I don't know if the family realize it, but the show starts here at 11 something, and now we're going to roll all the way until, how many of these have we done over the years, fam? This is an all-day affair, pretty much. This is like the best or the funnest time to go through, because this is actually a full day of just locked in on the Saints. It's not like we don't have any picks. We have 5 picks today, 2 4s, 2 5s, and a 6. So we are locked in for the day. And then ultimately, when the draft is over with, we'll be locked in getting the undrafted guys. So today we'll fill out the team. We'll get our most crystallized and clearest look at what the 2026 Saints are going to look like. We'll see it later today. So shout out to you guys for being in the stream. Y'all do me a service by hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button, and the share helps out as well. So big ups to you, man. as well. So I mean, I usually have my poll question up. Like I said, all kind of stuff was going wrong today. To ask the family members, in what direction do we go to? What is the direction, or what do they want to see? And let me get that. Give me that. Let me get that up. Let me see. I'm trying to phrase this away. I just put it in day 3. Where do we go in day 3? Let me see here. Let me get this. Uh-huh. Trying to see if we can get. All right, that a poll is, fam. I had to rush it, so the poll question is up for the family members as you're coming in, man. Today we going all day. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you. What's up, fam? Any questions? Please feel free. Bouvadan, what's up, my man? Perkins, day to day, no excuses. Pass out. Yeah, it could be. We'll see where they go with it, fam. But Kendrick, listen, getting Perkins, and we can see Darrell Jackson, the big defensive tackle from the University of Florida State. He's off the board to the Jets as they continue to build up their team. The Cardinals on the clock right now. They picked up Carson Beck yesterday as a quarterback, and they still could draft a quarterback. I said it when Carson Beck, it was a brilliant stratagem by Arizona to take Carson Beck, who's an older quarterback, seen a lot of football, and taking him at the top of the third round does not detour them from taking a quarterback next year. It doesn't. So you can still draft the guy. We don't know what's going on with Jacoby Brissett, but I don't think anybody's anticipating Arizona being a team that's going to compete and do anything. I don't think that's going to be the case. All right. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate you. Shout out to our Patreon and YouTube membership family, our Patreon members. We got that Tyson breakdown video up, with the breakdown video that we did. That's up for our Patreon family members. For our YouTube membership family, it should be coming up soon, probably in the next 30 minutes, man. Like I said, these had a few internet problems, but it's up on Patreon. It'll be coming soon for our YouTube membership family, just to let y'all know. Got up early, had to knock that out for the family members. Also, we got the rest of it, the full video breakdown of all of our picks will be available coming up on Tuesday for our Patreon YouTube membership family. We'll go over the entire damn gamut of them. All right. Thank you, Boo. Shout out to Thunder Plums. He said, what up, game? Well, I think I answered that question. Did you say that again? I don't know what you're talking about, brother. Degenerates for tuning in. Now, you're not a degenerate from 2. Why would you call yourself that? All right. Nola Balls. What's up, fam? Appreciate you. As well, Brother Tedra says, I got to be at work for 2. I'll be listening the whole time, just not typing. All right. Shout out to you, Tedra. Thank you, man. All right. Brandon says, wouldn't be surprised if we end up using the rest of our picks on defense. Wow. Yeah. Well, what else would you need? You still need some depth on the offensive line, right? We could use a center. I ain't gonna say, would you have a center of the future in the 4th round? Because McCoy would say, but then again, you could get the center next year. You don't have to get it this year. But if there's a good center that is available, I mean, you could kind of plug in. But like I said, there are quite a few. Devin Moore from Florida State, the cornerback, Jalen Farmer, the offensive guard from Kentucky. I ain't gonna get any more tight ends and other that kind of stuff. I think they're pretty set on that. But Jeremiah Wright, the big offensive guard from Auburn, he's another dude that they could be looking at. Charles Demings from Stephen F. Austin, that's another cornerback. So, like I said, it's a couple of people out there. It's just who's on the Saints board. Who's high on the Saints board. Is it July Kilgore? Is it Key Whitley? I could see one of those guys the Saints might take a look at. Now, shout out to the fam. Thank y'all so much for being here. Please hit the like button and the sub button. If you're listening at the other platforms, thank you for being here. Also, just to let you know that if you wanted to vote on the poll question, it's in the chat on YouTube. You feel free to go over there. It's where do we go? I mean, where do we Where do we going? I'm sorry, I had to rush. I'm sorry. It's supposed to be what are we doing? I don't know how I phrased that, but y'all know what I'm talking. Damn. Where do we go in day three? I mean, where are we going day three? Sheesh. But it's edge, linebacker, cornerback, safety, offensive line, center. So it's 4 selections. We should have more than 4 options right there. Beside the combo, a couple of them, but edge and cornerback, safety is the same one, linebacker and offensive line, center. So right now, so far the family members 41% have cornerback, safety as the most immediate need, but close behind is edge rusher at 37%. So that's family saying cornerback, safety, and edge rusher are the 2 top concerns as far as we're concerned here in the mighty Who Dat Nation. Thank you so much. All right, Nola Ball says corner and guard. Thank you, bro. B-Low says Carson Beck look like he's a weird looking dude, man. But he's really intelligent football wise. You can see, and it's like he's seen a lot. He's like one of these old veteran college quarterbacks. Seen a lot. He maxed out all of his his ability in college. Played in some big games, whether he was with Georgia. You seen what he did with Miami last year. So it's interesting, but getting him in the top of the third, having all the weapons that they have in Arizona, man, them people, fam, listen, them people, they got a new coach, so they're going to have some leniency with Arizona. Nobody expects Arizona to tear up nothing. We know that they're not going to be world beaters. So there's that thing. But if you look at what Arizona is doing as far as the draft is concerned, man, they got 3 picks, a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th-round pick. Their picks, they were 3-14 last year. The team, and then we see what the Texans take Fabici Nuwawu, a 6'4", 320-pound offensive guard from Oklahoma, to go along with him. So you see them kind of trying to add some help to build up that offensive line for their quarterback. Now, as far as Arizona is concerned, Arizona picked Jeremiah Love with the 3rd overall pick, Chase Basantis, the big offensive guard from Texas A&M, to help that line, Carson Beck, the quarterback, and Caleb Proctor, the defensive end from Southeast Louisiana. I've been warning y'all about Caleb Proctor. I thought the Saints might get him, 6'2", 290-plus pounds out of Southeast Louisiana, out of Hammond, Louisiana, not too far from where we are, is drafted by Arizona. And I thought he would be one of these draft steals that we'll find, like you see in day 3, but he was one of these guys, extremely productive for Southeastern. And now he's a draft pick. He's got picked up by this team in the 4th round. So they're building up the team. Like I said, nobody's looking for them to tear up the world. But Jeremiah Love, they signed Tyler Algieri. They still have James Conner. They got Trey Benson. They got like a bunch of really good running backs that's out there. So they just loaded up at the running back position. They helping out with the offense. They got the quarterback and Carson Beck. They still have Marvin Harrison Jr. What's the Trey McBride, the tight end? And their defense, they got a few things they got to do there. So they got the LaFleur brother, the other LaFleur brother steps in there with his offense. We'll see if he can get them moving. But, I mean, you got to give them some respect on how they've been drafting and handling some business. Not bad at all. But congratulations to Caleb Proctor from Southeastern, man, going to the Arizona Cardinals. Brennan Thompson, the wide receiver out of Mississippi State, ends up with the Chargers. The 49ers made their pick. They pick in the Broncos, and Sean Payton is on the clock, followed by the Chiefs, Bengals, Broncos, Cowboys, Colts, Cowboys again, Ravens, Buccaneers, Texans, Lions, Panthers, Packers, Steelers, Falcons, Chargers, Jags, Bills, 49ers, Jets, Bears, Dolphins, Chargers, Saints, Niners, Raiders, Colts, Saints again. So as you can tell, there is a long way to go, but these picks do move. They move pretty fast in this side of things. All right. So anyway, let's see. We got like family members, 49%. We're starting to pull away. Cornerback, safety as the key charge right here as a family. Get y'all voting at the poll, fam. Where we going? With these picks of the 4th round picks, y'all get y'all word in. Also, feel free to hit that like button, man, as we keep this thing moving and grooving. All right. All right. Let me see if I can get this here. But yeah, fam, very interesting, man. Very interesting with Jeremiah McCoy. I was kind of concerned about the young brother. I kind of felt like, man, maybe he would fall to us, that we can maybe have an opportunity to, grab hold to him. But the Raiders said, hey, man, we'll take him. We're in our first year. Clint Kubiak said we're in our first year, and the guy is a hell of a cornerback. We'll sideline him for a year, and then we'll have a fantastic player on the other side of this thing. And I'm not mad at that at all, to be honest with you. And congratulations. I think at some point I thought he might go in the fifth round, but the Raiders, man, they loaded up with talent already, decided to take the man. So that's pretty cool, to say the least. All right. Also for my the YouTube membership family. Hold on, you should be able to get the Jordan Tyson breakdown video. That'll be done. Yeah, let's see if that should be done coming up here. It look like everything's back on game, man. Everything's moving pretty good now. Had to reset everything. I mean, everything had to be reset, fam. It was crazy work, but I'm glad it's working now. All right. All right. So I'm just trying to make sure the family members get it and get it good. All right. Hold on just a second. I got you. All right. All right. Shout out to the fam. Y'all let me know. Y'all put one in the chat. If the YouTube membership family, get that alert. That breakdown video for Jordan Tyson is available. Like I said, we're going to break down the entire draft visual wise so you guys can see what these guys do, so there'll be no confusion. We got the film and everything, man. We're going to show you all the application of what they're looking at, because Jordan Tyson, what he does, the guy was all over the place in that Arizona offense. They was using him in wide receiver screens and running back handoffs, reverses. He played on the outside, inside. He lived in what I call the jungle, the rough areas of the field. The tough roughage. You know what I mean? But they got people hiding out and waiting for you to come through there so they can knock your block off. But yeah, we covered all that. So for the family members, that is available for our YouTube and Patreon members right now. Shout out to you guys. All right, B-Lo got it. All right, thank you, fam. All right, guys, appointed one says, Big Q, what's your take on Lento Smith Jr. from Tulsa? Not familiar with Lento Smith. Him, a lot of these guys I'm familiar with. Not too familiar with him, my friend, to be honest with you. But let me look him up, and I'll see what I can see on him. Lento Smith. Not familiar with that person. I'm familiar with quite a few of them, but I'm not familiar with him. All right, hold on just a tad. Let me see if I can pull up some information on him and see what I can see from Lento Smith Jr. I'm not familiar with him, my brother. All right. Yeah. I don't see him. Hold on here. I'm not familiar with Lento. Safety from Tulsa. Yeah, I'm not familiar, my brother. Not familiar with him. I got quite a few people that I am familiar with. He might have slipped through the cracks on me. It's Kilgore, Whitley, Ramsey from USC, even Kennedy, the safety, kind of undersized safety, is a playmaker, be all over the place. Michael Taft from Texas, Bishop Fitzgerald, another one, Lorenzo Styles Jr. from Ohio State, Skylar Thomas from Oregon State. Quite a few of them I'm familiar with, but Lento escapes me, bro. Not familiar with that player. I'm gonna have to look him up, my brother. All right. Bilo says, please, Q, say yes, we taking Cam back home. Props to him. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know, because the trust that seems like the trust, and I know it's business. They say it's all business, not personal, but you can see in their eyes they take it personally, especially Cam. Cam is one of these guys that kind of wears his heart on his sleeve, so you can look in Cam's face and see if he pissed off or not. If he's happy, he doesn't hide that well. So it might have been something where it definitely was a respect thing. Like Cam is saying, listen, you would pay a guy that got you 10.5 sacks, you would pay this premium. But is it can we say it's a little age discrimination here with Cam in terms of football? No, you usually wouldn't look at it like that. But Cam's argument was you would pay a guy this much money if he was, if he produced these numbers, because Cam's trying to keep it strictly to the numbers, and he uses his resume to say, listen, I deserve this amount. Look what I did. I'm the all-time and this should buy him some leeway. It should, because it's levels in this. And Cam is the best. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. No doubt about it. He's the best Saints defensive lineman we ever seen, we ever had. And he's a massive community force. And Cam Jordan is, outside of Drew Brees, the most recognizable Saint that we have. Think about it. Think about it. Cam Jordan is him. Even more so than whatever Demario Davis did, no disrespect, but Cam Jordan, outside of Drew Brees, is the most recognizable Saint. He's been here for years. He started here. He should be allowed to finish here. And that should be the approach. But when you're talking about business, they're selfish. They only have their own special interests in mind. And as long as they backside is covered, they don't give a damn about yours. And that's the whole point right then and there. So I respect what Cam's doing. He's standing on his morals and saying, listen, in his resume, listen, I did this. I want this amount of money. Saints said, no, we'll pay you this. So Cam cleared his locker. The thing is, he has not found any other team as of current that will pay him what he's looking for. Now, after the draft is going on right now, there is going to be even a longer wait because the money drops. Y'all know this like I know it. And they won't start really looking to add people. Like, they'll do it before training camp, but you start have to see people unfortunately get injured before they reach into the free agency pool and start pulling guys in. But whatever Cam's asking for prior to the draft, I don't think he's going to get it. So he might have to a bit settle for whatever, but will he be with the Saints? We'll see what it is. But like I said, I think Cam should have stayed. But now it's not so much the money as it is the years. Cam Jordan doesn't want like a 1-year deal. I see him doing what Demario Davis did, which is get like a multi-year deal. He wants to be here for a couple of the seasons because he wants to be affiliated with the timeline that the Saints have with Tyler Shuck. He believes that Tyler Shuck can take the Saints back to playoffs. And he's right. He could, based on how the Saints build a team for it. So, I mean, it's still something that we're looking at, and the door is not completely closed, but at the end of the day, we'll see, because Mickey Loomis been here for years, and Mickey Loomis has this thing. He kind of finicky, right? Mickey got a weird personality. Like, I don't know. It's kind of weird to speak about it. It's weird, and that's why I often said that the general, like I said, I think he got too much power in that building. I think the general man, they need to get that general manager position to somebody else. No disrespect to Mickey Loomis. I'm just saying, you can't do it forever. You don't need both those positions. You don't need a VP and general manager slot, and we got other people. They got a team of damn GPs, of VPs up there. This man hired a bunch of VPs up there, and none of them, they all is like a group, like his advisors, like he the president or something. You got a group of advisors up there. Thank you, Ben. They got a group of advisors up there, and they sitting up on telling Mickey Loomis. I mean, he got several former general managers that's hired on the team, and Mickey Loomis is sitting up here. Hold on now, you guys. We're about to go to war with Iran over here. And listen, Jeff Duncan, you're our minister of war here. What are we gonna do here? He sit up there like he stood up like he hold on now, man. I gotta reach out to Putin, and And I don't talk to him and see what we got going on there. But yeah, I think and the reason why, because you need more of a friendly face, a person that's going to actually step in there and do a job and communicate with these people, more personable personality, and that is not Mickey Loomis. He's kind of a little, rigid at times, and a little, sometimes we need a more warmer personality. Oh, I know. Listen, Putin, I'm gonna tell you for the last time here, goddammit. You don't release that clam chowder reserve, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna put both feet in that ass. I got. He worried about the clam chowder reserve over there. It's a shortage of clam chowder going on here. All right, Nola Ball says, I would like to have Perkins, but his size as a safety, 6'1", 220 is a little gamble. That's the thing. It's like, what is he? Is he a linebacker? Is he safety? What is this man? What is he going to be? How is he going to be? I think he'll go in this round. I don't know where he'll go, but I think he'll go somewhere in this round. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. And that's why I ask people about him. I got love for Harold Perkins, the LSU guy, true and true, but you just don't know where he's going to end up going to. That's the big major problem. We don't know. I hope it's not to the Cowboys. Better not be to the Cowboys, because they got 2 picks coming up at 112 and 114. They already took Mansour Delane. They better not take Harold Perkins, and they have a need for a linebacker. They better not take Harold Perkins. They better not do it. And the Buccaneers better not do it. All the Panthers better not do it. So if the Falcons better not, they don't need them. The Falcons and drafted a bunch of people, but y'all guys better release that clam chowder reserve. Goddamn it. All right. Shout out to you guys. Yeah, Mickey Loomis. Could you imagine Mickey Loomis is the president of the country? Hold on. Get Putin on the phone, goddammit. Hold on, man. Mickey being aggressive. Release the entire armada. He released the whole armada on old boy over there. He ain't worried about the oil. He worried about the clam chowder reserves. All right. Brandon, shout out to you, says Perkins being 6'1", pretty much outside linebacker. So I don't know. You could possibly see this man as a potential. You could see Perkins as a potential star in your defense, like for the Saints defense exclusively. You can see him as a star player. He played at LSU. He was a star guy there. There ain't nothing to him to do that. So it is what it is. Hemisphere, very interesting. I asked AI or Copilot just to see what it says about the Saints. Let's see it exactly how you've been. It says it's very interesting. When I asked AI or Copilot just to see what it says about the Saints, it sees it exactly how you've been saying it, Q. Wow. Thank you, Hemisphere. Yeah, it's the Saints, man. Listen, it ain't hard to tell, man. They're not the most, what can I say, most unpredictable team in the NFL. I mean, as long as I've been paying attention to them, I kind of picked up the rhythm. Bilo says Falcon's about to get Mickey up. About to get Mickey up. All right, guard. Oh, okay. One says guard is a position. Thank you, bro. A Trilogy said I'm there, bro. Hold on. Hey, Putin, I'm telling you something, goddammit. You're going to release those clam chowder reserves. I'm telling you, I'm coming for you. What? Oil? I don't give a damn about that oil. Hold on now, goddammit. Yeah, Mickey worried about the clam chowder. Hey, shout out to you, Bev. What's happening? All right, much love. All right, Walk for Jesus International says it might be the Saints pick Perkins. I wouldn't be mad at that. All right, Dr. Gregory says Perkins is Cam Chancellor type of player in the right situation. You just don't have Cam Chancellor's size. But his skill set is ridiculous, right? It is absolutely ridiculous. All right, so it's interesting, man. I think it's going to be interesting, fam, as we keep this thing going here. But Grayson Halton, the big defensive tackle from Oklahoma, is the pick for the San Francisco 49ers. They can continue to tool up that defense. Fantastic Washington running back Jonah Coleman is off to Coach Payton with that fourth round pick. I just talked about Defensive back Jaden Kennedy, the undersized safety, is going to the Chiefs as they continue to tool up their secondary. Cade Klubnik is another quarterback from Clemson. These guys, Drew Adair and Cade Klubnik, these guys are supposed to be first-round draft pick quarterbacks. Boy, these guys, this last season was hard on a lot of quarterbacks. They fell all the way to the damn fourth round. That's crazy work. Now, we know Drew Adair went, I think, in the third round yesterday, and Cade Klubnik is now going with the Jets. So the Jets got Geno Smith, they got Cade Klubnik as a developmental quarterback, and the Broncos, Coach Payton's club right there, is back on the clock again. So, actually the Cowboys on the clock again. All right. So just a second, fam. I'll be with y'all in just a second. Thank you. Just give me just a second. All right, here we go. So that's real positive as well, man, to see that the Cowboys up on that thing. That's crazy work, man. Watching this dude had, prior to the previous last year, that guy was listed to be a first round draft pick. Boy, that was a tough year. He dropped all the way to the fourth round. Damn. And Klubnik was actually a pretty decent quarterback, but a lot of the Clemson players struggled last year and they stock plummeted, man. That is huge. Colts pick is in. The Cowboys is on the clock. Cage Casey, the big offensive lineman from Boise State. I mocked him several times. The Sean Payton picking him up. So Coach Payton doing a stellar job building up teams, man. Man, how about Coach Payton, y'all? Coach Payton getting it done in Detroit. Not Detroit, in Bronco land. John Elway brought him in there. So his three picks so far, rounds 3 and 2 fours. He had Tyler Oyedem, the big offensive tackle from Texas A&M. He gets Jonah Williams, fantastic running back, undersized but a powerful little guy, 5'8", about 225 pounds, from Washington. Cage Casey, who is a big offensive lineman, 6'6", 300 plus, and he trying to build up and do something. So defensive line, offensive line, skill player, running back. Coach Payton, man, keeping things twisting and turning in Denver, man. He done a really, really stellar job turning them around, man. Coach Payton doing a wonderful job. Yeah, Drew Allard. Yep, that's right. All right. What's up, Dudley? Shout out to you, man. All right. Hemisphere says St. Jets drafted 10 QB since 2010. Yeah, they brought Geno Smith back, who they drafted, right? He played 4 years or so with him originally. But in between, we talked about this the other day, after the first couple of years he played, and then they benched him, I think in year 3, or he got hurt or whatever. But after that, the last 2 years that he was with the Jets, he didn't play that much. And then there's like 4 or 5 years that he was like a backup quarterback. Then somebody got hurt. I forgot which team he moved to. Somebody got, I think it was Seattle. Was it Seattle? No, it wasn't Seattle. It was somebody else. I forget. But a quarterback got hurt. He stepped in, balled out, and then his career took off again. And he's been that way ever since. But he wasn't beat up like that. It was crazy because he had like 3 to 4 to 5 years where he was a backup quarterback and just holding a clipboard. And I remember hearing an interview from him a while ago how that really helped him refine his game and come back at it cerebral, pay attention to the details, that sort of thing. Now he's back with the team that drafted him, so, but you can see what the approach is as far as the Jets are concerned, because the Jets are looking to be more veteran led. Geno Smith, despite the fact how you feel about him or not, the last 4 years or so, he's had a couple of 4,000 plus yard seasons, a couple of 3,000 plus yard season in the last 4 or 5 years. He's been balling out. Not so much last year with the Raiders, but he's still been an effective quarterback. So if you give him the weapons that they're giving him, like Omar Cooper Jr., they drafted him. Man, they just the Jets just kind of real. I was like, damn, Coach Glenn is going the hell off out there, man. He ain't playing with him. He kind of remember he got rid of certain staffers, like his assistant staffs. He was firing those guys, and he got a ton of picks. And this year, what he got? David Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech, Kenyon Sadiq. He got the best edge rusher in the draft, just pure edge rusher. David Bailey. He got the best tight end in the draft, Kenyon Sadiq. And you add Kenyon Sadiq, well, he already had a phenomenal tight end, and Mason Taylor from LSU. So you got Kenyon Sadiq and Mason Taylor together, plus the Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana, phenomenal receiver. They got D'Angelo Pines there, the undersized but yet scrappy cornerback from Indiana. So two Indiana guys, and then Big Darrell Jackson, the defensive tackle from Florida State. Then Cade Klubnik, a developmental quarterback prospect under Geno Smith. They got Demario Davis there. They traded for Minka Fitzpatrick. I mean, the Jets are really going about their business of kind of building this team and moving in the direction that they feel like they need to be moved in. So very interesting what Coach Glenn is doing offensively and defensively. The Cowboys went lineman Drew Shelton, big offensive tackle from Penn State, with the 112 pick. The Colts have they pick in at 113. The Cowboys are currently on the clock, followed by the Ravens, Buccaneers, Texans, Lions, Panthers, Packers, Steelers, Falcons, Chargers, Jags, Bills, Niners, Bengals, Bears, Dolphins, Chargers. Then Saints get their first of the fourth round picks at 132. Way back of the day. All right. So let me get the poll number right now. According to the family members, where do we go at the top of in day 3? Where do we go? The family members say cornerback, safety, 48%, and 33% says edge. All right. We'll see where that goes. We'll see. Let's see. All right. What's up, OG? OG Jerry in the building. Shout out to you, my boy. Good to see you. All right. Brother Roll, what's happening, fam? All right. Bilo says, anybody know that 40 time? Does anybody know what 40 time was from Perkins? Hold on. Let me look it up. I don't remember the 40 time from Harold Perkins. Hold on. I can look it up, brother. I know it got to be fast because the man ran a 4.38. That's crazy work. Yeah, linebacker Harold Perkins recorded a 4.38 40 dash at the Pro Day, March 23rd of 2026, making him one of the fastest linebacker prospects in the draft class. Impressive time would have been the fastest among linebackers at the 26th NFL Combine. So the answer is he ran a 4.38 at 40 at the Pro Day for LSU. Crazy. That's awesome. But it hadn't helped his draft stock to get out of to get in the day 2. But we kind of felt that he'll probably fall somewhere in here. Just would be awesome if it was to the Saints, just to be honest with you. Wouldn't that be cool, y'all? If he can get it and he'll be there to the Saints. To me, I think that would be awesome. All right, so Bilo says Peyton moved up to the mountains. I hate the cold. Got no damn use for that guy anymore. Yeah, Sean Payton went over there and turned him around, man. That's not easy to do. He went up there because they was stumbling and fumbling all over the place, but Sean Payton went there and turned him into something. How you feel about that? Very interesting, man. Debo, shout out to Debo 438. Thank you, Debo. Had to look it up myself. Pelican Nola says, Q, why is Mike Washington falling so much at running back? I don't know, bro. That's a good question. Maybe I don't know what's going on with that, but they took a few other runners over him. I don't know. But Mike Washington is, he's one of these power bike. He's a 6'1", 220 plus pound running back. He runs upright, a lot of power to his game. I think when you've seen Jonah Coleman get selected, when you've seen some of these other people get picked up, I think they're looking at, maybe that's the type of style of run it is. I don't know, but at some point somebody gonna take him. I mean, they got a need for him. There's a few spots in here, and usually you'll see a bunch of running backs come off the board in day 3. Maybe rounds 4 and 5, you see a ton of runners, and there are quite a few. The Packers could use one. They're showing them here as the Packers could use it. Um, I don't know if the Saints could use another running back, maybe an undrafted guy. But if I'm them, I'm trying to fill as many positions, offensive line. Could use a defensive back, could use a couple of offensive linemen. Backup linemen. Maybe maybe a linebacker somewhere in there. But Harold Perkins would fit 2 needs for us because he'd be like a tweener, a linebacker DB type that you can use at the star level. Man, that would be tremendous if they can get him at this 132 pick. That'll be phenomenal to get Harold Perkins. That I would absolutely love that, and I think the entire Who Dat Nation would love that too, to have that versatility. Yeah, I don't. I don't because I don't know if it's usage or not. I know he's healthy. Harold Perkins. I didn't think he'll be a day one, a first round pick, my brother. I never seen that, but he has that type of talent. That's why you say, "Damn, this guy, how he's not a first round draft pick? How is he not? This with all that talent, a 4.38, this that, that." But I think it's how they see him. Like where would I use it? I mean, he's not a big, linebacker. He's a linebacker, but he doesn't look like a linebacker. He looks like a defensive back, 6'1", 220. He moves like like I said, he got a linebacker's mentality, but he has a defensive back skill set. The guy covers tight ends. He can cover wide receivers. It's just a unique rather, like a unicorn type player, like what Harold Perkins is. And I don't know if that scares defensive coordinators because they don't know how to perceive him or how to use him. But I think Staley could use him because you can star him. You can use him. He's a guy that you would put in your star role. Is Harold Perkins more linebacker or defensive back? He kind of is like a big safety, 60, like I ain't gonna say big safety, but he's a, kind of a safety in the line. It's interesting, man. It's interesting about Harold Perkins. We'll see how it all goes, man, to be honest with you. Debo says Q, Brian Kelly ruined. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He absolutely did because prior to last year, I think he got hurt 2 years ago. And yeah, Brian Kelly definitely ruined the stock because he was headed to the moon. But that's all right. We might end up getting a good player. We'll see. I don't know. Thank you. Thank you, Dudley and Debo. All right, Rose says, I heard they got Traquan Smith. No, oh my goodness, Traquan Smith. You brought it back, brother. Yeah, pull Traquan. All right, anyway, here's a couple of the latest selections right here, fam. And as we get closer and closer to pick 132, they are dialing it down. We've seen Jalen Farmer. That's the big offensive guard from the University of Kentucky. The Colts get him to help protect their quarterback. The Cowboys go defensive back with Devin Moore from the University of Florida. The Ravens go with Elijah Surratt, the other fantastic wide receiver, not named Omar Cooper Jr. He goes to the Baltimore Ravens. Doesn't have the speed, but the guy is very good in terms of his being a big possession wide receiver, physical. Caught a lot of passes from Mendoza. Buccaneers got their pick in. Chargers are on the clock. Lions, Panthers, Packers, Steelers, Falcons, Texans, Jags, Bills, Niners, Bengals, Bears, Dolphins, Chargers, and then Saints at pick 132. We're waiting. 117 is where we are. We were looking at one pick at pick 132 to get there. All right. Any more questions in the chat, please? For Jane, the Sorcerer. I hope I'm saying that right. Jando, the Sorcerer, says, what do you think will happen to Rattler? This was supposed to be the day that we were supposed to hear trade rumors from the quarterback, right? Because that was the inside baseball was that Spencer Rattler, there could be a pick for Rattler or a trade rather for Rattler Day 3. We're here now. I don't think he goes anywhere, Jando. I don't think he goes anywhere at all. I think Spencer Rattler will remain the same. I don't think he goes anywhere. I think he will compete with Zach Wilson for the backup job, which provides an interesting battle, another battle for camp to get the top spot, besides Tyler Shuck, right? So I don't think Spencer goes anywhere. We haven't seen much at all. Like, they had quarterbacks, starters that were on there, like outside of Spencer, there was Will Levis and Anthony Richardson, who are literally on the trade block. We haven't heard anything, no trades, none of that. A lot of teams, we thought they were going to pivot and go and do all this kind of stuff, and none of that happened. It all fizzled. Now it's still early on, still a lot of time left to go, and you never know how it's going to play out. So we just keep an eye on it. But I don't think Spencer Rattler's going anywhere today or whatever. I think the Saints, they have no incentive to get rid of him. Why? You don't know what Zach Wilson done some good things in his career, done some bad things, looking to kind of come back and compete. He's in the serious mindset. Plus, you have quarterbacks all over the place, quarterback coaches for the Saints, a former quarterback, head coach, quarterback, offensive coordinator. You got a QB, obviously a QB coach who was a QB. So it's QB mindset, speaking the QB lingo, which would be a friendly room for any quarterback. So can they give him some rejuvenation in Kellen Moore's offense? Could be. But nonetheless, I think it'll be a battle, between those, man. We'll see. All right. Debo says Panthers could use another running back. Rico is going. Yeah, that's true. We'll see what they're looking at. They do have Jonathan Brooks. I know they gave the word that Jonathan Brooks, the former Texas power back, is available and healthy. He's been banged up since they drafted him. But they have Chupa Hubbard. Now they have Jonathan Brooks. And that's the thing, what happens there, what happens in terms of that, what do they go from there? So, I mean, let's see if I could pull up the depth chart for the Carolina Panthers. Yeah. Bryce Young, Kenny Pickett at quarterback. Will Greer is back. Chupa Hubbard, Jonathan Brooks, A.J. Dillon, the former Packer. Trevor Etienne or A-Chain. I wonder if he pronounces it the same way our guy does. So Trevor's out there. They had Ted McMillan, who was phenomenal. They drafted Chris Brazell from Tulane, Tennessee. They have him there, big wide receiver. Jalen Coker stepped up. John Amici, the former wide receiver that played along with Bryce Young at the University of Alabama, is there. Xavier Legette. A lot of them think that he's on the way out because of the drafting of Chris Brazell II. And then, of course, that's how they look. They're trying to beef up that defense, man. They spent a lot of money on that defense. Jalen Phillips, they added to go along with them guys. So, I mean, Carolina ain't playing, man. All very respected move for Carolina. They're doing a stellar job trying to step up and handle up. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers ended up picking up Keontae Scott from so another Miami player. So, I mean, Tampa Bay just sits there and allow things to fall to them. That's how they ended up getting that's how the Bucs ended up getting your boy, Hurricane Bane. They just sit there. Tampa Bay just sits there and they ain't making no trades. They ain't doing nothing. They just sitting there letting stuff fall to them. That's what they doing. Like, man, we ain't doing nothing. Just get a couple of beers. We're going to sit here and just let the draft come to us, man. Damn all that. That's how they that's how they handling it. I mean, for real, they ain't doing nothing. They just sitting there with beer. Somebody got their feet on a fisherman's bucket. Just like, damn all that. I ain't doing that. And that's how they play. Hurricane Bane at the 15 overall pick. Trotter is interesting. They got him as a linebacker in the second round. They got Ted Hurst, the wide receiver from Georgia State. And then now they added Keontae Scott. So they got two Miami guys to try to help out. So 3 defensive players at 3 levels: defensive line, linebacker, and defensive back. That they got Keontae there, who was listed as the best available talent in the draft. He's off the board now. Xavier Harris from Ole Miss, the big defensive tackle, is listed as the top. Cornerbacks Malik Muhammad, Jelani Kilgore at the safety position, Keith Abney the second. Zakee Whitley is another secondary player that's available. Genesis Smith, Kamari Ramsey from USC, Will Lee the third from Texas A&M, and of course Harold Perkins is listed as the best line. Well, actually, not even the best. They consider Kyle Lewis from Pitt a little higher than him, as well as Dante Lawson from out of Alabama. And Perkins is up there, but they're still a lot of talent. And a lot of these people the Saints talk to. You know, at some point, we're going to look at that. All right, Dakari says, I heard Mike Washington had fumble issues. He has some problems. I think he's healthy, but at some point, he'll probably fall off the board, if not in the fourth. Most certainly probably in the fifth round. You know, we'll see. He's a powerful running back, man. Brand says, QL, what if Delp ends up turning into Jimmy Graham type of tight end? That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. Even though you look at his game, and y'all seen some of the footage, I added some of the footage in the breakdown of the stream yesterday. The condensed version of it has film attached to it for the family members to see him. And it ain't a ton of film on Delp that you see because they didn't utilize him like that. He caught like 20 catches a season for like 3 years in a row. So it's not, they just didn't utilize him. But you can see an attempt to kind of be like Bowers. Like he could see, because there is definitely a Bauer effect. You know, Brock Bowers from the Raiders, he came from there. So you can see that, like I said, he's a tall tight end, but he's not like some of the bigger, robust tight ends that you're accustomed to seeing. He's kind of a tall, long, I ain't gonna say thin, but he's more an athletic tight end that runs, catches the ball with his hands. He knows that that's how he's gonna make his money. Like blocking is one thing. He's a decent blocker. I'm not gonna say he's just excellent blocker. I ain't gonna say all that. He's more offensive centered than he is a blocker. Let's just say it like that. He blocks decently. You know, he has some good blocking things that you've seen on tape, but you can see him as an offensive minded tight end. Moves pretty good too. And you can see him hurdling people, jumping over people, using his stiff arm. So we haven't unlocked this. They have not unlocked this guy. I think the Saints are looking, hey man, this dude could be it. But that's a part of that 3 tight end look that the Saints want to start using in the red zone. So if you have 3 big athletic tight ends that can catch the ball, and all of them can, Jawan Johnson, Noah Fant, and now Delp, I mean, that just poses all kind of problems. It just complicates everything for opposing defenses. And then it adds another layer to your offense and kind of keeps the Saints from being so predictable to have big targets for your big quarterback to throw to. Plus, the big quarterback can also scramble on his own to get it. So that it's just a dichotomy of just excellence that we're going to see from them, is just athleticism, just giving Tyler Shuck all of the weapons, just firing up that offense, making them so incredibly diverse. It's going to be fun watching them, because the offense is supposed to be the power of the team. It's supposed to drive the team. And I think that's what they're doing. So we'll see. Danny Dennis Sutton, the big defensive end from the Penn State Buccaneers, is off the board to the Green Bay Packers. 6'6", 260, was a guy that a lot of people say, hey, how about this? He definitely fits with what the Saints got going on. He is off the board. Danny Dennis Sutton is the Packers pick at 120. 12 more picks till we get to where we need to be for the Saints. The 117 Travis Burke, offensive tackle from the University of Memphis, was picked up by the Chargers. 118 Detroit gets Jimmy Rolder, the Michigan guy. So you see, that happened twice. Detroit got 2 former University of Michigan players drafted. So they kind of drafting close. And then an edge rusher, Wesley Williams from the University of Duke, is going with the Jaguars. So, and like I told you about Packers picking up Danny Dennis Sutton. That was their biggest need going into day 3. The Steelers are on the clock. The Steelers are listed as a team that wanted to draft a quarterback. But the reality is the Steelers Didn't the Steelers take a quarterback yesterday? Let me see. I want to say that it took Drew Lar from Penn State in the 3rd round. So, 6'5", 230. That'll be interesting to see how that works. But Steelers having a quiet draft as well. They got a couple of offensive linemen. Max from Arizona State started off in the 1st round. Jeremy Bernard, the wide receiver from Alabama, in the 2nd round to help out that offense. Drew Lar, a potential quarterback there from Penn State. He was the 3rd round pick. Dalen Everett, who's a cornerback from Georgia, 6'1", 200 pounds. And Jennings Dunker, another offensive tackle from Iowa, 6'5", 320 pounds. So they kind of trying to add some pieces offensively, man. This almost a total offensive draft for the Steelers if it wasn't for the cornerback, Dalen Everett, in the top of the 3rd. Well, actually, they had 3 3rd-round picks. The 21st pick in the 3rd round. A lot of stuff going on. We still got a lot of good players available on the draft for the Saints. It don't appear like the Saints are going to trade up anywhere, family. It don't look like they're moving to trade a damn well. All right. So anyway, all right. That would be awesome, though, Brandon. That would be awesome. Surratt is going to the Ravens, indeed. Debo says LSU underutilized him if he played on Bama. Dude would, yes, indeed. I have to agree with you. He got hurt, and then you can see a confidence drop from him. They didn't quite use him the same way in the defense going forward, and Blake defense wasn't quite the same, right? With all that talent. Benny, what's up, Benny? Says, the Bucks might steal Perkins. They love LSU linebackers. This is very true. LSU linebackers, LSU defensive backs. It could be the case. The Steelers, let me see where they are. The Steelers, it's a lot of space between us and them. The Steelers on the clock, Raiders, Texans, Panthers, Bills, Niners, Bengals, Bears, Dolphins, Chargers, Saints. So we got a lot of space in between where we got to pick at 132. But when we get 132, 4 picks later, we got 136. So we're going to bam them up a couple of times before we get out of the 4th. So let me kind of refresh my thing right here. Make sure Caden, there you go, Caden Wetchen is the pick for the Steelers, the wide receiver out of Iowa. Raiders got their pick in, Texans on the clock. We moving. We're moving pretty good. All right, y'all throw a pick in there. Who do you think we end up with? Y'all let me know. Brandon says, I think, Walk for G said they're switching back and forth from offense to defense. Everything is depth. Thank you. Brandon says, I think Perkins ends up playing outside linebacker. Nola Ball says, I believe he can be a good situational player. Question is, does the Saints feel we can afford that over needs? Interesting. Marley says Saints might not even look at Perkins, be looking at Perkins. Didn't they scout Harold Perkins? Didn't they scout him? I want to say they did. Am I right or wrong here, fam? Remind me. Ice Cold says a corner. Thank you, brother. Below says he's fluid through his hips and moves well. Just hard to put him in that spot. I say star role is ideal. Indeed. That's what I'm saying. He's linebacker. He's a unicorn. The dude is really like, he's the slick side. I won't call him a defensive back, but he really is a defensive back with a linebacker's mentality, which is just the type of player that you want if you the Saints in that role and that star role player. So he would fit literally like hand in glove there. To have Harold Perkins Jr. as your star player, love that. Love that because he has the 4.38 speed to cover the tight end, cornerbacks, whoever you got running backs out of the backfield. He can blitz because he did that at LSU. He would literally be the perfect player at this pick. Could it be Harold Perkins? I don't know. We're going to put Perkins out there. I'm putting Harold Perkins out there, pick 132. Let's put that out there, fam. You know we powerful. All right, thank you. A Walk for Jesus International said I can almost guarantee they're drafting a running back. I hope not, man. We don't need any more running backs. We are loaded up with running backs. It is a deep room. Wouldn't be mad to see a running back down the line, but I hope not in any of the 4th round picks. Please have 2 of the 4th round picks to address the star role need and possibly backup center right? Because there's Connor Lew on the board. There are a couple of centers on the board that the Saints could actually use. Saints. Centers and Saints. How about that? All right, but yeah, there are a couple of guys. Sam Hite, Connor Lew, Parker Brailsford from Alabama, Matt Golbin, Pat Coogan. There are some good centers who could help the Saints, centers helping Saints, uh, be get that next level. Because we got McCoy there. McCoy always banged up. He been hurt. We need somebody to step in there and learn that job. And Sam Hite or Connor Lew would be good pickups for that job. Connor Lew was supposed to go in some people believe in day 2, but at the top of day 3. But also he had the ACL injury, which is another problem why he could be sliding down. But that was last October. I don't know what the position check on him lately, but we'll see what happens with him. But that's also an interesting pickup and development. There's some real good center prospects, man, that's available. Guys that have played a bunch of games. I'm trying to remember if any of these guys the Saints actually scouted. Trying to remember. Maybe Matt Golbin from Michigan State. I don't quite remember. So much went on. All right, Clint says Keontae Scott would be ideal for the Saints star role. Keontae is gone, bro. Keontae is gone, man. He gone, bro. Keontae got drafted back in pick 116 by the Buccaneers, man. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers stole him up from us. Buccaneers sitting there frying fish and drafting. Could you imagine it down there? You know it's beautiful down there in Tampa. And they just sitting there, man. We ain't gonna do it. It's a stuffy room, man. We're gonna do it out here on the pier, man. They got the table set up with a little tent. Todd Bowens got his foot up on a fish bucket. He turned over the old plastic buckets. Hitting buttons on a laptop, drafting people. Bad. Yeah. Debo said, "Boy, if Perk falls to us, my yeah, if Perkins would be the perfect fit for the Saints, we just got to get there. There's a bunch of selections between us and them right now. It's a ton of people, and a bunch of them got linebacker issues. So we'll see how it lands, man. We're gonna get somebody good with these 2 4th-round picks. I just hope it's in the positions that of need for the black and gold. Let's just say that. Yeah. The Bucks got him. Bilo says, "Well, Alante now going, I'd be looking towards DB coming up." Like I said, either the defensive back position, edge rusher could also be a factor in there. Even though some of these edge rushers, coming off the board, fam, Danny Dennis Sutton is going. The top one is Joshua Josephs from the University of Tennessee, and I expect that he'll be probably getting drafted soon. I told people about Trey Moore. Now he's undersized, is 6'2", 245 pound defensive tackle from the University of Texas. But he is just a pass rush dynamo, but he's just undersized, 6'2", 240. He's like a linebacker. So, but some of these guys are still left. They're LT Overton, 6'3", 280 from University of Alabama. Not as productive as you would want him to be. So, then you get all down. Caden Curry from Ohio State's another guy, 6'3", 260, 11 sacks, 16 and a half tackles for a loss. Another good Ohio State player. George Gums, the junior from Florida, 6'4", 250. He's a stand-up edge rusher, which, has some stuff, a little stiffness to his game, but has some athletic ability. Tyreek Sapp from Florida is also another guy out there. Kind of undersized, but heavy enough, 275, 6'2". Vincent Anthony Jr. for Duke, 6'6", 260. I mocked him. Big guy, 42 starts from Duke. And then there are others like Marvin Jones Jr., Anthony Lucas that we could do. KT's favorite, which is Nadam Tucker, 6'2", 247, basically a linebacker that they're utilizing as a pass rusher. How about Mikhail Kamara? That's a guy that the Saints had actually scouted. Another Mikhail Kamara, who's 6'1", 270 pounds. He's available. And I don't think he gets drafted today. That probably will be like a day 5, 6, somewhere along in there. But Joshua Josephs, Caden Curry, George Gums, LT Overton. These are some of the edge rushers that's available for the team to look at. As far as we can get there. All right. So anyway, Wade Woodus is that there you go, fam. Somebody asked about Q. What's up with Mike Washington? Well, he's gone now. The Raiders said we drafted him. The Raiders took him. Mike Washington, big powerful running back, heading to Oakland. Oakland kind of tuning up, putting some stuff together. The Raiders with Clint Kubiak, just sitting in the cut, powering it up. They're having a very respectable draft. They had a respectable signing period. They had some chaos with the whole little thing with Crosby. But outside of that, it's been kind of smooth sailing for Clint Kubiak in his first year with the Raiders. So we'll see how that works. But he got a ton of picks too. Fernando Mendoza, Tredan Stukes, the safety from Arizona, Kieran Crawford, the edge rusher from Auburn. They picked them up. Trezon the third, the big center from Texas A&M. They got Jermod McCoy at the top of the fourth round. They're going to sit him down, let him heal for a year. And then they picked up Mike Washington Jr. from Arkansas, 6'1", 225 pounds, bigger, stronger running back, runs upright, could be a good fit for what they got going on there in them. And they got 3 picks left. They got a 5th round, 6th round, and 7th round pick. So they probably going to just stand pat and fill out and do what they need to do. But yeah, there you go, Mike Washington. Then Wade Woodus, who's a linebacker from the University of Clemson, is picked up by the Houston Texans. The Bears pick is in. Bills on the clock. We're getting closer and closer to our pick. Bills, 49ers, Bengals, Panthers, Dolphins, Chargers, and then the Saints at 132. I told you these picks be rolling in day 3. They don't play. Them picks is in. We'll see what it is. All right. What's up, fam? Big Valley, what's up, fam? He said, I wanted Keontae Scott. Yeah, he gone, bro. All right. Big Valley says, rested in NFC South, getting all the players. I want that. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I just talked about their draft. The Carolina Panthers are doing good. Atlanta Falcons now, they drafted the man brother and then added Zachariah Branch, which gives them a speed component. They're having a okay draft as well. But the point is that the Carolina Panthers are looking to kind of build on what they did last year. Like they won the NFC South, knocking off Tampa and kind of backing into the playoffs. They're looking to improve their team and take a step. The Saints are attempting to go from worst to first in a 2-year bounce. First year, seller, next year, head of the division. Can they do it? Making aggressive moves like getting Jordan Tyson, picking up Christian Miller, the big defensive tackle, to plug the hole because they recognize, hey, man, we had subpar play from our interior guys last year. And if we want our linebackers to roam and drop in the coverage and blitz and stay clean, we need some guys that you have to double team to. It was too many one-on-one matchups. Guys, them offensive linemen was getting off them, sliding and going up to the linebacker level because the guys wasn't commanding the double teams. If you're a nose tackle, you have to be extremely violent. You have to command a double team. So whether that's Vernon Brockton, along with Christian Miller and Brian Bresee, those guys, if you look at them, they're all around the same size. You can see what type of template the Saints are using. They're drafting with. These guys are extremely aggressive. Like Vernon Brockton's tape, the limited amount of tape he's seen, big guys, 6'5", 311, just hands, violent. Same with Brian Bresee, big guys that can move. You can put them on the outside, inside. They just incredibly valuable. And then you get a guy like Christian Miller, who's a big, tough nose tackle. Go along with your vets. You can see they're looking to stop up the run and treat the defense accordingly because there possibly, and it's not beyond the logic to understand that I think your defense might take a little slide back. See why? What you mean by that, Q? Well, you have phenomenal, legendary players on your defense for years, and they're not there anymore. And those guys are playing at a high level. Cam Jordan, 10.5 sacks, led the team. He's not there. Demario Davis, who was the guy for many years locking down the inside of the defense, telling people what to do. He was having great years toward the back of his career here. He's not there no more. Alontae Taylor wasn't getting the interceptions, but Alontae Taylor was a very important player in the Saints defense. He's gone. So and those are players at 3 levels. It's not just one guy. If you lose one guy like that, that's one thing. You lose 2 guys, there's no, you see what I'm saying? So there is going to be some what you call slippage. There's going to be some slippage. There's going to be some slippage for your defense, and they might know that. That's why they tuning up this offense. They tuning it up. There might be some. I would not be surprised if there's some slippage on the defense. Just letting you know. All right, Cool Fool says, are there any HBCU players that might get drafted? I'm pretty sure there will be, Cool Fool. This is usually, depending on how things go, you might start seeing some of them get drafted in HBCU players in day 3. That usually is the case, right? Unless you have some exceptional ones that go a little higher, because some do slip through the cracks. But we seen a Southeastern player from Louisiana out of Hammond get drafted by who was the Cardinals? Caleb Proctor from Southeastern. So man, I'm pretty sure some HBCU guys are on the way. All right. Shout out to OG says Nussmeier might go to. Yeah, Nussmeier is still on the board. We're not even talking about the QBs. Nussmeier is still on the board. Taylor Green is another guy. Now, if the Saints decide to draft a quarterback, fam, and it's Taylor Green, please don't be mad. I would be extremely excited about that because of the application that Taylor Green is. He's a 6'6", 230-pound quarterback that got a gun for him. He ain't super accurate, out of the University of Arkansas, but he is the fastest man on the field. There's many offensive applications for a player of that skill set. So just saying, if they draft him, understand that somebody getting into their bag. Now, I know that the Saints did like Jalen Daniels, the 6'1", 220-pound quarterback out of Kansas. He's another guy that has that skill set, the Swiss Army knife type skill set. We'll see. But yeah, Garrett Nussmeier, Gus's boy, is still available. So you've seen some other quarterbacks that have slid off the board, and he's still sitting there. That's interesting. All right. Let me kind of refresh my board, making sure we keep up with the latest stuff right here. As you can see, Malik Muhammad, family, is off the board, the fantastic cornerback out of the University of Texas. He's off the board to the Chicago Bears. Skylar Bell, the wide receiver from UConn, he's off the board to the Bills. The Bills in back-to-back picks get a wide receiver and a linebacker. They end up getting – sorry about that. They are linebacker Caleb Elam's Arms from out of TCU gets picked. So you got a wide receiver and linebacker and backpack picks for the Bills. Niners got their picks in. It'll be the Bengals are on the clock right now. They get their top need, according to NFL Network, is linebacker. So we'll see what it is. We just seen the linebacker leave. Panthers also there with Dolphins, Chargers, and then Saints at pick 132. Should be it and ultimately, fam, it should be Harold Perkins. It got to be Harold Perkins because he fits the star role so well, right? It's so well. Got to be. We'll love it. Debo says Dale and Jimmy Graham are 2 different type of tight ends. Indeed. Yeah, well, athletically, Jimmy Graham played basketball. I don't know what kind of cross sports that Delp does, but like I said, the standard for tight ends coming out of the University of Georgia is Bowers. It's Bowers. He came into the league and just tore up the league. The guy is phenomenal. So if you're a tight end coming out of the University of Georgia, you're thinking Bowers. You got to be. That's the guy that was the standard. So if you watch Oscar Delp's game, even though he wasn't relied on like Bowers was, because Bowers is a totally different guy, but you can see some of that in his game. You can see it, and Kellen Moore sees what that is too, to give a 3rd-round pick on the guy. he not bringing him here for his blocking. Say, Q, you took a tight end with the. Why would he take a tight end with her? Because he sees his offensive potential, what the guy could do. Even when they threw the ball to him, how he would slide down to get it, catch the ball with his hands, turn and running, jumping over people in a limited set. Kellen Moore seen it and said, hey, man, this guy could be huge. That's why they put a 3rd round pick, because I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have made Delp the guy. There was other guys on the board that I actually liked as well as Delp. There are other guys. Jack Andres, even though he's more of a blocker than catcher. Joe Royer from the University of Cincinnati was a guy the Saints actually scouted that has a similar skill set. Justin Jolly out of NC State, that's a wide receiver type. Dalen Bentley was a guy that the Saints actually scouted from the University of Utah. Bauer Shop from LSU is another dude too. So there are quite a few tight ends that I was looking at saying, hey, man, Connor Lew is the pickup for the Bengals. The Bengals got Connor Lew. So he was like one of the best remaining centers there. I mean, there's still a couple of guys remaining that we could get, but Connor Lew is the guy that they got. Carver Willis, offensive tackle from Washington, goes to the San Francisco 49ers. The Bengals will select center Connor Lew from Auburn. The Panthers are now on the clock, followed by the Dolphins, Chargers, and the Saints pick at 132 and again at 136. We're going to get 2 players relatively fast. Harold Perkins, for the family members, Harold Perkins is still on the board. Harold Perkins is there. Guys that the Saints actually scouted, if it means anything, Jelani Kilgore from South Carolina, he's there. Zakee Whitley from Penn State, he's available. And we'll see what happens there. The best defensive edge rusher that's remaining, in my estimation, is Joshua Joseph from the University of Tennessee. He's also there. And there are a couple other people to talk about as well. We know if they go offensive line or whatever the case may be. But there are a couple of people. At this point, the Saints probably just picking from their board. They're going to be just selecting BPA. I could just see that's what they're going to probably do, BPA for the rest of the draft. People say that don't make any sense. But yeah, they're probably doing BPA going forward. We'll see what they do. All right. But nonetheless, Panthers on the clock. We'll see who their selection is. Saints are picking in 3 picks. So we'll see what it is. Bastard says, what was the name of the guy we picked in the 4th round or something last year who got injured rest of the year? The 4th round last year? In the 4th round, Bastion, last year. And hold on here. In the 4th round of last year, 4th round. Okay, we had 2 7-round picks, which was Fadil Diggs and Matavo. First pick was Kelvin Banks Jr., Tyler Shuck. Who was I can't kind of blanking out right now. Hold on, I'll pull it up. Ain't no need for me to be thinking like this. I just pull it up. Draft. I just pull it up. Family members probably got Kelvin Banks, Tyler Shuck, Vernon Brockton. You might be thinking of Vernon Brockton, bro, from the 4th. But the 4th round pick was Danny Stutzman and Quincy Riley. What was the name of the guy we picked in the 4th or something last year who got injured? You think about Vernon Brockton, bro. That's what I think. You're thinking Vernon Brockton in the 3rd round. Yeah, it's Vernon Brockton. I think that's who you're thinking about, bro. Because the picks go round 1, Kelvin Banks, round 2, Tyler Shuck, round 3, Vernon Brockton, round 4, actually round 3, 2 threes, which is Vernon Brockton at 71, Jonas Sanker at 93 in the 3rd round, 2 4s, 112, Danny Stutzman, and then 131 in the 4th round, Quincy Riley. And then we had the 6th round pick, which was Devin Neal, and then 2 7s, which was Matavo from UCLA and Fadil Diggs from Toledo. I want to say was it Toledo? It was some small school. I forget, but that's pretty much what it was. and how it was, baby. Let me see. Was it? Let me see. Was it Toledo? I'm curious now. No, Syracuse. Syracuse. I'm sorry. It was Syracuse. Toledo was Rashid Shaheed. All right. So there you go. All right. Let's keep it moving, man. We're going to be looking to see what these calls is. There it is. Connor Lew, one of the best centers still available, fighting that ACL injury. The Bengals make him the pick. You know, they got to power up that offensive line to protect the quarterback. Will Lee III, the cornerback from Texas A&M, is headed to the Carolina Panthers. He's another cornerback I like. Dolphins, the pick is in. Chargers is on the clock. And after that is our black and gold Saints. All right. There you go. We'll see what the call is. We'll see what the call is. All right. Miggy says, I think we need to, MGG, I'm sorry, I think we do need a running back. We see how they're doing Kamara. I think there is something to that. Okay. All right. A lot of the family members saying that we should hit up the running back position. The poll, do I have a running back? I ain't even put the running back in the position, but I'm about to close this poll down. Thank you to the people that voted. 170 voters on the poll, thinking the next pick is going to be the cornerback, safety, and then 49% said that, 31% says edge, 12% says offensive line, and 8% says linebacker. I'm gonna close the poll because we're getting ready to have another poll that will say, what do you guys think about? Oh yeah, it's gonna be a quick poll too. Thoughts on. Oh my goodness. All right, I got that one already tuned up. Thank y'all for waiting. All right, Saints might pick someone with at least. How many of the family members think about this? Y'all hit the like button. We got over 250 plus in the building. Hit the like button. Fill in the comment section. Let me know, guys. Where do you guys think the Saints will go? How do you feel about running back? Should we look at a running back, fam? Y'all put it in the chat. Let me know. We getting very close, man. Saints on the clock, matter of fact. We seen Trey Moore. I just talked about Trey Moore from Texas. He's gone. Trey Moore is off to the races with Miami Dolphins, and Genesis Smith, the safety, is there, and the Saints on the clock, fam. Black and gold is on the clock. The pick is in as far as the Saints concerned. Come on, Harold Perkins. Come on, Perkins. Come on, Harold Perkins. Come on, fam. It's got to be Harold Perkins. He fits the star role. Come on, Perkins. Come on, Perkins. And if we don't get him at 132, we're going to get him at 136, baby. Come on, Harold Perkins. Come on, Harold Perkins. All right, who y'all got, man? Y'all hear me? Come on, Perkins. Come on, Harold Perkins. Come on, Saints. Let's Saints are on the clock for that fourth round pick, 132. Come on, Perkins. Come on, Harold Perkins. Okay, somebody, Jack says, Joseph, you want the defensive end? The top defensive end available? Yeah, Joseph is available. The top edge rusher, Joshua Josephs, is available. He is available in the top of the draft, 6'3", 245. He is available. So we'll see what the pick is. People say Josh Joseph. Come on, Harold Perkins. Come on, Perkins. Come on, Saints. Let's get Harold Perkins. He make all the sense in the world for this pick. Come on, Perkins. All right. So let's see what the Saints should do. Oh, and Trill says now we should be good on running backs. And we're going to get a undrafted running back, family. Remember that. We always excel at doing that. We always excel at that. All right. Plus, yeah, Devin Neal still there. We got the other running back that we had last year that filled in. Some of these guys, man, I gotta get back into my mind, man. I'll be forgetting some of my backup guys. But the phenomenal running back we had last year that carried the day for him. So we'll see. Offensive lineman could be a key here too. I mean, what if we get a center? Listen, I'm good. Harold Perkins, Joshua Josephs, hell, even a best center, Sam Hyatt. Sam Hyatt, the best. Sam Hyatt is the best center available. Matt Golban, Pat Coogan. I wouldn't be mad at the Saints at all if those are one of the picks. Like Harold Perkins, in my opinion, he fits the star. Joshua Joseph, um, uh, Kilgore was another guy the Saints actually scouted. Is Jeremiah Wright? Damn, they got Jeremiah Wright with the pick. They went offensive guard with the pick. That's okay. We still can bounce back. That's all right. They got Jeremiah Wright with the pick, so we can still bounce back. This is a guy they actually scouted. Like I talked to y'all guys, they love Jeremiah Wright. This guy is going to be going at the salad. Okay, so the Saints got an offensive lineman now, fam. They got the big guy, Jeremiah Wright from the University of Auburn. I was like, at some point they're going to go after somebody they actually scouted in this third round. Jeremiah Wright was a interesting selection, but let's look at Jeremiah Wright and go to the scouting report on him. This is your new pick right here, fam. Jeremiah Wright, 6'5", 331 pounds from the University of Auburn. For those who remember Jeremiah Wright, we covered him on the prior to the draft. And you can see Wright is converted defensive lineman who spent the past 3 seasons at guard, wide body, interior offensive lineman with strong power base, uses heavy hands and strong initial strike as a run blocker to knock defenders off balance. His hand placement can get him in trouble, which could lead to holding penalties. He flashes adequate movement skills to pull and get out on the edge, but his quickness is getting to blocks and space is going to be tested in the NFL. He shows the ability to mirror and anchor in pass pro and can handle a bull rush by absorbing and recovering from blows delivered by the rushers. Wright can get in trouble protecting his gaps against defenders with quick feet. He's one of the most powerful linemen in this class, but will need technical refinement. There you go. Jeremiah Wright is the pick. It's an offensive guard to power up the Saints offensive line. Jeremiah Wright is going to, guess where he's going to be playing at? Guess where he's going, boys and girls? Guess what side of the line he's going to be playing on? Yeah. Guess where he's going to be going at? Huh? You want to take a stab at it? Yo, you want to take a stab at it? You want to take a stab at what side the offensive line that he'll be playing on? You know, it's going to be on the same side as a guy that likes to eat salad. Let's just say that, man. Jeremiah Wright. Here's another breakdown from NFL.com. Jeremiah Wright, 6'5", 330 plus. He's a mauler, fam. Ground and pound right guard. Yeah, I told you, salad. You better watch out. You better watch out, and you better not cry. The Who Dat Nation told you why. That Jeremy Wright is coming to town. Wright is a ground and pound right guard with excellent power at the point of attack. There are concerns about his hand placement and pass pro, though he has the power, size to go head to head in the NFL gap and power concepts. Playing with a nasty finisher's demeanor. Got a mean streak in him. However, average instincts, lack of foot quickness, leave him vulnerable to athletic rushers and gaming fronts. He's a limited athlete with inconsistencies that might not be correctable, but he's tough, strong, and has pro-ready traits that should make him a day 3 pick. Now, they're a little bit more critical of Jeremiah Wright because I've scouted Jeremiah Wright. He actually does move. He ain't the quickest man in the world. But when he put his hands on those deep, you ain't going nowhere but to the ground. And that's what he's going to do. He ain't playing. He's going to put you in the ground. So Jeremiah Wright is the pickup for us. And the Saints, fastly, man, remember, that's pick 132. So the Saints get alignment. The Falcons made their pick. We still have another pick coming up at pick 136, which should be Harold Perkins. Come on, Perkins. So the Falcons picking. I hope them funky Falcons don't take out Harold Perkins. The Colts got an edge and linebacker need. And the Saints picking up next. Could this be Perkins? Come on, Harold Perkins. Come on, Perk. Come on, Saints. We got to get Harold Perkins, man. They got Jeremiah. I'm happy about the Jeremiah situation. Could we please get Harold Perkins with this next pick? That would just do it for me right there. Now, of course, like I said, you still have a few people. Joshua Josephs, who's an edge rusher, is available. 6'3", 240, 245, somewhere up in there. He's still like one of the best guys that's available from an edge rush standpoint. There are still guys the Saints scouted that are available that they could draft, like Jelon Kilgore. I know they like Jelon Kilgore. Zakee Whitley's another guy that they looked at. But I don't know. We'll see, fam. I think the pick is going to be a defensive pick coming up, right? Colts on the clock right now. Saints, they're on the clock in one pick, right? And that's the compensatory pick that we received. So we'll see where that is right now. So Matt Hibner, the tight end from SMU, drafted by the Baltimore Ravens. We'll see what the Falcons pick is momentarily. Their pick is in. Colts on the clock, followed by the Saints at 136. But we'll see what it is. Or the Colts got Kendall Daniels. Kendall Daniels, the 6'5", 245-pound Oklahoma linebacker. The Falcons got a 6'5", 245-pound linebacker out of the University of Oklahoma with their pick. And Colts is still on the clock. Colts is on the clock. All right, there it is. Kendall Daniels, linebackers. They're showing that right there. Man, oh man. Boy, I tell you, the black and gold, man. Colts using all their little 4 minutes. Somebody might trying to be making a trade or something. They using all their little clock. Okay, the pick is in. Nussmeier is still on the board. Still on the board, man. The Colts could use a quarterback too. They could use a quarterback if Anthony Richardson on the trade block. This would be a good spot for Garrett Nussmeier to come off the board, to be honest with you. Garrett Nussmeier would do good in that Indianapolis Colts offense. Let's see what the call is, man. But I don't think it'll be Perkins. So there are a couple of people there, the Saints, like I said, Jelon Kilgore, Sam Hite, a few people to kind of throw at y'all leading up to the Saints pick. Sam Hyatt, the offensive center from Kansas State, good one. Zakee Whitley, the safety from Penn State, right? Jelon Kilgore from South Carolina, Perkins and Joshua, the defensive end. Just throwing a few guys at y'all for thoughts. Brandon says, time to move on from Ruiz. Hey, man, the salad, man. You better not fret. However you go high enough, you better not. And you better not cry. And I'm telling you why. Jeremiah is coming to town. The salad been complaining, talking about he got to show people up. Bryce Boettcher, 6'1", 230, is a linebacker from the University of Oregon. Bryce Boettcher, the linebacker. So the Colts make a linebacker their pick. The Saints are on the clock for pick 136. The black and gold, baby, on the clock. Come on, Perkins. Saints on the clock, fam. Who we going to get for our second, fourth round pick? Saints on the clock, baby. Come on. I got to get one of them old game show wheels when you put the name in there, you spin it. All right. Nola Boss says no salad is a cheat day. Boy, the salad is up out of here, man. They just drafted that kid and he played a right guard position. They just put Cesar Ruiz officially on notice. And I told y'all they recognized that the team had some issues going on with the line play. The Saints pick is in too. It came in fast. Come on, Harold Perkins. It got to be somebody new. Sam Hyde, Harold Perkins, Jelon Kilgore, Zakee Whitley, or Joshua, the defensive end. It got to be one of those guys. But Saints are known to throw some curveballs. But Perkins answers the need. He's the ultimate star guy. He makes sense. Perkins makes sense. We'll see. America May say black and gold forever. Indeed, my brother. Tasha says, Q, who that, Q, and Saints family, have a blessed day. Thanks. Same to you, Tasha. Much love to you. Appreciate you. Y'all having a good draft too over there in cowboy country. Y'all really knocking it out the park over there. I'm gonna give y'all a very rare compliment from the sports coma. Shout out to my dog, Law Nation. All right. April says, how many more picks do we have? Well, Miss April, we have quite a few. We have one more pick remaining in the let's see here. We got well, hold on, let me pull it up here. I'll show you. Hold on just a second. We got quite a few picks left. We have 2 5s remaining. We have we have one pick. We're on the clock right now for the second, 4th round pick. We got 2 5s and a 6. So 2 5th round picks in the next 2 picks in the next round and 1 in the 6th round. So we got 3 picks remaining, not counting the one that the Saints about to use. Right. So that's what we facing down with, which means it's a complete day for the black and gold going in. Because after those picks are utilized, then there's still the undrafted side of things when the Saints start picking up guys that fell through the cracks of the draft. So yeah, you got 3 picks, not mentioning the one the Saints are currently on the clock with. Okay. All right. Shout out to you. Yeah, it's an early Christmas present. You better not fret. You better not cry. The salad, I'm telling you why. Jeremiah Wright is coming to town. It's Christmas in April. Christmas in April for Chris Olave. He gonna get his money. He also got a compliment in Jordan Tyson. So his job's about to get easier. We got the Jeremiah Wright at right guard to compete with the salad. Boy, it's Christmas in April for the Who Dat Nation, man. Let me give us a round of applause, man. We're doing good. It's Christmas in April. Hey. All right. Big ups. Yeah. Darius, tell him we won't perk. Harold Perkins, man, the Saints being real dramatic right now. Harold Perkins should be the pick for the Saints. Now, listen, edge rusher is a concern as well. So that's Joshua. I think he's the best defensive end currently available. The Saints are known to throw some curveballs every now and again. But I remember that Harold Perkins did say something about they better draft me or something like that. I know they went to LSU's pro day and watched Harold Perkins. So they did scout him. They didn't have him as a top 30 visit. But when the LSU pro day hit on, they did get a look at him with Mansour Delane and all those LSU guys. So they looked at Harold Perkins. He lived at the star role with LSU. He's really a defensive back with a linebacker's mentality. He has 4.38. You got everything. He's the same height as Alontae Taylor. Alontae was like 6 feet, 6'1". Perkins is 6'1", 220 pounds. I think Alontae was around that too. Alontae might have been a little lighter than that. But I'm just just sit up here saying, but whether it's Perkins or Jelon Kilgore, Sam Height, Zakee Whitley, or Joshua, the defensive end, I'll be satisfied with the pick because it meets a need. Plus, we still got the 2 5s and the 6 to kind of push out. So we'll see. The Saints being real extra right now. and being that. But yeah, the other pick is Jeremiah Wright, the big guard. I think a lot of people like that pick, obviously, because of the fact that it gives the black and gold the right guard position. It puts Cesar Ruiz on notice. Like, is he tripping the fact that they picked up a guard in the 4th round? Yeah, you should be, especially at the right guard position. And he's a mauler. This is a run guard. Like this guy put his hand on you and make sure he plants you in the ground like a daisy. So the Salad's put on notice. Just Lane. Okay, it's Bryce Lane. The Saints get a wide receiver. Wow. They get a wide receiver. The Saints take a wide out, man. Bryce Lane is the pick for the Saints. Saints go wide receiver, Bryce Lane. Isn't that the brother of your boy? This guy. This is your new draft pick right here, Bryce Lane. 6'3", 200-pound wide receiver from the University of North Dakota State, the Bisons. Last year, 51 catches, 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns. He averaged 21.2 yards. Wow. The Saints got another wide receiver. I knew they all about that curveballing, man. They all about that curveball. All about a curveball, man. These people went back to offense. They went back to offense, man. Oh, wow. Saints got it. Here it is. Let me give y'all the scouting report on this gentleman. Bryce Lane has 6'3", 200 plus. I'm gonna have to look up his 40 time. He probably a special teams guy. Has great combination of size and speed. 6'3", 204, runs a 4.34. Wow. This dude might be the fastest Saint right now. Wide receiver, 6'3", 204, combination of size and speed, running 4.34 in the 40 at the combine. Needs to refine his route tree as he transitions to the next level, but he displays good flexibility and the ability to sink his hips at the top of the routes. Lance has good catch radius, but he has a habit of trying to catch the ball with his body that can lead to drops. When he hauls in passes, he easily finds green grass. Lance will have to do a large jump in the level of competition from the FCS to the NFL, but he has the athleticism to do so. Bryce Lance is the second of your fourth round of your 4-round picks, your fourth round selections. So the Saints take 2 wide receivers. They got one in Jordan Tyson at the top of the draft, and they come back with Bryce Lance as the second of the 4th round pick, your compensatory pick for this gentleman. So that is intriguing. So the Saints, they're really serious about tooling up that offense, man. But that's like 13 wide receivers in the wide receiver room. Somebody about to get pushed the hell on up out of here. That's crazy. Saints Bryce Lance is the pick. Cowboys pick is in. The Saints don't pick again until the 5th round. So they go wide receiver here. I don't know if I like that, but then again, I need to do more research on this little brother right here before see what the rationale is. There was other needs that we could have went with. 5th-year senior with 2 seasons of explosive production as a boundary target. Lacks release quickness, short area agility as a route runner, but possesses outstanding ball skills, positional instincts that allow him to create catch space. He has the run by speed on FCS level, but won't be able to rely on pure gas to beat the NFL coverage. He will have to spend more time polishing up his route work. Lance needs a more intentional route tree on the next level, but he's smart, has good ball skills, and should compete for a role as a backup. I think they could have got this guy in the 5th round. They could have got this man in the 5th round, if I'm not mistaken. Why would they take him here? But then again, I'm just doing some research to figure out, let me see here. Does he have any return work worth talking about? He don't have a history of returning either. So let me see here. Here it is right here. Let me kind of get here right here. Statistics. 2 years of body of work. His best year was in 2024 with the Bisons. 75 grabs over 1,000 yards. He was averaging 14 yards per catch. The man has 17 touchdowns in 2020. That's crazy. But like you're saying, this is Division II. Man, 75 catches for 1,000 yards, 14 yards, but man has 17 touchdowns in 2024. Last year, 51 catches. There was a drop in production. He had 1,079 yards, and he averaged 21 yards per catch on those 51 and 8 touchdowns. That's 25 touchdowns in a 2-year span. Actually, 3-year span, because he caught 1 pass in 2023. You can see him as a rusher. Not much going on there. They gave him the ball 5 times, 29 yards. Did get a score in 24, 25, 4 times. Gave him a carry, 92 yards. Averaged 23 yards every time he touched the ball as a running back. Did it 4 times for a touchdown. Returning, not much shaking on the return game. Punt, you can see right here. Don't do much on kickoffs or in punts. So there's no special teams application as far as college is concerned, right? As far as college is concerned. So I don't know. It's one of those picks that make you scratch your head, man. Let me hear from you guys. Matter of fact, let me get my poll question up. What's your hold on here. Let me. All right, let me give here go the poll up, fam. 4th round poll. This is the first of many polls, second of many polls, rather. Let me get that in there, man. Yeah, he's very fast. The guy ran a 4.3. I think it's what they said, a 4.34 that I looked up. Yeah, the guy ran a 4.34 in the 40. So that go to show you he's lightning in the bottle, no doubt about it. But man, the Saints got size and speed. They're committed to size and speed. That's no doubt about that, man. That's quite obvious. That's what they're doing. All right. Anyway, as we keep this thing moving along, make sure how things are ending up here at the bottom of the second round. The Cowboys got their pick in, the 49ers, Bengals round out the final round of 4th round, actually. Yeah, very interesting, man. Y'all hit the comment section up. Let me know how y'all feel about these picks in the 4th round. I got the poll question is up. All right. Debo said, I'm done. Come on, Debo. It's just one pick. All right. Who That Chasing says Kool-Aid is our clear number 1 based off our picks so far. Could be. And listen, fam, I was saying Harold Perkins made all the sense in the world, but what if, and I said this last night, and I've been saying this for a while, but what if the Saints have decided that they've got the answer at the star position on the team, right? Let's say, they decided that they're going to try, Jordan Howden or Jonas Sanker at the nickel position. Let's just say that's their answer to it. That was the plan. They knew they was going to lose Alante. Let's say Jordan Howden is the answer at the star role player, at the star role for the defense, right? They figured he would be a solid star for their defense and this sort of thing. What if they decided that? Because I'm telling you, these are the questions that's going to get asked once the draft is over with. They will be approached with this. What if they feel like they have the answer at the start? Now, I know Harold Perkins, is that, but I can't quite make sense out of the Lance draft, the Bryson Lance drafting in the bottom of the 4th, because I figured I most certainly could assure you that this guy would have been available in the 5th round, But on the opposite side, playing advocate, it could be the fact that the Saints are showing you that they're just trying to be explosive. This guy's 6'3", runs a 4.34 in the 40. You can see he can catch and play based on his statistics over the last couple of years. 25 touchdowns in 2 years is actually pretty good at that level. So bringing him in, tall wide receiver, 6'3", 200 pounds, 4.34 in the 40, productive, that pushes the wide receiver room. The Saints want height and speed and production. So that just gives you another player there to kind of add to Tyler Shuck along with all the other stuff the Saints add. So you can see the 4th round picks went to help the offense. So the Saints, like I said, man, I can't be, I understand it because they're trying to blow open this offense. That's the bottom line. They're trying to get up and down the field and bust your tail. That's what I see the Saints are attempting to do. But yeah, hey man, I was like, they drafted this kid. Let me see how fast this kid is. He got to be the fastest Saint, man, on the team. A 4.34. That's pretty damn good. Who else is faster than him, man? I don't know. He one of them ones. But it just shows you the commitment that the Saints are having to improve and get bigger, faster, because they believe in size, they believe in speed, and you got to have skill. Yeah. I mean, I can't be too mad about it because even though I wanted Harold Perkins, but we'll see what the Saints do in the 5th round if he's still available. But nonetheless, I can't be too mad about it. The Cowboys at 137, they go offensive line wise, and they get LT. Well, actually, LT Overton's a defensive lineman from Alabama. They help out. Cowboys just been really paying attention to their defense, trying to tool up players. Kyle Lewis, the linebacker from Pitt, ends up with the Miami Dolphins at pick 138. 49ers got their pick in, and the Bengals have the last pick in the 4th round. Then we'll switch to the 5th round of the draft. So can Harold Perkins still be available in the 5th round? We will see, fam. We will see. Let me get this depth chart up here for some of the family members, and we'll go over this whole thing again and break down both the fourth round picks for the Saints. As you can see, this is the unofficial depth chart for what the Saints are doing. Like I said, with Tyler Shuck, Travis Etienne, they bringing on him. But as far as the draft is concerned, Jordan Tyson, here you see Chris Olave matched here. Then you go further down here, and this is basically what you're going to take into the start of the 2026 as starters. This is what your team basically is starting to round out. Now, if we look at it from a depth perspective, you can see some of these other guys. It's just speed all over the place. Speed all over the place. And you look at, Noah Fant was added there. There's Oscar Delp, one of the draft picks from yesterday. The backup spots with Dylan Radunz was signed, but look at Jeremiah Wright. He's positioned right where he's supposed to, right behind the salad. He's going to push the salad. I think Torrey Sally Simpkins is going to be positioned to be a backup center behind Eric McCoy. Who knows? Will Sherman might be too. He did says a couple of players he's going to cross promote. The Saints still could use another tackle. Asim Richards plays that tackle position. Then Barry Wesley, another guy that's a veteran, could be in the mix to be the other tackle. I don't know. They still could use some help there. We still got 2/5, a 6, 3 picks remaining in the draft. Perhaps the Saints will use them on the offensive line. We could still use the center prospect if you ask me. Vernon Brockton, you can see a Christian Miller, the second-round draft pick, rear nose tackle position, compete with Brian Bresee inside. Pass rushers, Granderson and Chase Young. Get on to your secondary. You see, like I was telling you, this is unofficial, but they got Jordan Howden in at the nickelback position. What if this is something real that they're considering? Of course, you see Jonas back here when he's supposed to be up here, so it's unofficial. It's just a thought that I'm throwing out to you guys about perhaps they see that as the answer to the star position. Might not sound right to you or me, but maybe that's what they're thinking on. I don't know. That question will be asked of Kellen Moore when the time comes. Gundam's upset about it. Yeah, didn't I tell y'all? Didn't I tell you the Saints are known to throw curveballs? This is a curveball. OG says it's great. Who Dat Chasing says this is ridiculous. Debo says just because he's fast don't mean. Yeah, Charlie Dahl says this is Kellen Moore's draft. Often, yes, indeed. That is very true. Now let's go back and kind of look at this thing, man, and kind of classify the draft family. Look at, because we're looking at these picks. It's my job to kind of make us look overall. We got 3 picks remaining right now. This is the Saints draft as it stands. Jordan Tyson, wide receiver, pick number 8 in the first round. Second round, Christian Miller, run stuffer for the black and gold to stuff up the middle. Oscar Delp is the third tight end behind Juwan Johnson and Noah Fant for the Saints, running 3 tight end sets. They get an offensive lineman at the right guard position to deal with the salad. And then, of course, the fourth round, so I think that guy probably been available in the 5th, but they got him Bryce Lance, another wide receiver for the team. Now, let's hit Jeremiah Wright's his breakdown again. In fact, let me kind of refresh this thing right here so we would get more of an updated thing. There we go. So you see Jordan Tyson. So we kind of looking at the draft as it stands. And this is Wright, converted defensive lineman who spent the past 3 seasons at guard as a wide body interior offensive lineman with strong power base. Wright uses heavy hands, strong initial strike as a run blocker to knock defenders off balance. His hand placement can get him in trouble, which could lead to holding penalties. He flashes adequate movement with skills to pull and get out on the edge, but his quickness in getting to blocks in space is going to be tested in the NFL. He shows the ability to mirror and anchor in pass pro and can handle a bull rush by absorbing and recovering from blows delivered by his rushers. Now, Wright can get in trouble protecting his gap against defenders with a quick get off. He's one of the most powerful offensive linemen in the class, but we need technical refinement. And of course, it's going to be interesting to see, how this works. And people love this pick because it provides competition for Cesar Ruiz, who some perceive as the weak link of the Saints offensive line. So we got some competition there. And of course, this pick of the bottom of the 4th round, Bryce Lance, a 6'3", 204-pound wide receiver out of the University of North Dakota State, has great combination of size and speed. He runs a 4.34 in the 40. At the combine, he needs to refine his route tree as he transitions to the next level, but he displays good flexibility and the ability to sink his hips at the top of his routes. Lance has good catch radius, but he has a habit of trying to catch the ball with his body, and that can lead to drops. When he hauls in passes, he easily finds green grass. Lance will have to make a large jump in the next level of competition from the FCS to the NFL, but he has the athleticism to do so, according to Scouts Inc. So these are the last two selections that the Saints currently have. And Bryce is a 4th round selection, which means, guess what, fam? He's going to be a player in the wide receiver room. He's not going to be one of these guys buried down the depth chart somewhere. You don't take a wide receiver in the 4th round and bury him on the depth chart. He will be a player in your wide receiver room. So he's not, what I said, Bryce Lance? Yeah, I said Lane, not Lane Q. Lance. Okay, my bad, Pam. I got to get used to it. Bryce Lance. All right, what I said, Bryce Lane, Bruce Lane, Bruce Wayne. I'm messing it all up. Bryce Lance. I'm sorry, y'all. Appreciate it. Oh, man, I got to get used to it. But Bryce Lance that's really weird how you got Bryce and Lance. Bryce Lance. Bryce Lance is the new, he will not be buried on the depth chart. This is a guy that will be a competitor in your wide receiver room. You know, and he's not just speed. Like I just showed y'all, it's not just speed. The guy actually got skill with his speed. He actually got skill with his speed. There's a little, hold on, let me see if I can get this information right here to play. Give me a second for Mr. Bryce Lance. Hold on. Here's a little something from them. Let me see if y'all can see that. That's him right there on the handoff. It don't look like 4.3 speed to me, but he moving. Look like he just jogging. There he is, Mr. Bryce Lance. Yeah, it looked like he just jogging, but he got long legs though. That's probably why it looked like that. Yeah, he did the little time thing. Look at that. Bryce Lance is our new wide receiver. Debo does not like it. What's up? Let's see. S Camp says, great value. Couldn't pass him up. Thank you, brother. TJ says wide receiver room is isn't it, bro? The wide receiver room is utterly ridiculous right now. Let me show y'all, man. Let me get on that right quick and show y'all the Saints wide receiver room. It is crazy work. They have like 13 guys in the wide receiver room. You know, most of these guys is not going to remain. All right, so here it is right here. Let me get to it. This is the wide receiver room, starting with Damian Alford, Moose Alford, they picked up from Canada. Kevin Austin Jr., Ronnie Bell, Elijah Cooks, Bryce Lance, Bub Means, Chris Olave, Trey Palmer, Jalen Polk, Mason Timpton, Samari Tour, Jordan Tyson, Divine Vele. Damn. So let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 guys. The Saints have 13 wide receivers in that room. And you damn well know that will not remain. Elijah Cooks is probably going to be gone. He's probably Ronnie Bell, Samara Tour, these kind of players. These are practice squad guys. A lot of these guys are probably going to end up on the practice squad or on the street. You got 13 of them. Saints about overhauling that wide receiver room. They really do. That's a lot of people, to be honest with you, man. Wow. But nonetheless, man, the Saints doing their due diligence, man, as we cross over into the 5th round. The 5th round is started. We already off Kamari. Ramsey, the safety from USC, is picked up by the Texans. Fernando Carmona, the guard from Arkansas, is headed to Tennessee land. The Cardinals got their pick in. The Panthers are on the clock. Still, Gus's boy is still there. He's still there, man. Nussmeier is still on the board. He's still on the board. We going in the 5th, so hopefully we'll see him off the board. We'll see. Skylar Bell, Buffalo makes the Wide receiver from UConn, their selection. He's the next pick. So Skylar Bell, 6 feet, 192 from UConn, is off the board for them. So they picked them up. The Panthers, Chargers, Browns, Commanders, Browns. The Saints don't have long to go, fam. We pick 150. It is currently 144. So the Saints pick at pick 150. That's coming up soon. And then again at 172 at the almost to the bottom of the 5th round. So we got a 5th round pick that'll be coming up in what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 selections. So the Saints will be fastly on the clock again. Now, once again, I'm going to jump back in my bag and say Harold Perkins. If Harold Perkins is selected with the 5th round pick, I don't think Debo is that mad. I don't think Debo is going to be that mad if Harold Perkins is selected. I think a lot of the people that got burning up faces in the chat, I think it changes. But anyway, let me look at the poll question right here, asking people what do they think about the thoughts on the 4th round picks. 59% of the 100 plus people polled said great. 41% says not so great. So still in all, almost 60% of the people polled believe that the Saints did a good job in the 4th round. So shout out to them. Appreciate y'all for being here as well as we keep this thing moving and grooving, baby. We'll see. The pick is in for Carolina. We'll see what it is. Demi says, Q, I'm still overwhelmed that we couldn't get running back Love. Pray for me. And I don't mean to laugh, Demi. But yeah, I mean, the Saints inquired with the Cardinals. We know that for officially. But they weren't trying to go up there to get Jeremiah Love. According to the insiders, they said they were going up there to possibly see about getting a pass rusher. That's what they were saying. Nonetheless, the Saints, Jeremiah Love ended up with Arizona. They just took the best player available. And Arizona, speaking of them, they're on the clock right now. They get Reggie Virgil, a 6'3", 187-pound wide receiver from the University of Texas Tech, as a weapon for Carson Beck, who was picked up at the top of the 4th round today. So the Cardinals are rounding out a pretty solid draft to go along with some of the players that they have. It's going to be competitive, man. They got to get these guys to work together. So the Carolina Panthers are currently on the clock. The Saints don't pick until another 5 or 6 picks. So we're going to get there fast. Thank you, Demi, and I will be praying for you. All right, Corey, what's up? Corey says 13 wide receivers, though, Q. Now, I know, bro. Isn't that crazy? I just counted them down. A lot of these guys are not going to be on this team very much longer. I'm just going to be honest with you. The lower end players, we talked about, they could be finding employment somewhere else. We'll see. All right, Bruce says, yeah, we might put up a lot of points. What are we going to be able to stop the scoring against us? Yeah, at this point, the Saints are going to draft at BPA. The wide receiver was an interesting decision to do. But like I said, a lot of people still see the star role as an opening. What if the Saints don't? Meaning they've already had the guy on the team that they believe can do the star role. Is that's got to be a philosophy, right? If we pass on cornerbacks and players that can do it, like for instance, they have quite a few players that can do the star role job that's currently the Saints passed up on. They actually scouted these guys. I said it again, Jelon Kilgore from South Carolina. That's a guy that they liked. Zakee Whitley from Penn State's also another guy that can play that role as well. They scouted these guys. So at some point you would think that would be something that they would be interested in looking at. As far as the edge rushers is concerned, Joshua Joseph, Caden Curry, and a few George Gums Jr. is another dude that's the pass rushers for the Saints. But like I said, man, at the end of the day, the Saints got their own way of doing things. Sam Hite, the center from Kansas State, is off the board to the Carolina Panthers. And that's a good pickup for them because he can be groomed into a quality center down the line. So the Panthers got a center of the future behind the guy we had last year, which was Luke Fortner. So there you go. So we still have another 5 picks. The Chargers, Browns, Commanders, Browns, and Saints. Saints, the Browns got 3 picks in the next 4 selections. Come on, man. Then they got the Browns have 4 picks in this round. The Browns have picks all over the 5th round. These people crazy. They got 4 picks. And I know they ain't drafting all them people. They got a pick at 146, a pick at 148, a pick at 149, and a pick at 152. These people got 4 picks in the next 6 picks. That's crazy work. The Browns better do something, man, in the NFL season. They just be wasting time. They just be wasting all kind of time. They got a ton of picks. Sam Hyde, that's a good selection by Arizona to get Sam Hyde from Kansas State. The fall there, maybe the Saints will use one of the 2 5 picks they have to address the backup center position. They still have edge as a need, but at this point, I think the Saints are just going off board. They're doing BPA here. They're just going BPA like a dog now. BPA. Very interesting, man, as we keep this thing moving and grooving, man. The black and gold is kind of getting a lot of the family members on their square. I told y'all, didn't I tell you? I said, hey, man, the Saints are known to throw curveballs. That's what that wide receiver was. It was a curveball out of this world, man. That was crazy. They was able to do that. But we'll keep an eye on it, fam, and see what's going on going forward with the black and gold, man. Interesting. All right, we got a few people. The Browns on the clock. Let's see what they're doing. I think somebody might be trying to work with the Browns. I don't think the Browns going to take all of those selections, man. Somebody going to trade with them to get at least get a couple of them picks. That's just ridiculous. And the Browns doing all that and still losing. I like how they allowed to do that. How they allowed to do all that, man? Crazy work. Anyway, when interviews become available, fam, from Jeremiah Wright and or Bryce Lance, we will, I'm gonna play them for y'all, man, as soon as they become available. All right, Trey says, so we don't have no cornerbacks or linebackers. What the hell? Might be coming up, bro. The 5th round might be your round. JSBKD says, hopefully none of our wide receivers get snatched off practice squad because they would end up being wasted pick if so. Walk for Jesus says, people not seeing what they're doing yet, but man, the boy's a dog. I didn't expect it, but man, if they're going double deep, they did a hell of a job. Yeah, this is the fact of the matter is the Saints have they're producing, like I showed y'all on a depth chart when we did the depth chart pull up, and it's sometimes good to see what the Saints doing because you got to put the free agency and the draft together. The offense looks different. Jordan Tyson with Chris Olave. You add the 4th round wide receiver to the mix. Somebody else, they're going to fall off, whether it's Samaya Toure, Ronnie Bell, Elijah Cooks, those guys are going to fall off. Even if it's Moose Alford, if you can't run and compete in a wide receiver room, you done. So that 4th round wide receiver is going to be a player in the Saints offense. He won't, I guarantee you he will. Just like Jordan Tyson is obviously on another level, but in terms of the depth, yes. Travis Etienne, all this other stuff. Then you get David Edwards at the left guard position. You draft Jeremiah Wright to compete with Cesar Ruiz to push him. Cesar Ruiz is mad and wants to prove that he could play, which is where you want him. You want him to get out of that complacency that he was. So regardless or not, you win no matter what happens. Because all you wanted to do was inspire them to be more active and commit to their craft. And regardless or not, that's the energy we operating on because the Saints are picking up to get ready to start winning. Nick Barrett, the defensive tackle from South Carolina, is the pick at 145 for the Chargers. Parker Brailsford, I've been telling y'all about the center from Alabama. That kind of reminds me of Eric McCoy a little bit. And he's picked up by the Browns at 146. The Washington Waterburgers are at 147. Seattle, the Super Bowl champs, are on the clock. Browns, Raiders, Dolphins, Browns, Packers, Niners, Buccaneers, Colts. I think the Saints traded out of their pick. Yep, Saints traded out of their pick. Hold on here. We got a trade here, fam. Did I miss something? Hold on here. Yeah. Hold on, am I? Yeah, I'm right where I'm supposed to be. Look like the Saints traded out of their pick. Hold on, let me get some information on this, fam. Hold on. Oh yeah, Errol Spence is coming back against Tim Sue, set for Sunday, July the 26th. Damn, Errol Spence is finally coming back. Let me see if I can find something on this Saints situation. If y'all got anything, throw it in the chat, fam. Let me know. Did the Saints just trade out of their pick? Yeah, they did. Hold on here. That's the brother of Trey Lance. Okay, I knew that was his brother, man. All right, yeah. Just to let y'all know, Trey Lance brother, Bryce Lance. Yeah, he put that two together. I'm trying to see if the Saints traded out of this pick here. Let me see here. Uh-oh. We got a trade here, fam. The Saints made a trade. Hold on. We got a trade here. Just happened 2 minutes ago. Let me hold on here. We got breaking news here, family. The Saints made a trade here. And I ain't talking about they're acquiring another player. If I can get this damn screen to work. Hold on. I'm getting it. The Saints are trading for Raiders first round edge rusher Tyree Wilson. This is brand new spanking, fam. The Saints, I know they made a trade. Look, this is what we got going on. The Saints, this is Ian Rappaport just minutes ago. The Saints are trading for former Raiders first round edge rusher Tyree Wilson. Per me and Mike Garafolo, a new high ceiling edge in New Orleans. So there you go. That's then that Cam Jordan stuff. Saints traded. They got a veteran edge rusher. Breaking news. The Saints trade. I was like, hold on here. They're not picking here anymore. Let me see. That's interesting. The Saints gave up. Let me see what they're dealing with now. Yeah, they hadn't adapted it now, but they're still working on the details now. But this is what it is. Let me get some information about Tyree Wilson. We'll pull up some stuff by him, fam. But Tyree Wilson is coming to the Big Easy. Hold up. Raiders.com is the one on the scoop. Raiders.com. Let me show y'all this, man. This is fresh happening right now. The Raiders trade up to 150 and send number 219 and defensive end Tyree Wilson to the New Orleans Saints. This is a trade alert. Just happened. The Saints made a trade. For the third time on day 3, the Raiders traded up in exchange for the number 150 pick from the Saints. The Raiders traded their number 219 pick and defensive end Tyree Wilson to the New Orleans Saints. This is the trade right here. So it's just a pick for a player. A 150 for the Raiders, Tyree Wilson. A 150. So the Saints still have their 6 and 7 round picks. So that's the trade right here. So they gave up the 5th rounder. Both their 5th rounders. Let me get this straight. Is that? I hope they didn't give up both of them, but I'm trying to make sense of it, fam. But yeah, this is fresh off the bat right here, man. And let me see if I can pull up something on Tyree Wilson. But this is the trade. Saints send trade up to 150. Raiders trade up to 150 and send 219 and defensive end Tyree Wilson to the Saints. So I'm trying to find. Let me get a fresh look at this as well, and let me pull up something on Tyree Wilson as well to get some information about him. Very interesting for the New Orleans Saints here, man. It's showing as I refresh, the Saints still have possession of their 172, fam. So they just gave up 1 5th round selection, which was that $150 pick to the Raiders. They still have possession of picks 172. So it was just a 1 pick move. That 150 is all they gave up. They still have the second 5th round pick at 172. They still have their pick in the 6th round, which is 190. So all they did was exchange the 150 for Tyree. That's all they did. 1 pick for 1 player. They ain't give up 2 of them. I was like, man, you better not have gave up 2 5th rounders for this guy. So they still can address another position, but they got an edge rush position taken care of. So I don't, yeah. Let me see if I can pull up something on Tyree, give y'all some information on uh, David Tyree as a veteran edge rusher. So the Saints digging in their bag, doing some positive stuff here, man. Hold on, let me get some information on this other guy here for a second. So all they did, according to what I'm seeing, is just traded one pick for him, which is cool. Let's see. Tyree Wilson. All right, here it is. Tyree Wilson. This is the newest Saint, fam. The newest Saint player. Y'all fill in the chat. Let me know, man, how y'all feel about this. Some movement going on with the Saints. Tyree Wilson, 6'5", 263. He was a first-round draft pick back in 2023 from Texas Tech, right? Last year, 25 solo tackles. He had 4 sacks, and we're looking at his span of time with the Raiders. 17 games in 2023. He had 3.5 sacks on 29 total tackles, 1 forced fumble. 2024, 16 games, 27 total tackles, 4.5 sacks, 1 forced fumble. And 2025, 17 games, 35 total tackles, 4 sacks, 1 forced fumble. So let's see, forced fumble. He has 1, 1, and 2. So he has 12 sacks in his 3-year or 4-year career, 4 forced fumbles. So there you go. Tyree, 6'5", 263-pound defensive lineman. The Saints gave up just a 5th-round pick to get this veteran here. So former first-round draft pick just from 2023, going into his 4th year. So he's still very much in his rookie deal going on. So what do y'all think about it, man? Young City says, okay, I like it. All right, Tyree. Yep, Tyree Wilson. How do y'all feel about this trade, man? Brandon said, I'm good with it. Demi said, what's wrong with this player? I don't think nothing wrong with him, Demi. But the thing is, too, that you didn't really surrender anything but a 5th-round draft pick for a guy that's a first-round talent. Obviously, he's playing in the games. And of course, you got to remember the Raiders ain't have the best success and know what they were doing with some of these players. So he's coming from, a little downplayed situation with the Raiders, not knowing exactly how to utilize a guy with talent. But obviously, he's talented enough to be selected, in a top 10. And this is similar to, what the Saints did with Jalen Pope, despite the fact that this guy wasn't hurt, right? The Saints swinging back and picking up talented players. Now, this is Staley. Staley saying, I can make this work. So if you believe in Staley, then you know that Tyree Wilson should be able to have some success in the Saints defense, right? Now he fits the template of what we're looking for insofar as the Saints having a guy that is he's the same size of and height as a Granderson or a Chase Young, right? 6'5", 260, 270, somewhere along in there. But he has a step. He's an athletic player. 12 sacks in 3 years going into the 4th. Like I said, he's a 1st-round pick. The Saints still have at least 2 years remaining. They got the 4th year and the option year for Tyree, and they get a 1st-round talent for a 5th-round pick, and they only surrendered 1 5th-round pick. They still have access to the 2nd pick. So I'm good with it because they did not like what they were seeing so far as what was in that was a bit that was left in the draft. So the Saints did what they went and said, hey man, we don't like all this. Let's see if we can go to Clint Kubiak, who making all these moves, and say, hey, Clint, you won't get rid of that guy. And that's exactly what they did. So the Saints, man, listen, they didn't like what they had. And really the truth of the matter is, like, the Saints could have stood pat and got, but actually think about it like this. If the Saints would have selected at, where were we at, 150? The top guy, Joshua Josephs, which was the best edge rusher that was remaining, he was taken by the Commanders. So all of those guys were off the board. If you're looking for a pass rusher, they're done. They're gone. So like we said, Josephs was he was gone at 147. The Saints pick at 150. So they had like, let's make a move, let's make a deal, and they got a veteran. So I do believe in Coach Staley, and I think that Coach Staley will get some work out of David Tyree. I mean, not David Tyree Wilson. I'm sorry, Tyree Wilson. All right, the dude says he's bet. He's bet.
Talk, boy. He ain't lying.
Oh man, hey man, you ain't lying, brother. Oh man, that's funny, man. Yes, he is better than Foskey. So yeah, let's give it a clap because he's better than us. Clap it up. Oh man. All right. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate the laugh, man. All right. Debo says definitely Dollar Tree quality deal. I mean, the dude's a first rounder, right? He been playing for the Raiders. They took him. He's a 7 overall pick. What was it in 2023 for David Tyree? Oh, I keep saying David Tyree. I'm sorry, Tyree Wilson. I'm sorry, y'all. I got to get that right. This is a new player. I got to get the name right. Tyree Wilson. But it's interesting because he got 12 sacks over the 3 years that he was with the Raiders. He's a 7th overall selection back in 2023 out of Texas Tech. 6'5", 265. Big defensive lineman. Fits what we do. He's a veteran. I think Coach Staley will get the best out. Remember, he will more than likely be your third pass rusher coming up off the bench. He will be, because you still have Chris Rump II. Tyree Wilson more than likely will be that third pass rusher guy that comes in. He has speed and some, and some abilities. And I think Coach Staley can get the most. So yeah, Randy, you're right. It's a low key steal. It is. We get this guy a 1st round draft pick for a 5th round pick. Like we got a 2nd round player for a 5th round pick last year named Jalen Polk. So the Saints keep getting these picks. So what's 150? Top guy as far as the pass rusher was off the board. Where y'all think the Saints go with the next 5th round selection? Very interesting moves that the Saints are making, man. A little action going on here. The Browns continue to make their little picks. They did another one. Justin Jefferson, a linebacker from the University of Alabama at 149. The Raiders take safety Dalton Johnson from Arizona with the Saints 150 pick, or former Saints 50 pick. Zakee Whitley, who's a guy the Saints actually really liked. He was drafted by the Carolina Panthers at 151. Justin Jolly, the tight end I told y'all about from North Carolina State, goes to the Broncos. Sean Payton. Packers made their pick, is in 49ers on the clock. Buccaneers, Colts, Dolphins, Vikings, Bucks, Steelers, Ravens, Vikings, Jags, Titans, Bears, Bills, Chiefs, Browns, Patriots, Saints at 172. So we got a long way to go, 154 to 172. You might as well get a fish bucket, kick your feet up, drink a beer. We still got a ways to go before we get down to it. So David Tyree is your new Tyree Wilson. Tyree Wilson is your new defensive end. Tyree Wilson. Brandon says Wilson might be better off in Staley's. I agree, bro. I agree. Nola says, Double X Nola says, I like it. They want a effing second for Tibbs, and nobody's doing it. That's the reason we pivoted. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you for that. All right. Shazam says they didn't draft him. They did. Right. They didn't draft him. You talking about, yeah. They didn't draft, but getting Wilson here is a big plus, man, because veteran pass rusher, I think we'll be all right, man. We'll be all right. Free Game says we need a safety and edge. They got the edge now. That's the answer. Tyree Wilson is the edge answer. You see what I'm saying? He's the edge answer. Is Tyree Wilson better than the guy? What's his name? Joshua Josephs. Is he better than him? Is he better than Joshua Josephs? I will say yes. He got 3 years of NFL action, 12 sacks. I mean, he's athletic. He's going to shine in the Saints defense. That's all I got. Brandon says, not too bad. Not too bad. Thank you, Brandon. Snake Bite says, interesting. All right. American Made says, Q, give a 5th round pick and get a player plus a 7th round pick at 219. Indeed. The Saints, the Saints did, fam, all they did was, man, listen. Man, all they did was answer a need because getting Tyree Wilson, he's better than any guy you would have drafted in the 5th round anyway, right? So what the Saints just did was they sent 150, one of the 2 5th round picks they had, to answer the edge situation. They gave up a 5th round pick for a guy that was taken in 2023, 7th overall, who's been healthy, doesn't have a health issue. Brandon Staley likes him. He fits and looks like our other guys, and he gonna get that value out of him. So I'm telling you, Tyree Wilson is better than any 5th round defensive edge rusher you was gonna get out of the draft. So the Saints not only answered the edge issue by getting Tyree Wilson, they also was able to sneak around and get a 7th round pick. So they got 5, 6, and 7. The Saints got their 7th round selection back from the Raiders, which was the worst team, a high 7th. And if I'm not mistaken, if it's the Raiders' right pick, that 7th round is the 3rd. That's a 3rd pick in the top of the 7th round. So it's not one of them way to the back of the back to the back to the backs. You get what I'm saying? The Saints answered the edge issue and then got a 7th round pick to go 5, 6, and 7. Come on, Saints. Look, clap it up for the Saints. Come on. Thank you, American Made. And the Saints made a way. I'm telling you, man, that was actually pretty slick the Saints did there. Think about it. Think about it. Tyree Wilson is better than any 5th round guy you're going to get. He has not been healthy, got 12 sacks, and he's been in a subpar defensive system. Staley will use him correctly. Not only do you get the answer at the edge, it's better than any 5th rounder, but you get a 7th round a pick to go along with it. Now you got 3 picks remaining. 5, 5th round, 6th round, and 7th round. At the top of the 7th round, pick number 3 on top of the 7th. Come on, Saints. Come on, Saints. Tasha says, we expect you not to get the names right, Q. Well, hold on now. I'm trying to still figure it out, y'all. Y'all know I'm working it through. You know, Bryce Lance, I got that one, I think. And Tyree Wilson, we just got him here. We still working on it. All right. Thank you very much, Tasha. All right. Ultimate Streams TV says, I like the Saints draft choices so far, bro. Thank you, brother.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Crazy work, because if you look at what the Saints draft do, it is a offensively heavy draft, which lets you know the Saints are wanting to take a step offensively speaking this year with Tyler Shuck. They're going all the way out. George Gums Jr., the defensive end from Florida, 6'4", 250, is off to Indianapolis. That's the selection made as we get down. So we are locked in at the draft. Now we have a 5th, we got a 5th, 6th, and now a 7th round selection. We going all the way through, baby. So we invested. Saints pick up an extra pick further down. How about that? It's pretty good, man. Thank you, Ultimate Streams. Much love. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Saints, man, listen, that was slick side. Yeah, Carlton got it. Was a great trade, fam. Jared Covington says, Foskey, that was a good one. All right. He says, dude, T Dirty did the Foskey skit when he got cut by Felicia. Bye, Felicia. Yeah, I remember that. Shout out to T Dirty, man. Yeah, that's what's up. Tamika says, no spots given. Everything will be earned. Exactly, Tamika. Round of applause. Come on, Saints. There's some mastery going on by Slick Mick and the GMs, man. That sounds like an old 70s groups, Slick Mick and the GMs. Bro, listen. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Brian, thank you, bro. Says, bro, we need a cornerback, and I'm tired of seeing the other teams' division get quality cornerbacks. Yeah, perhaps, bro, that might be the selection coming up with the next pick that we have. We still got 3 picks remaining. The next 5th round pick will be coming up. We got a whiles to go because right now we at 154 and the Saints pick at 172. But the reality is that these clocks turn very fast. They spin very fast. All right, so Jager Burton was picked up by the Green Bay Packers. That's the center out of the University of Kentucky. At 153, 154, Jaden Duger, the linebacker from Louisiana. Here he's picked up by Louisiana Lafayette. He's picked up by the 49ers. DeMonte Capehart, the big defensive tackle from Clemson, is headed to Tampa Bay. They continue to build up what they got going on. I talked about George Gums Jr. going to the Colts, and the Lions are on the clock. We still got the Dolphins on the clock. Lions pick is in. We'll see what they got going on. So nonetheless, there's still a lot of people out there for the Saints to look at drafting, right? I know we still haven't got it, but Jelon Kilgore is still available. Harold Perkins is still on the board for the Saints. And if could you imagine the Saints did all this and then go back to, the Who Dat Nation would be like, thank you, Brian. The Who Dat Nation would be totally just loving this, right? The Saints go back, bam, get Perkins with the 5th round pick after making a trade to satisfy the edge. Yeah. We'll see, man. We'll see what they got going on, man. But right now, fam, I gotta tell you, man, you gotta love what the Saints got going on. I know y'all wasn't favorites of Bryce Lance, his selection. I know you guys wasn't exactly, thrilled about that maneuver, but nonetheless, man, listen. The Saints doing. I gotta give them some love, man. The Saints handling their damn business, man. They handling their damn business over there, man. That trade to get Tyree Wilson, that was a slick side, sneaky move, good move by the Saints, man. That was awesome. That was awesome. But nonetheless, as we keep this thing moving, we still have some needs that we have to deal with, that we have to take care of, right? We still got some stuff going on that we need to take care of, right? So first and foremost, Tyree Wilson, welcome to the Saints. You got a new Who Dat in the building. So shout out to him. And the reality is, Mike Garafolo said the Saints called the Giants. This is a backdrop on it, family. Mike Garafolo said the Saints called the Giants about Kayvon Thibodeau last month. Wouldn't go high enough for Joe Schoen and John Harbaugh to consider moving him. Turned their attention to another highly rated drafted edge player and grab Wilson. That's what Mike Garafolo said about that whole situation. And shout out to our RAS football. They had a good one. I'm gonna retweet this, but he making some good. The ROS, the relatively athletic scores. Guess who scored very high on their RAS score, and the Saints covered the hell out of it. Bryce Lance is drafted in the 4th round, pick 136 in 2026 draft class, scored a 9.95 on the RAS out of a possible 10.00. That ranked 23 out of over 4,000 wide receivers from 1987 to 2026. The Saints love that RAS stuff. So you can see what we're talking about here, man. This guy is going to be very much involved in what's going on with the Saints wide receiver room. You're going to see that. And then another surprise to kind of put it on you guys is the fact that we looking at still in all that Garrett Nussmeier, Gus's son, is still on the board. He's still on the board. And at some point, I think he'll get drafted sooner or later. And I don't think he gets out of the 5th round at all. He might be, matter of fact, he might be getting picked up over the next few spots. Keith Abney, the cornerback from Arizona State, gets picked up by the Detroit Lions with 157. Michael Taft, the safety from the Texas Longhorns, picked up by 158 by the Dolphins. Vikings got their pick in. The Buccaneers is on the clock. Still a lot of space between now and the Saints at 172, but the clocks, they're moving. A lot of people is in. So Nussmeier is one of the top. Nussmeier, in terms of the quarterback, is still available. Taylor Green, a fantastic athletic quarterback, is there on the board. So you'll see some of these guys fly off between I think Garrett Nussmeier gets drafted somewhere in the 5th round. I don't think he gets out of the 6th round. One would hope anyway. Some of the top people still available. Jelani Kilgore at safety. We got offensive tackle Demetrius Crownover from Texas A&M. Brian Parker, the second offensive guard from Duke. Linebacker Deontay Lawson from Alabama. Harold Perkins is still there. Offensive guard Anez Cooper is still available. Running back Nicholas Singleton from Penn State, a real good one there. VJ Payne, safety from Kansas State, 6'3", 200-plus pound safety is still available. Emmett Johnson, explosive, undersized running back, is still available. Cornerback Chandler Rivers from Duke, undersized 195 ball hawk. He's available. Joe Royer, a tight end from from Cincinnati, rather, who the Saints actually scouted, is there. As far as the Saints are concerned, Charles Demings, a cornerback, is there. We got a couple of people that keep trying to ask running back there. But like I said, my Saints might be working off the board, off the best of the BP now. They got the edge rusher situation resolved. We got to be looking at a cornerback or something like that. The top cornerbacks available, like I said, Charles Demings, Dumani Jackson. It's a couple of my religious cornerbacks to talk about as well. Hold on, somebody got my other religion. Somebody got Psylocke. Yeah, he gone. Hezekiah Masters is still there. But Prylock, somebody got my other religious. He snuck up off the board, man. Yeah, Dad went around somewhere. I don't know where he went at. Yeah, but Buccaneers on the clock, man. We'll see what the pick is. Them actually look like Kansas City is on the clock. Did they trade? Yeah, they had some kind of trade went on here, man. Kansas City some kind of way got involved. There's a trade here as the Kansas City Chiefs got involved. The Chiefs done made a trade. They done stepped in there. What the Chiefs trade for? They've been active all damn draft, sneaking around everywhere. Who they looking at? The pick is in. Let's see, they're looking. Is they trying to get Nuss? They snuck in there to get Nussmeier. Is that what that is? Let's see what the call is for them on that. I don't know. All right, shout out to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. Debo says, somebody like the Saints draft picks because it sure ain't me. What's the problem, bro? What's the problem? Brandis, I'm surprised that Deion Burks, the wide receiver from Oklahoma, is still on the board. Yes, he is. And that might be what the Chiefs are doing. They moving in there to try to get Deion Burks. It might be. The pick is in. We don't know what it is yet. Trey says, go get Pat Coogan in the 7th round. Okay. All right. I like Coogan. All right. Ultimate says Slick Mick and the GMs. Yeah, there you go. It is. Mickey Loomis got a bunch of former general managers working with him. I'm going to have to create a graphic, y'all. Slick Mick and the GMs. There's a bunch of them. Slick Mick and the GMs. All right. Some guy says we might be able to have the flexibility to trade Olave during the season. Oh, so you don't think the Saints are going to commit to keeping Chris Olave? Is that what you're saying, some guy? Let me know in the chat. Debo says ESPN is bringing back Perk's name up now. He's going to get drafted. Thomas Taylor, the Taylor says, I'm happy with them making it. I am too, man. I'm happy with the moves. I think the trade for to get Tyree Wilson from the Raiders, I thought that was a slick side genius move by Slick Mick and the GMs. I think that was a smart move because they were trying to get Kayvon Thibodeau. The Giants wanted too much for him. So they just pivoted and got to use just one of their 5th round picks to get the player. And like I said, whether you take the 5th and 4th round and put them together, you still ain't going to find a more talented player than Tyree Wilson out of those young, undeveloped guys. I mean, the guy was doing it in the league. And obviously, if you know anything about the Raiders defense, you know that they were kind of not everything. You know, they weren't the best defense in the world. So he had the talent, obviously. But you get the guy ain't like he 10 years in the league. You get a Tyree Wilson, who was a 7th overall player in the 2023 draft out of Texas Tech. He had 12 sacks. He going into his 4th season. You still have 2 years on his contract, the 4th year and the potential option. You get a first round talent for a 5th ranked player for a 5th round price. And plus, you just didn't go player for a pick. You actually went player pick, which means you gave them a 5th for their player and they gave you a 7th rounder just to facilitate him on out of town. So you picked up a 7-round pick where you had no 7-round picks before. So now you have 5, 6, and 7. So I mean, and then you fit the need. So it's just the rest is just going after. Now a lot of people would love to see if the Saints can pick up a defensive back to go along with what's going on. And I think that more than likely will happen in the 5th round. But that was a slick side genius move by Slick making the GMs. Tasha says, Q, I think y'all will do well this year. I hope we do. Yeah, Tasha, y'all are drafting very well. They are locked in, and they offensively speaking, they were handling business. Defensive was the problem with the Cowboys last year. They got a lot of talent on that side now. Caleb Downs I remember when I watched that press conference, he didn't look kind of free. You remember Caleb Downs grew up a Saints man. He was at that press conference. He was happy to be drafted, but you can look in his face and see like, man, I'm a Cowboy now. That's how a Saints man would be like, damn, I grew up a diehard. Diehards go right at them Cowboys. Now you a Cowboy? That's culture shock right there. But he was still thankful for being there, and he'll then switch on his bag and be going at people that passed up on him. You know, that's just the competitive side of him too. But y'all are doing a stellar job, man, to be honest with y'all, of putting some stuff together over there. I just got to give it to y'all, man. Y'all know what y'all doing drafting. Y'all know their weaknesses, and that's how you improve. You got to know where to go to get the team right. Yeah. All right. Make it drafting like his job on the line. Slick making the GMs. Baron Brown is a better return man than Aaron. He is, bro. He is. It's LSU guys. Some guys say I think we're gearing up to trade. Yeah, I think I mentioned that. Lance Arias is better than Neighbors. Yeah, that's crazy work, isn't it, Brian? The Saints, listen, that's the thing with the Saints. B Flat, what's up, bro? Says based on last year's draft, I trust the new approach to this draft. Some were not happy with last year's QB selection. The rebuild is on. Thank you, B Flat. Charlie Dog says, you sure you're okay? Yeah, he is. I don't know what Debo. What's the problem, bro? What's the problem? What's the issue? I can understand they didn't pick up so Kansas City moved up. They got Emmett Johnson, a running back from Nebraska. Okay, there you go. They moved up to go and get a running back to help out. They're drafting really well too, the Kansas City Chiefs, man, after missing out on the playoffs last year. They coming back strong. Hemisphere says, I wanted Nuss Bus to be benched after Ole Miss game. I don't want him to be in the black and gold, even if his dad's on. I don't think he will be the choice. I don't think he'll be the choice. Yeah, I think at some point somebody's going to draft him between now and when the Saints select at 172. We currently at 162. That's 10 picks. And there's still a bunch of teams that could use a young quarterback. The Ravens could use one. The Bears could possibly use one. The Bills could use a backup quarterback. The Steelers most certainly could use, well, they pick up Drew Allard, so I guess that knocked them out. The Browns don't need him. The Patriots perhaps is an interesting option for him as well. But I don't think the Saints get him at 172. If the Saints pick Nussmeier's son up at stop the press. Y'all playing games now. Stop the press. They say Saints draft Garrett Nussmeier with the 2nd, 5th round pick, man, stop the presses, bro. Stop the press. Y'all playing too many games, Slick making the GMs. Jason says, nah, Debo, it's just boring because we're drafting needs and not wants. American Mayor says cornerback, center, and linebacker. Indeed, that's a good call. Rand says, what do you think about Jelani Kilgore? I think Kilgore would be a good choice for the Saints. Now, of course, y'all know I like to have my guy in there, playing for him. But like I said, man, Harold Perkins, because I think Harold Perkins can do what a defensive back does. He got the same skill set. Plus, it's a local tie. Getting Harold Perkins went to LSU. They get a LSU drafted player there. He fits a need. We're doing good. We're doing good. But, but Kilgore would definitely be a good addition. The Saints looked at him. They took Zakee Wheatley, the Carolina Panthers did, and Kilgore would be a good addition there. They call him a safety, but he's one of these box guys that come up and pop the piss out of you. He can drop into coverage. He got good speed, stuff like that. So yeah, the Saints like Kilgore, but I think I wouldn't be mad if he's the choice if we can get there, if he can get there, because it's a lot of time between now and then, and a lot of teams ahead of the Saints right now. Billy Scharf was the pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They got a guard from Notre Dame at pick 160. The first fullback off the board, Max Bredesen, fullback from Michigan at 159 for the Minnesota Vikings. Chiefs, but they picking, I already told you what they're picking. It's the running back from Nebraska. The Ravens are on the clock, followed by the Vikings, Jags, Titans, Bears, Bills, Steelers, Browns, Patriots, and then Saints at 172. At 172. All right, so we got a little rolling to go, fam. Kilgore, I think, it would be a good addition. Thank you, bro. Clint says I'd be good with Kilgore or Perkins with our next pick. I'm cool with that as well. Duke says he's big and tall. Debo says, honestly, the team's biggest needs were wide receiver. They got it. Cornerback, not yet. Edge rusher, they addressed it. Linebacker, not yet. So you kind of 50-50, so I can see where you at, bro. American Made says wish list cornerback, linebacker, center. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I'm cool with all those, bro. Who that? What's up, Professor? Says Hezekiah Mass is cornerback and Jelon Kilgore safety. Harold Perkins in the 5th round. Thank you, bro. Dan Mart, let his play do the talking. We will see. Yes, indeed. All right, bro. All right, Bugatti Bueller says back from getting a haircut. Who's the other fourth round pick for the Saints? Well, the other 4th round pick for the Black and Gold. Well, there was 2. Jeremiah Wright was the big offensive lineman from Auburn. Saints scouted him. Ultimately, bringing him in, he played more, right guard coming out of Auburn. He's a mauler, and he plays with a mean streak. Big guy, 6'5", 300 plus pounds, 330 pounds. He's a mauler with a mean streak. So he'll be positioned as key competition for the salad. Bryce Lance, who's the other 4th round selection, is a 6'3", 205-pound wide receiver from North Dakota State, has very respectable numbers as a receiver, doesn't have a history as a returner or anything like that, which means Saints going to see this guy as a guy that big, tall wide receivers that can run down the damn field. That's what this is. Chris Olave, speed upfield, verticality. Jordan Tyson, verticality. He can do it all. Those guys, he can run inside. He can do it all. Divine Vele, big 6'5", whatever. Good 40 time. Bryce Lance, 6'3", 205, 4.34 in the 40. Not just speed, but his stats. He show him on footage catching the ball. Had really good numbers, 20-something touchdowns, I want to say, that he caught in with him. So, I mean, it's a curious pick, but you can see if you put it all together that there was only one up to this point, get it straight, only one defensive pick for the Saints in this draft. And that was Christian Miller in the 2nd round, the McNose tackle. Everything else has been completely offensive. 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and an offensive guard. This is a heavy offensive-centered draft. This is Kellen Moore putting his offense together, the run and hit and get downfield. Thank you, my man. Appreciate you, brother. All right. So anyway, he said, okay, I didn't miss much. Nah, you missed the trade. Oh, yeah, bro, you missed the trade too. The trade, man, the Saints traded for somebody. They sent one of the 5th round picks in trade to get a defensive end. You missed some stuff. You hold on now, you missed some stuff. You got a new defensive end here, man. Yeah, there you go. You got a new defensive end, Tyree Wilson from the Raiders. The Saints sent one of their 5th-round picks to get this guy, and the Raiders sent him and a 7th-round pick back to you. And you know what that means? You got a 7th-round pick. So yeah, you missed some stuff. So you got a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th. So yeah, you missed a little bit. Somebody told me, I was like, what? What the hell? Yeah, you kind of got a little busy for you, brother. You kind of tailed off there for a little bit, but we got you straight now. All right, so here go the last 3 picks here as we kind of cruise down to where the Saints pick at 172. We're at 166. Emmett Johnson, the running back, Kansas City traded up to go and get him. Chandler Rivers, the cornerback from Duke, is Baltimore's pick. Charles Demings, the guy we telling about, Stephen F. Austin, the cornerback, he's picked up by the Vikings. Tanner Kazoil, the tight end from Houston, is Houston University is the pick for the Jaguars at 164. The Titans got their pick in. The Bears are on the clock. And then there's Bills, Steelers, Browns, Patriots, and the Saints at 172. So we getting very close to our next pick here. And while that's going on here, let me kind of see if I can get. All right. So let me kill this other poll. 220 plus people said thoughts on the 4th-round picks. They are good. 72% of them said great moves. Okay, I'm going to shut that poll down. Start the 3rd poll of the broadcast, which would be a poll asking the Who Dat Nation, how do they feel about the trade for Tyree Wilson? All right. Let me ask you guys how you feel. All right, here we go. For the family members, 3rd poll is up, and it says, how do you feel about the trade? How do you feel about the trade for Tyree Wilson? Great move, not so great move. Y'all let me know. For the 300 plus people watching the stream, y'all do me a favor. First and foremost, shout out to FanDuel, the official sponsor of the show. Also, hit the like button, hit the sub if you're not a sub, or subscribe. Please hit the subscribe button on our push to get 15K. We're about less than 300 folks from hitting that 15K. Sports Coma been representing for well over a decade. We up in this thing. We appreciate you guys' support. Shout out to our Patreon and YouTube membership family. The new Jordan Tyson film breakdown is available for our YouTube membership and Patreon family. That's up. And then before Tuesday, we'll have complete film breakdown on all of the rest of the guys. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th-round selections will be available with film. We'll do that. Dakari, shout out to you, says, Q, what do you think of the trade? I thought the trade was a very smart trade, bro. Like I said, I like the Saints trade because they did not relent. That's the funny and great thing about it all at the same time. The Saints did a wonderful job, family, of locking in, right? Because look at it like this. Not only did the New Orleans Saints get the answer at edge, and I want people to consider this. There is no other defensive end you're going to find in the 5th round that's going to be better than Tyree Wilson. Think about that. And then Joshua Josephs, the defensive end from the University of Tennessee, had went several picks before the Saints at 150. He was gone. So the Saints surveyed the board. They wanted an edge rusher at the position, and they did the next best thing. They reached out, worked the phones, and found Tyree Wilson. There is no 5th-round pick that you're going to have that's going to be better than him. And he basically a plug-and-play guy in the system of Brandon Staley, who he's the same size, weight, and everything as the guys you currently have. Plus, he has a history of sacks and playing. He doesn't have an injury history either. He plays. So you get him in the 4th year of his rookie deal. And then, of course, there's the 5th-year option because he was a 7th overall pick back in 23, I think it was. So you get a first-round talent for a 5th-round cost. And plus, wait, and there's more. You buy the futon, you get the set against Unais for half cost. But the other part of the deal is that not only did they give you a first-round player for a 5th-round cost, but they sent the 7th-round pick along with them. So you got a 7th-round pick back. So you have 5, 6, and 7. And the Saints only surrendered one of the 5s. So they still got the other 5, a 6, and a 7 because of the Tyree. I got to give him a hand clap on that. Come on. That was slick side brilliant. Shout out to Mick and Loomis and Slick Mick and the GMs. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, you can see I thought it was a real brilliant move, to be honest with you. You know, I'm like, damn, that was actually pretty slick there, old Slick Mick. Oh, I know, goddammit. You know, I told you I got something rolling around up top here, man. That's clam chowder, I tell you, man. That clam chowder, you eat it, man, it make your brain powerful. Oh, I got that. All right, big ups to y'all. What's up, Jason? Shout out to you as well. What's up, Adrian? Much love, fam. Appreciate y'all for being in this thing, man. We keeping this thing moving and grooving and grooving and moving. Y'all hit that like button for me. All right, so Nicholas Singleton. There you go, fam. Nicholas Singleton, the fantastic, another really solid running back, man, that I liked on film. Because Emmett Johnson went at 161 to the Chiefs. They traded up to go and get the Nebraska running back. He will really help. Then the Titans picking up some help for Cam Ward. Nicholas Singleton out of Penn State's really good running back. That's going to help him. And then at 166, the Bears take a linebacker in Keyshawn Elliott out of Arizona State. So there you go. The Bills have their pick the Bills have 2 back-to-back picks. They got 167, the pick is in for that, and 168, they're on the clock for that. So the Steelers, Browns, Patriots, Saints at 172 coming up. We're vastly approaching our mark. Like I said, there's still guys still left. Garrett Nussmeier is still on the damn board. That's what I'm talking about. Very interesting. So a lot of people still available. Jalon Kilgore, Garrett Nussmeier. I ain't saying we picking these guys, but these some of the guys left. Brian Parker, the second from Duke, is an offensive guard that's still available. I don't see the Saints going guard. Maybe another tackle. A center prospect will be good for the Saints going forward. Let me see if I can refresh right here because I know the Bills, they're still on the clock with one of their picks, unless they trade. Look like somebody traded out. Yeah, the Bills look like they traded. They pick out. Yeah, they traded it to Detroit. Yeah, they had 2 picks and looked like the Bills traded the 168 to the Detroit Lions. So the Lions stepped up and please don't tell me they're doing this to go and get our guy. Usually they see somebody on the board. It more than likely might be Nussmeier. Could it be Nussmeier going to get a quarterback? But please don't be our guy. You don't move out of here to go get nobody. But Kilgore, as far as the Saints are concerned, some of the talent I mentioned, Kilgore, the defensive back is there. We could still Deontay Lawson, the linebacker from Alabama, Harold Perkins is still on the board there. There are a couple of guys still remaining there that could help the Saints out. To be honest with you, like I said, we meet needs. Ain't no doubt about it, man. The Saints covering needs, fam. They're meeting needs, but we know Detroit snuck up in there, and they on the clock. They see somebody they like. We'll monitor it. All right, Debo says I want Perk. I don't know. Yeah. I think he'll be happy after Jelon Kilgore is off the board. The Buffalo Bills made the selection. So Jelon Kilgore is off the board, fam. So he's going to be a Bill. So Kilgore, the best safety remaining in the draft that's available, he's done. He's off the board now to the Bills. He's off the board. So Kilgore is gone. Kilgore's gone. He's going to the Bills. The Lions are currently on the clock, followed by the Steelers, Browns, Patriots, and Saints. If I'm the Saints and I'm looking at, and listen, I'm just saying, if Harold Perkins is sitting there at 5, I'm taking him. I'm taking him. If I'm Staley, I'm like, listen, Coach Moore, you sit up here and you use all these picks on defensive players, and I need a linebacker. You know, well, you don't need a linebacker, but you could use a linebacker, or the guy really a defensive back. Okay, Detroit's pick is in. But if I'm Coach Staley, I'm sitting up here saying, okay, I got the defensive tackle. You got me on that. But all these other picks are offensive picks. When am I going to get my guy? Well, this will be that opportunity for him to get it. Now, Kilgore is gone. The Detroit Lions jumped up there. They're going after somebody. You know, they're going after somebody. Kendrick Law is the wide receiver from Kentucky. So they jumped up and went got Kendrick Law, 5'11", 203 wide receiver from Kentucky. So they traded up. So our guy's still on the board. Our guy. So there you go. So Kendrick Law is the pick for the Detroit Lions. Kilgore is going to the Buffalo Bills, a pick before. I think it's the Steelers. Steelers are on the clock now. The Steelers, Browns, Patriots, Saints. That's the order right here. So the Steelers on the clock. So let's see what happened. Nussmeier, Steelers, Browns. I don't think Nussmeier going to the Steelers. They drafted Drew Allar. So ain't no need to bring Nussmeier there. He could probably fall out. I mean, any other teams in the second round that could use him. The 49ers would be a perfect spot for him. I wouldn't want him to go to Eagles, you know, but then again, they're kind of rough. But yeah, I wouldn't be mad at, you know, him. The Dolphins would be a good fit for him. Hell, the Chiefs, the Dolphins, the 49ers, even the Bills. Yeah, either one of those teams would be good pickups, spots for Nussmeier to go to. Boy, he could completely almost fall out of the fifth round. But Burks, I don't know what's going on with Deion Burks, but he's still available from Oklahoma. So yeah, there's quite a few people here. Deion Burks is still on the board. That's crazy. You know, we'll see what happened with Harold Perkins, but there are a couple other. VJ Payne's another guy. He's a big physical cornerback, 6'3", 210, safety. VJ Payne from Kansas State. As far as the DBs are concerned, with the New Orleans Saints. The linebackers, so we're talking linebackers, Dante Lawson from Alabama. We know Perkins. Lander Barton from Utah. The Saints actually, I think they scouted Lander Barton. 6'5", 230. Torian York from Texas A&M, undersized linebacker. There are a couple of guys, man, that's still available. Some of these other guys probably going round 6, but Lawson and Perkins seem like they might be the guys that'll be the next shoe to drop. The cornerback side of things is Domani Jackson from Alabama, 6'1", 195. He's still available. Hezekiah Massis, 6'1", 180 from California is there. Thaddeus Dixon's another one of the favorites that I watched him play. He did some positive stuff. From a safety perspective, we already talked about Payne. Lorenzo Styles from Ohio State's another guy, 6'1", 195. Lewis Moore from Indiana is kind of an undersized player, but a ball hawker. So they got a couple of people there. Robert Spears Jennings from Oklahoma, 6'2", 205. There's there. And then, of course, Riley Nowakowski. He's a tight end from Indiana, 6'2", 250. He is Pittsburgh's choice at their selection. Riley Nowakowski. He doesn't look like a Nowakowski, but he is Riley Nowakowski. Yeah, all right. Steelers get him a tight end right there. Browns on the clock, then Patriots and Saints. All right, so we moving now, man. We moving. We are moving. All right, big ups to y'all, man. All right, Steel Bill says probably Minnesota. Okay. English, I'm fine with it all. Really solid prospects, best receiver available, indeed. Debo says Nuss is. Yeah, I think when you see the Saints select that will really all pull it together. I think people be like, wow, that was an excellent draft by the Saints. If you can get Perkins at once, they got to be looking at that and saying, man, we can get Harold Perkins at pick 172, the second in the fifth round, a first round talent like that for our defense, and a guy could play the star role. He runs a 4.3. He's 6'1", 220, runs a 4.38 in the 40, could cover tight ends and wide receivers and backs and running backs out the backfield. And he's sitting in your face. Pause on the play. Put pause. What old boy said, no puff on the play. Boy, he's sitting right there at pick 172. You got to pull the lever. You got to pull the lever on him. You got to pull the lever. All right, we haven't even looked at the cornerback. That's crazy. Duke says correct. Big Q, exactly. Good move. And getting Tyree Wilson 5'6'7". Indeed, bro. That was Slick Mick and the GMs. They stepped up on that one. This was a cornerback deep draft, and we took 0. Okay, Jack doesn't like the fact that we did not pick up a cornerback. We still got 3 picks remaining, though, family. We still have 3 picks to go. Charlie Dog says Perkins is still sliding down the draft board. He's not hurt. It's just people. I'm telling you, if the Saints pass on him, I would be like, what is going on? You know, the Browns is there, but there's still some guys heading ahead of us, man. The Patriots could be a stealer. And I mean, the fact that they could steal, they love LSU players, the Steelers. So we'll see what goes on there. They love LSU guys. He could be a steal there because, like I said, he's not a linebacker. He could play the linebacker position, but he's like a tweener. He's a defensive back because he's faster than a defensive back, man. He's faster than a defensive back, but he's aggressive. He would be the perfect complement for this defense. He would be perfect. I just want, please, they traded to get Tyree Wilson with the first 5th round pick. This pick, if they can land Perk, and then they addressed the Tyree Wilson with the pass. Oh my goodness. I would be like, Saints knocked it out of the park. They're doing a good job, but that would be awesome to get Perk at 172, sitting there right there. My dog says no more slots playing receiver. Yeah. Jack says, don't we look at VJ Payne too? Kilgore is gone, but Payne is still left. Yeah. I mean, it could be. We'll see. God's put secure. How good is Tyree Wilson from the Raiders? He's, I ain't gonna say serviceable because that's disrespectful. He got like 12 sacks in 3 years, but in a reserve capacity, in an underwhelming defensive situation with the Raiders. So, he has talent. If you look at Tyree Wilson's tape from Texas Tech, that's how he became a 7th overall selection in the draft. Like, he fires off the edges. He's tall. He got the athleticism, but he just didn't make that step with the Raiders. So it could be, I think, him coming here, and this is a Staley move. Staley's like, yeah, let's go get him. I think I can use him. I can make him work in my defense. Coach Staley said that. So, I know he ain't officially said, but I'm saying I know I can hear it based on the trade. Like, yeah, that guy will work. He opens up right there. A veteran coming in here as opposed to a rookie, a 5th round rookie. You got to show him the ropes that you plug and play with Tyree Wilson. So I think he will be a good fit for us inside of that Staley defense. That's the great part about it. Thomas Taylor said, I just looked up Bryce Lance, and that boy is yeah, I know. I was talking about that, bro, when we made the selection. When they made the selection, I was like, who is this guy? And then I said, let me look up his speed because I see he had the size, so I had to see how fast he was, and do he have the stats along with it? And he does. He has 70-something. The man didn't he have like 17 touchdowns the year before? Let me see if I can pull up his stat card for y'all, man, so y'all can see what I'm talking about. And by the way, here's this. Let me show y'all Tyree Wilson again for the family members. This is the new Saints defensive end we got in the 5th round for a 5th round selection, and they gave us a 7 to collect them. He has 14 sacks in the 3 years. He's in the 4th year of his rookie contract, and also they'll have the option 5th year. So the Saints get a 1st round. You can see he was a 7th overall pick back in 2023, still within his rookie contract, 6'5", 265 pounds, 12 sacks. He look at the games. He's played 50 games in 3 years. It just hadn't caught his mark there. So you get a guy like that that's actually, not bad at all. And then you get a second round pick to take him. Saints cleaned up on that deal. Now, let me see if I can go and find, as we get close, the pick is in. The Saints already made the pick here. Hold on here. Okay, the pick is in, y'all. I guarantee this is going to be Harold Perkins. That pick went in too fast. It's got to be Perk. Come on, Slick Mick and the GMs. Let's get it. It's gotta be Perkins. The pick is in. Boy, that went fast too. Let me see if I could pull up. Man. Let's see, yeah. All right. Saints' next pick will be a 6th round pick. Man, this is gonna be a good one, man. It's gonna be a good one here, fam. Well, let's see what the pick is in. All right, let's see what y'all think it is. Let me get a family members an opportunity. Oh man, it's Lorenzo Styles. Come on. I ain't mad at the pick though, but Lorenzo Styles from Ohio State is the pick. Come on. What's up, man? Oh man. But anyway, shout out to Lorenzo Styles. This is the Saints 5th round pick right here. I don't know what's going on with the Harold Perkins move, man. I don't know what's going on, but Lorenzo Styles is the pick. We get our defensive back, 6'1", 200 pounds. I mentioned it before, from Ohio State. He's listed as a safety prospect, so the Saints get him in here. Another Ohio State Buckeye joins the team. Last year, he had 30 total tackles, 18 solos. He did not have a sack or an interception in any of the 3 years that he played at Ohio State. So we getting Lorenzo Styles onto the team. So Lorenzo Styles, we get our defensive back for the New Orleans Saints, and it's going to be Lorenzo Styles, fam. So Perkins was sitting right there. The Saints say, I think we like Lorenzo a little bit better. Here's the NFL breakdown on him. 6 feet, good size for him, dude. 195. Styles has made improvements during his transition from receiver to defensive back over the last 3 seasons. However, tight hips and a lack of route recognition are double whammies that slow his departure and limits his ball production in man coverage. He appears alert and responsive from short zone and plays with good leverage, which could be something to build on. Styles needs to become a bigger factor in run support, though. His cover talent on special teams could buy him some time, but making the practice squad might be the most reasonable goal at this junction. I think this is an important part of the scouting report that could indicate why, something like this was done. His cover talent on special teams. At this point, the Saints looking at kind of moving around and doing some positive stuff here in terms of having it. But Lorenzo Styles is the bet for the black and gold. They end up with a defensive back. It's not the one that we thought. I did mention him, but yeah, there you go. And then also, fam, I know a lot of family members like myself wanted to get Harold Perkins, but the reality is Lorenzo Styles is some positives to him drafting him outside of him having good speed, 6'1", 195. He began his career as a wide receiver at Notre Dame before transferring to Ohio State and transitioning to defense. The dude has a 4.27 40-yard dash, which, oh my goodness, this is speed extraordinaire. This dude could be the fastest guy on the team. 4.27 in the 40. Second fastest overall time at the combine. At safety, he still is a raw player who struggles to make open field tackles and lacks some coverage quality. Styles has good ball skills to make plays on the ball when in position. He makes up what he lacks with exceptional closing speed. Styles is a willing player in run support. He has the athletic tools to immediately contribute on special teams. There you go, fam. 2 different scouting reports saying the same thing about this is a special teams contributor. Buying him some time and continued development at safety, Scouts Inc. 4.27 in the 40. That is insane, man. 4.27. Wow. But we get a defensive player, man, and Lorenzo Styles, man. That was a very interesting fifth round. Wow. We had a trade. We had some, some stuff going on there. But we didn't get the guy we thought we was going to get, and he will continue to slide. I don't know. I don't think the Saints even look in his direction, man. We pass up on him like that, but that's mostly a special teams situation. We'll see what they think about it. We'll ask Kelly more about it at the end of the thing. But boy, what is this? That's ridiculous. Yeah, he didn't have too many interceptions, but that's crazy work that this kid runs a 4.27 in the 40. That's insane. That is insane. That's insane, man. What do you guys think about the fifth round? Let me close out the question. We had over 120 voters. How do you feel about the trade for Tyree Wilson? 90% of the family members said great move. 10% says not so great. So we're going to close out that poll, and we're going to do our fourth poll. And I'm going to ask you guys, how do you feel about the fifth round pick? And I want y'all all, hold on here. Hold on, I want all y'all to get into this poll. If you're listening, first and foremost, almost 400 listening across the many different platforms we're multi-streaming at. If you want to vote, to all the family members that's not on YouTube, please feel free to come over to YouTube to get your vote in about that, right? Shout out to you guys. How do you feel about this pick? Let me put it in the comment section. All right, here we go. How do you feel about the fifth round pick? Poll is up, fam. Can't wait. All right, so I separated them. I asked you about the trade to get Tyree Wilson. You guys love that. 90% of the family members love it. Now I'm asking you about the fifth round selection of the young cornerback we just picked up. What do you think about Lorenzo Styles Jr.? Obviously, this is a special teams selection right here. In the fifth round, they're getting a guy, with in the special team side of things to kind of help out with that. That's what we got going on. So we'll see what's going on there, man. Let me hear from y'all, man. Hit that damn poll up and I know y'all got some stuff to say. Y'all hit the poll up. Let me know how y'all feel about the Saints. They're selecting of one Lorenzo Styles Jr. in a very eventful fifth round, actually. That I was kind of, to get into the Tyree Wilson trade, then the all this other stuff. Yeah. Alex says project player over Perkins is ridiculous. All right. Thank you, Kelvin. What's up, Kelvin? Says Perkins must have some type of injury we don't know about. Yeah, I don't understand that, bro. I'm gonna have to look that up. Tamika calls him a speed demon. 4.27? Fam, a lot of people like Q, like, what the hell? It's a special team selection. That's pretty much what it is. The guy is a 6'1" cornerback, 190 something odd pounds with 4.27 speed. He's the fastest guy on the team right now. And you have the Saints prioritizing speed all over the damn place, man. Yeah, but this is definitely a special teams pickup right here for the team. Jack says every pick, Big Q sounds like a broken record. This could be the fast guy. I know. Yeah. I'm saying, bro, because that's what these guys, they're getting fast guys, right? We know the other young man was 4.3. What was he? A 4.34? This guy's a 4.27. What? What was Rashid Shaheed? This kid could be as fast as what was Rashid Shaheed's speed? Use him like Mel Gray. All right. Mel Gray, old school throwback. He can fly. Yeah, I see that, bro. That's what I was saying, man. That's crazy. 4.27? Yeah. Oh, James said he'll be there at 190. You think so, bro? We'll see, man. We'll see with the Saints. He said whatever it is, Q, just relax. He'll be there at 190. Okay. He'll be yeah, Q, listen, man, something going on. He'll be there at 190. Ain't no biggie. Ain't no biggie. It's all right. Boy, if we get Perkins, if he survives and he's there in the 6th round, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. All right. All right. Shout out to you guys. Much love. What's up, Triple D? Shout out to Serenity. What's up, Serenity? Big ups to her. Sanaya. Sandman. Serenity. What's happening, y'all? All right. Much love. All right, Brother Eric said, I love Perkins, but he doesn't fit our 3-4 defense unless he can switch to the in-box safety star position. I think that was the idea, Eric. Appreciate your comment, my brother. But I agree. But he can, if you think about his skill set, he can play the star role. But the thing is, Coach Staley, and I know Coach Staley is a smart man, he could see that. A linebacker, he called a linebacker, but realistically, he's a DB. I'm just saying, because some people kind of, even as talented, he's a 4.38 and a 40. He can cover everybody. He can cover tight ends. He can cover wide. He's fast enough to cover wide receivers. He cover fast backs out of the backfield. He can do it all. I just don't know if they see his value to be passing on him for a 4.27, 6'1", 195-pound quarterback out of Ohio State that never had an interception before, who's listed as a safety. So he's listed as a safety, could be he's definitely a special teams contributor. 4.27 speed, the Saints want to get fast. Furious styles, indeed, man. Black and go black. Dumb pick. Hey, but listen, y'all, don't put it there, black old gold. Put your comment in the poll, bro, so we can hear, hit that poll up. Hit that poll up. I want to know what y'all think in the poll. We got 80 plus voters right now. Because right now, I'm surprised, man. I thought a lot of people like, dumb pick, you dumb move. No, it's not that. So you keep voting, fam. If y'all get in the poll, there's a poll up right now in the chat. Vote, get your word in. How do you feel about the 5th round pick, which is Lorenzo Styles Jr.? Is it a great move or a dumb move? Let's vote on it. The poll is in the chat right now. Yeah, I know, Doug. Yeah, I like Perkins too. LSU's my squad, but the Saints not drafting them. Somebody told me Q, he'll be there at 190. Yo, Q, listen, he'll be there at 190. Hold on, let me look something up right quick. Let me look something up about Perkins, man, because people probably looking at Nussmeier. What's wrong with Perkins? I don't know. I don't think anything wrong with Perkins. He's healthy. Let me see. But okay, see, that's the thing I told family members about, because I looked up the scouting report on it, man, and what's interesting about it is the fact that Doug's dumb move. All right, what's up, Chantel? Shout out to Chantel. Good to see you. I hope you have an amazing day. Who that? Thank you. Appreciate you, Chantel. Good to see you. Appreciate you. I am. Hope you are too. Thomas the Taylor says Lorenzo Styles is Sonny Styles' brother. I like this even more. Okay, yeah, I know that Styles' name is, if you got Styles, we good. That's interesting. Arthur, what's up, brother? Arthur, he says, love the pick so far, Q. Yeah, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. All right, my dog says Sammy Knight was a linebacker in a safety body. Indeed, bro. That's a good, you old school, my dog. Yeah, he says Sam Mills was a linebacker in the DB body. He was, man, but you better not tell him that. You knock your block off. All right, what's up, Richmond? Richmond says he's yeah, indeed, bro. I agree with you, my brother. He is definitely that, man. Yeah. Yeah, he says he's that fast, make him a receiver. He probably don't have any hands, bro. That's usually what you do with them when they that fast and they don't have hands. Turn him into hey man, we're gonna make you a safety. Because they got him listed at cornerback. He's actually a safety, man. He's actually a safety. All right. Hey, fam, one of my religious cornerbacks went off the board to the Raiders. Oh, man, what a place for him to go. To the Raiders, the gambling land. Hezekiah Massis from California is going to the Raiders. Adam Randall, the big bruising running back from Clemson, is headed to the Baltimore Ravens. They had back-to-back picks. They end up getting Josh Surveillance as well to go along with it. 173, 174 Ravens, putting together some offensive weapons. And Hezekiah Massis is headed to the gambling capital of the country. Where did Price Sock go, fam? Where did Ephesians Price Sock go? Where did he go? You know what I'm saying? I was asking family, I was like, yo, what's the most religious of the two names? Is it Hezekiah Massis or is it Ephesians Price Sock? Pete, that's some old school names, boy. We're going back to the Negro Leagues with names like that, boy. Yeah, he was batting up next. Hezekiah Massis. Boy, we're going back in the days, boy, with Cleophas and all this kind of stuff where you talking about Ephesians Price Sock. Good God. Boy, they call him E for short. Ephesians Price Sock. Where did he go, family? Where did Ephesians go? Can anybody tell me that? People probably don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. Ephesians Price Sock. Cyrus Allen, the cornerback for the Cincinnati Bearcats, is being drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs in that 5th round selection. And the Chiefs don't pick again to the 7th round. So they kind of trying to build themselves up as well. They made the choice to get a cornerback. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock. Let me see. I don't remember Ephesians Price Sock getting drafted, man. But he had to have went in the previous round. I mean, I know I don't know if he went let me see. Let me take a look and see Ephesians, because I know he was there. I don't know if he got drafted, where he got drafted. There he is. The 49ers got him. Ephesians Price Sock. 6 foot, almost a 6'4", 200-pound cornerback from the University of Washington. The 49ers got him right before the end of the 4th round. Ephesians Price Sock. He went ahead of Hezekiah Massis. So yeah, that's all. That's some good old school names there, boy. Straight out the Negro League. All right, I appreciate y'all. All right, let's see. The Dolphins are on the clock. Eagles, Niners, Dolphins, Bills, and then the end of the 5th quarter. Then we'll hit the 6th round, man. We getting down now. Anyway, fam, shout out to y'all as well. Hemisphere said Harold Perkins is falling because teams are worried about 3 things: his ACL recovery. Q. He said 3 things because they worried about 3 things. What's the other things, bro? That's just one. But let me give you a game on him, bro. For some of the family members that say, Q, why we ain't looking at him? Well, yeah, from one of the reports, and I give you the sources from ESPN, is saying that several factors has contributed to the problem or perceived decline of Harold Perkins, right? The recovery. Right, he suffered a torn ACL, but that was in September of 24 against UCLA. It ended his junior campaign after 4 games. Now he returned for the 25 season, and they said he never quite gained the explosiveness and game record speed that defined his standout freshman career. And I challenged that. And I challenged that because the reality is he ran a 4.34 or a 4.38 in the 40 at the LSU Pro Day this year. So that explosiveness stuff is out of the door. Now, this is the second thing they think why he's dropping, right? The positional identity crisis. This is what they call it. Throughout his LSU career, coaches struggled to find his permanent home on defense, leading to what some called identity crisis, just like what we're talking about now, which is why teams perceive him differently. Like he's listed as a linebacker, but he's really a defensive back on the slick. But if you have a coach like Coach Staley that understands, hey, I got a hole at the star position on my team, this guy could do it because he played star at LSU. Why not put him there? Freshman year used primarily as specialized pass rusher and see ball, get ball playmaker, resulting in 7.5 sacks. Attempts at inside linebacker, Brian Kelly and the staff repeatedly tried to develop him as an inside off-ball linebacker to suit NFL prototypes, but he struggled with the gap integrity in diagnosing run plays. And one of the family members said, Brian Kelly was the one that killed what he had going on, and that's true. The star position developed for him in 2025. He was moved to the star position, a hybrid nickel linebacker role, which is what the Saints use. While this was a better fit for his athleticism, his raw pass rushing stats continued to dip compared to his freshman peak. And that was the thing, not fully understanding how to use Harold Perkins. But I think Staley could use him because he fits that role. I'm just saying, I know. Then the NFL draft concerns is that as the NFL draft progresses, teams have cited several red flags. Now, this is according to Fantasy Pros, giving y'all a source on these things. They saying the physical size at roughly 6'1", 222, he's considered undersized for a traditional pro linebacker and too small to play as a full-time edge rusher. This is true. The role for him in NFL is the star role. Mental processing, scouting reports indicate a lack of instincts as a run defender and occasional lapses in coverage, suggesting he remains one of an athlete than a polished football player. Come on, man. You're not. You can still. Harold Perkins has the talent. Just got to have a coach that's willing to work with the guy. Come on now. And then medical history. Teams are heavily scrutinized his 24 ACL tear during the pre-draft process. Man, it's healthy. He played an entire 25 campaign. Despite these setbacks, Perkins' massive pro day performances, running a sub 4.3 in the 40, right, helped stabilize the stock after statistically underwhelming senior year, 56 tackles, 4 sacks. So, yeah. But he's all, as of it stand, he's going to fall all the way into the 6th round. He's going to fall because we about to get over into the 6 in a minute. You know, we're going to get over into the 6 in a minute. And I should be checking his RAS score. That's the whole thing. The Saints picking people based on the RS scores. Y'all think I'm lying. I'm telling y'all the truth. The last 2 picks had ridiculously high RAS scores. Oh, man, I'm telling you, man. These are the last 2 people they drafted had ridiculous high RAS scores. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see, man, what it looks like going forward. But Hezekiah Masters was another one that had a his score. His score wasn't all that. But yeah, they got, like I said, we'll see what is going on. I would love to see the RS score. Yeah, yeah. Get this, fam. Let me show this to y'all. See the Saints. You done already figured them out. Check this out. Shout out to RAS on X. Lorenzo Styles Jr. was drafted in round 5 with the 172nd pick in this draft. He scored a 9.99 RAS out of a possible 10.0. This ranked 5th out of the 3,000 cornerbacks since 1987. See what the Saints doing? Why did they take him, Q? RAS. The Saints drafting straight up. Your strategy has been completely exposed. The Saints drafted people based on RAS scores. There it is. Whoop, there it is. All right. Crazy work, man, but that's what they're doing. All right, anyway, Kevin Coleman, the big wide receiver from Missouri, ends up going to Miami. Cyrus Allen, the receiver from Cincinnati, is going to the Chiefs a pick before, and the 49ers are on the clock. We have 4 picks: Eagles, Niners, who's on the clock, Dolphins, and Bills. Bills are the last pick before we transition to round number 6. We're getting down. All right, for the family members, get your word in, man, before we close down the draft. I mean, not the draft, the poll in the chat. How do you guys feel about the 5th round pick? 120 plus people have currently voted. If you haven't voted in our, I think it's the 4th poll that we've done today, please feel free to hit that poll up. 83% of the family members right now said it was a great move to get young Styles with that pick. Dumb move, 17% says dumb move. So that the good move is running the dumb move, clear up out of town. Yeah, thank you for that, bro. Appreciate that. I had to go and look that up on the Harold Perkins thing. But yeah, I would love. Let me look up what is Harold Perkins' RAS score. I don't know if he took it. I tell you right now if they're gonna draft him. The Saints drafting people on RS. All right, let me see what it is. All right, well, I mean, let me see. Tell y'all now. Harold Perkins recorded a relative athletic score (RAS) of 8.63 out of 10.0. So that's not bad during the 2026 pre-draft process. This score ranks him in the top 15% of all linebackers tracked since 1987. 475th out of the 3,400 plus prospects. While his speed and explosiveness was rated as elite, his overall score was pulled down by his size measurements, which are considered poor for the linebacker position. We just switch him to a damn DB then. You know, oh, that linebacker, hold on now. He's short for a line. He ain't done short linebacker. I see y'all drafting short linebackers all up and down the damn draft. Cut it out. Oh, he kind of short for a linebacker now. 6'1". Oh, watch out. I just seen they got a linebacker in the draft right now that's 5'10", 220 pounds. What's his name? Let me show y'all this guy. Is a linebacker in the draft that's 5'10". Hold on now, we can't mess with none of them guys. Oh, shit. 6'1". Oh. Now you take a look at it, he got linebackers that is literally 5'11" playing the position. Cut it out, man. Torian York from Texas A&M is a 5'11", 226-pound linebacker. Right? I guarantee you Torian York is going to get drafted. It's not about the size, it's about can you play. The 49ers take Enrique Cruz Jr., a 6'6", 313-pound offensive tackle from the University of Kansas. 49ers add some depth to their offensive line. Harold Perkins is 6'1", 220. If all that, just say that I'm a safety. If he was just listed as a safety, do you think he'll still be available? The answer is hell no, he wouldn't still be available. But we'll see how it all goes, man. We'll see. Shazam says, that's what I said. He doesn't have a position. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. American May says 26 NFL combine results. Lorenzo Styles, height 6'1.5", 194. You know, you see hand size, 40-yard dash. I know 4.27 blew the doors off. Right? We seen that. Yeah, I just showed the breakdown in the scouting report on this young man. Yeah, he can fly, man. And that's, like we said, it's a special team signing because they each different scouting report mentioned special teams until he develops, because he has the size. And listen, he came from Ohio State. They don't exactly just have a bunch of BS players up there. If you I know his brother played there, but if you are on Ohio State, you're not there just because, he ain't like he stepping in the door from some other school. This man came from Ohio State. His numbers aren't exactly there, but he's still a blue chip talent that you just have to work on. Sometimes this happens, but having that there is really interesting. Pete says, Q, I think they're replacing Styles with Shaheed. I mean, he's not going to be a return man. I think he'll operate as like one of the coverage guys. I don't think he'll be a kick returner. I don't see him as being a guy that had return application, if that's what you mean. I don't think he was like that, to be honest with you. Let me make sure, because I didn't see any information saying that he had any special teams application to him. Well, he did. He has some. He returned one punt last year for 36 yards. They did it one time, and he returned two kickoffs last year and took it to the house. So you might have something. He very limited special teams background for Lorenzo Styles. Let me show y'all guys, but it's not very limited. So there is some application. He could be very well used like that as a safety with return ability. See, fam, let me show y'all this for Lorenzo Styles Jr. from Ohio State. If you go down, you can see not much going on. He never had a sack or an interception. Those are numbers you're looking for. Just 30 total tackles last year, 47 combined for his career. Just 2 pass defense, not much shaking there. And prior to that, the 1 year he transferred over from Notre Dame to Ohio State. So, stepping that game up. They used him very limitedly at Notre Dame as a rusher. They gave him the ball a couple of times, let him run with it. But he had 4 carries for 86 yards and 21.5 yards per run when they gave him the ball. The receiving stats, because remember they said he turned over he was a wide receiver in Notre Dame, he came to Ohio State, they turned him into a cornerback. But his receiving stats, he had 24 catches in his 2021, 344 yards. He averaged 14 yards a catch, had 1 touchdown in 21. The following year, he had 30 catches for 340, 11-yard average, 1 touchdown. So 2 touchdowns. He averaged almost 13 yards per catch on 54 catches with Notre Dame just alone, right? And then as a returner, they gave him the kick a 1 punt return. Last year for Ohio State, he returned it for 36 yards. For Notre Dame, he returned the ball, 3 times. And the times he did, then OSU had him there for 2 years. For a year. He had 2 attempts, 116, and took it to the house. He had 100 yard return. He took it all to the house. So 5 returns for 194 and a touchdown, and he had 100-yard return for a touchdown for them. So he had a speed. So in a limited capacity, you can see Styles' special teams application in terms of a return man, but definitely somebody there to help out whatever they need him to do in the special teams room. Styles will be willing to do. He's vast. I hate to say it again, but he's probably the fastest Saint we know. Let's see. What was Rashid Shaheed's speed? Rashid was a 4. Well, they're saying a 4.3. They're saying she ran a 4.3. Let me see. Chris Olave officially ran a 4.39. They're saying Rashid Shaheed ran a 4.3. Estimated reports say a 4.3 speed, or even estimated times as low as a 4.2 based on his track background. So they're saying, I heard it was like a 4.3 something or whatever. But this guy like a 4.27. That's stupid fast. That don't even make no sense. You just fast for no reason, goddammit. Anyway, let me see, man. Let me get on down here back where I was at here and see. Yeah, we getting ready to get on out of this round right here and get into the 6th round. The Saints actually had a pick that's coming up in the 6th round. That's almost, I think it's the 9th pick in the top of the 6th. So we'll see what's going on there. All right, what y'all think, man? Let me keep this thing going right now. I'm gonna close out that poll in just a second. So get your vote in. Kevin says, if Styles can return kickoffs, look out. Yeah, I just showed some of that just to take a look at it. All right. Yeah, Jerome says, with us drafting him now, I believe Sanker is going to be the slot guy. Okay, Jerome, all right. All right. Shout out to Charisma 1976 says people are worried more about Perkins between the ears than anything. Okay, put him at safety and teach him the basic principles that safeties do. Safety is the simplest position in football for an athlete. Thank you, Charisma. Well, what team takes a risk on him? I mean, he's falling like a stone right now. You know, and there's nothing it can't be. He's not right. You're not, and you're right. It's positional confusion about, well, how we gonna use him? He got talent, but how the hell we gonna use him? That's obviously what it is. Let me see, fam. Let me see what Nussmeyer, boy, how does that happen? The the Eagles, oh wow, Eagles. The Eagles took Cole Payton at 178 as a quarterback and left Gus. Oh man, y'all know what time that is. Man, get you and your damn son out of here. Oh, the Eagles had a chance to get a quarterback and took Cole Payton over Garrett Nussmeyer, who Nussmeyer was there with the damn team, and they ain't wow. Boy, people be thick, keeping it thick. We ain't drafted you or your damn son. All right. What y'all think of that crap, man? All right. Avis Tolliver says, could it be that Harold is holding on to wanting to be a 3-down linebacker? That was his goal prior to finally accepting to play the star position. I don't know, bro. Your guess is as good as mine as far as the Harold Perkins thing. I think ultimately we got 2 remaining rounds, and I got to think, well, as the time dwindling down, that those are the 6th round is when you kind of take shots, addressing players, you pick up players there. And I got to say, being that the Saints is like the closest professional team to LSU, they went to the scouting pro days and all this kind of the pro day. They are familiar with Harold Perkins. Coach Staley knows how to use Harold Perkins. He's got to know how to use him. I mean, he's a defensive back. They're confused about him playing linebacker, but I think the man would just be happy to get drafted and be able to help out any way he can. All right, Sergeant Murtaugh says, good draft. Let's finish free agency strong. Thank you, Sergeant. Appreciate you. Hemisphere says, I asked Copilot for Harold Perkins' RAS score, and the AI said he never recorded anything at the combine or at LSU. That's crazy because I did pull up some information, and they're citing it from, where is this source from? PFF, Pro Football Network. And X is showing that he had a RAS of 863 out of 10 during the pre-draft process. So yeah, that's what they're saying, bro. Let me check again. Hold on here. It's 863 out of 10. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're saying. I don't know, fam. Yeah, Mickey loves them Ohio State players. Yeah, we thought it was Peyton. It's Mickey the whole damn time. Well, that's where I get my clam chowder from. God damn it. I just draft them and tell them bring it down with them. That's how I save money. Charisma 1976 says, what's the deal with the linebacker we got from the Raiders? Oh, the defensive end, Tyree Wilson. He's a former 7th overall first-round draft pick back in 2023. He played in 50-plus games for the Raiders, collected about 12 sacks. I think he was probably underutilized, or they didn't quite know how to utilize him in that Raider defense. But the Saints getting him and a 7th-round pick and only giving up one of the 5th-round picks to get him, I think it was a good move. And the way I quantify is the fact that the Saints used the 5th-round pick to get a first-round talent that Coach Staley was more than likely the person that was pushing to get Tyree Wilson to the Saints. So you get a guy that'll be in his 4th year as a top 10 pick to plug in as the third edge rusher. And you got to admit that he's better than any 5th or 4th round selection that you would have drafted. He's ready to go. Plus you get him in the 4th year. You have the option on his 5th year, and you gave up a 5 to get a first-round talent, and they sent the 7th-round pick back with him. So I mean, that was spectacular. And then the Saints added the cornerback Styles with the 4.27 speed to go along to help the secondary. So they're still. What other needs are we looking at? Like the cornerback obviously steps up. The backup center position is there. We got 3 picks remaining left, and we about to get into this 6th round, man, and see what's going on. That's the Sendu Tori. I think he might be Traore, might be the brother of the other man that we have. He was drafted by the Dolphins, the tight end from Mississippi State, and Zane Durant, the big defensive tackle from Penn State, is drafted by the Buffalo Bills. So that was the last pick in the 6th round. Now we will transition. We got 2 remaining rounds of football left in the draft. We are now in round number 6. The Saints have a 6th and 7th round pick. The 7th came along with the Tyree Wilson trade, for those who might have missed that little giblet of information. And the Saints pick at 190, which is exactly 9 picks down. So we goes Browns, Cardinals, Titans, Raiders, Giants, Commanders, Seahawks, Bengals, and Saints. So there you go. We don't have long to wait to get a pick, and we will see fast whether or not the Saints will end up put a 6th round pick for Carol Perkins wouldn't be a bad thing, to be honest with you. What's up, brother Prime? How you doing, sir? All right. Is Taylor Green going to Cleveland? There he is. Selection made. You're right, sir. Boy, what a move. They get him. That's a fantastic athletic receiver. But guess who's still left out there? Nussmeier. Wow. They're just treating our LSU guys all kind of ways wrong. Garrett Nussmeier still sitting up there. They had Cole Payton. And of course, we know when you look at the quarterback that the Browns took, he has different application. He's a big, tall quarterback, but extremely. He got a gun for an arm. His intermediate accuracy is a bit off, but that guy is the fastest athlete on the field. He's about 6'6", 220-something odd pounds. But there's application to an athlete like that, depending on this. So them getting him at the top of the 6th round, the Browns looking at stuff. We got a few more picks: Cardinals, Titans, Raiders, Giants, Commanders, Seahawks, before we get to Bengals and then Saints. All right. Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see what it is. MVP Barber Lounge says, don't forget about the safety from Indy, Blackman. Yes, indeed, sir. Blackman is healthy. The Saints signed him back for 1 year. And like I said, I'm gonna put the Saints depth chart on the screen. So, and that's what I do to kind of quantify some of the moves the Saints are making. You see some of the stuff that they're doing. Here it is right here. They're doing a good job of updating this stuff right here, fam. We're gonna keep an eye on this stuff. But look, here we go. Thank you, MVP Lounge. As you can see, fam, Christian Miller, the 2nd round pick from yesterday. Here's Tyree Wilson, the guy we traded for here. He'll operate, as a situational pass rusher, the 3rd pass rusher for the black and gold. And you can see some of the stuff started coming together. We know we hadn't really done too much to our secondary. I know we did add Lorenzo Styles. Look what Lorenzo Styles is. They got him listed as a nickelback. And this is unofficial, but it's funny how they slot these guys. But they got Jordan Howden listed right here at this nickel, at the key nickelback position. I keep telling the family members, what if they really believe this? Like I say, it's just a thought. It would explain why, to a degree what they're doing. But they got Lorenzo Styles slotted right here, in the nickelback position. So, it's unofficial, like I said before, man. So we'll see how it all works. And the Saints still have some work to do. But they have 2 draft picks. They traded a 5 to get Tyree Wilson here. They addressed the pass rusher need. Lorenzo Styles is here to help the special teams. He's also going to be a factor in the special teams as well, the secondary rather. And you see Christian Miller's there, and there's Blackman right there for MVP. Seeing it right there. Jonas Sanker is also here. So the Saints, this is vastly coming together, man. We're starting to see our team form like Voltron in front of us. This is a pretty tough offense, man. Tyler Shuck, Travis A-Chain Jr., Chris Olave, Jordan Tyson, Devine Veely, Jawan Johnson. You're seeing Noah Fant in the TE2. Oscar Delp is there as well. Look at Bryce Lance. Bryce Lance is here in the third wide receiver position behind Devon Vele. So Bryce Lance is there, and the offense going to be off the chain. You see Kelvin Banks Jr., David Edwards, Eric McCoy, the Salad, Tali Fuaga, and then Jeremiah Wright pushing the Salad. So this is pretty good, man. That's a damn worthwhile offense, isn't it, fam? That offense is coming together. It's coming together pretty good. I got to give it to the Saints, man. Shout out to Slick Mick and the GMs, man. All right. Charisma says, yeah, we just traded for a linebacker for Raiders. That was the Tyree Wilson. Yes, indeed. Yeah. All right. Doug says Mickey doesn't like to draft LSU players. 985 live in the building. I remember when the Patriots used to draft mid guys and make them stars. How about that? Saints Full Circle Podcast says Nuss has a cyst on his spine. There it is, bro. Yeah. But at some point, bro, we in the 6th round. This is when developmental players usually kind of come up off the board, don't they? I mean, you're like, yeah, he got a cyst on his spine, but we'll kind of we'll waste the 6th round pick on him. Damn. I mean, we'll see. I think he gets drafted. We'll see. All right. Pammy says, are we still mad at this draft? No, not at all. I think Debo was the only one mad. Debo's always mad. All right. Kevin says the Saints are nailing the draft 2 years in a row, bro. I got to give them respect, especially that trade. That trade was slick side genius, man. What's up, DJ? Shout out to DJ. All right. Dan Mars says Browns pick another quarterback. Yeah, I seen him, my brother. Let me get on down here a little further. Black Old Gold says he would have been there at 235. They insane, and Perkins was right there. Shaking my head. He seemed like he's going to be here at 190. Perkins is going to be there at 190, fam. Because ain't nobody, look, Taylor Green was the first pick in the 6th round. Karshawn Sharar he's a linebacker out of Iowa. Cardinals pick him with the 2nd pick in the 3rd round. 184, Jackie Marshall, a defensive tackle from Baylor for the Titans. The Buccaneers have their pick in. The Giants are on the clock. The Commanders, Seahawks, Bengals, and then Saints at 190. So right now, with the way we're seeing things right now, it's exactly what they are. If the Saints pass up on them, yeah, they just don't want them. I mean, you're not going to get them at 7 rounds. Somebody will take a flyer on them, but in 6th and 7th round picks, those usually are some of the picks where you look at it and you say, well, goddamn, I'll take them. Nobody don't want them. We can utilize them. But Harold Perkins as a 6th round selection in your defense, I ain't mad at that at all. I really ain't, but I don't know. Could the Saints be going, let's look at it like this. Let's do it like this. Out of the positions, the players that's remaining, there's still real players on the board that the Saints could be looking at. Matt Golbin, the center from Michigan State, Pat Coogan, which a lot of people believe Coogan will be available in the 7th round. Hell, he can go in this round. But Matt Golbin is a 6'4", 305-pound center from Michigan State. Spent 4 years at Wake Forest before moving over to Michigan State. Had started a combined 34 games between 2 schools. So Matt Golbin, the Saints could use a developmental center. Matt Golbin could fit there. Plays strong, but does not play with great pad leverage, playing at high times, playing a little too high at times, right? Maintains good anchor base against rushes from head-on defenders, plus he can pick up the stunts. When climbing to the 2nd level, Golbin can get into position but struggles to change direction and redirect. Overall, he needs to play with better unison between upper and lower halves to contribute at the next level. Matt Golbin. This is when you take guys like Golbin and you use your your offensive line coach to develop this guy, for your team. So center could be a prospect for the Saints. How about guard? Could we use another guard? Brian Parker, the 2nd from Duke, is another really good one who fell to the 6th round. A lot of people thought Parker was, could have went early in the 4th round, but we're in the 6th now. So Parker, Inez Cooper, that's the offensive guard for the Miami Hurricanes, 6'6", 330 pounds, big man, monster dude that just maul out. Armaj Reed Adams from Texas A&M is another dude that got some skill, from a guard perspective. And some of these guys have the propensity to you can cross train them to be a tackle. How about Josh Geske? Geske was a 6'5", 330-pound guy that the Saints went up to go and look at Illinois. He wasn't invited to the combine, but people went to go see. The Saints went to go see about Geske and see what the hubbub's about. So could he be a factor? How about tackles? Isaiah Word. How about big Isaiah Word, 6'8", 320 pounds from Oregon? The Saints could use another tackle, right? 6'8" or Isaiah Word. I'm surprised by that. Diego Pounds from Ole Miss. He's another big one, 6'6", 320-pound offensive tackle. That's still out there. The Giants have a pick, Bobby Jamison Travis, the 6'3", 330-pound defensive tackle from Auburn, is selected by the Giants by their move as we get closer and closer to the Saints pick. Commanders, Giants just made their selection. The Commanders are on the clock. Seahawks, Bengals, Saints. 2 picks remaining in this draft. Bauer Sharp, the former LSU tight end, is headed to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So that's another one interesting. They love taking LSU players, just we don't. Bauer Sharp, the big tight end, he's going over there to Tampa Bay. The Giants, their pickings, and I just told you they got a defensive tackle. The Commanders are on the clock, followed by the Jets, Bengals, and Saints with pick 190. Giving you a few names to go along with it, family. I threw a few names at you guys. Deontay Lawson, the Alabama linebacker, 6'3", 230, is still out there. We know about Harold Perkins. There's a few other guys as well. So that's a few names. I know we talked about the center position. We know Pat Coogan could very well fall to us in the 7th round. That would be really cool to get Coogan in the 7th round. But we'll see what the Saints got going on. Keytron Allen is the pick for the Washington Commanders, the fantastic Penn State running back, 5'11", 220 pounds. He's going to go to the Commanders in the move as we keep it going. So the Keytron Allen is the pick. The Jets are on the clock, Bengals, then Saints. Let me see what the family members got to say about it as well. How y'all feeling out there, fam? Tamika says, let's not forget we also find the studs in the undrafted market. Indeed. Thank you for that. Yeah. Brandon says, going to be interested to see what we do with this pick. Indeed. A lot of people just locked in to see, hey, man, what about this guy? All right. Hemisphere, okay, Q, there's 2 different data they use. The PFF score system is different than RAS score. Okay, PFF score table is 100s. RAS score is, the 10s. Example, PFF 83.6 of the 100. RAS is 9 out of 10. Okay, hold on. Let me see which is which, my brother. Yeah, that's what they're saying right here. This is via the sources Twitter. They got it showing that Harold Perkins earned a relative athletic score of 8.63 out of 10.0. So yeah, it's still a RAS. I get what you're saying. Thank you for the information. All right. Yeah. So it's the undrafted market as well. That's a good point on it, Tamika, to make noise about as well. All right. We got the Bengals. The Saints they're 1 pick away. Saints are 1 pick away, family, from getting who they want. All right. So let's see. Oh man. It's turned into something, man. Yeah, we didn't get them but I'm just watching to see if they pass them again. That's good, man. Listen, it'd be cool to get them, man. Let's just go ahead and get them. That's what I'm looking at. We locked in. Oh man, it's awesome, man. It's fantastic, y'all. Saints draft coming down, man. We got 2 picks remaining, and we'll see what we get here. All right, the poll question: how do y'all feel about the 5th round pick? Almost 200 people voted on the poll. 86% says it's a great move. Okay, thank you for that. We're gonna shut that poll down. All right. We're gonna then move to the 6th round poll. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure I put that poll up next. And see what the family members do as the Saints. We'll see what the pick is in. Let me ask the family members. They asked them, should we draft them? All right, I'm asking the family members. I asked the family members, should we draft Harold Perkins? Y'all asked that. That's a new poll. That's like the fifth poll question up in the chat, fam. I forget now. But before we go a final with the pick, because the Jets are on the Bengals are on the clock right now. What do you guys think in terms of should we draft Harold Perkins? What do you guys say about it? Y'all hurry up and answer that one before we get to the pick. I want to know, should we draft Harold Perkins? Y'all, 300, almost 400 people listening via the streams. Please feel free to hit the YouTube poll up. I'm asking the question to the family, the entire family. Get your vote in. Vote in the poll in the chat. Should we draft Harold Perkins Jr.? Yes or no? Put in chat before we get to the question. Should we draft him? All right, because some people say Q, I'm all right. Pete says Q, looks like we retired, getting kind of hectic. Did we? I don't know if we retired, getting kind of hectic, bro. I think that's a classic that you can always use. Now, the question is it still up there? I don't know if it's even up there anymore. No, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, it's still there. I got it. It's still up there. Okay. Y'all feel free to hit that poll up, man. I want to know what y'all thoughts are as far as the poll. Everybody get that vote in, man, before we get to the trade. Now, of course, the Jets, the Bengals on the clock, Saints are right up after them. The Jets just swinging it out the park. The biggest, it's just crazy. Garrett Nussmeier, we know about him being banged up. Does anybody take a shot and bring him in as a 6 or 7 round selection? Deion Burke, the wide receiver from Oklahoma, has had a interesting fall as well. The Jets make a selection. They get Inez Cooper, the 6'6", 300-pound offensive lineman. Just talked about him out of the University of Miami. And as far as the needs, the Jets have met all their needs, according to what ESPN is saying their needs were. They addressed every last one of them in the draft. Now let's see if they can take the team and go from 3-14 and turn them around in that NFC East, the AFC East rather. So there you go. The Bengals, the Saints should be on the clock. They said the Bengals is on the clock. Bengals on here showing Bengals on the clock. Inez Cooper, the Miami offensive lineman, is off the board. The Bengals is on the clock. This would be a good place for Nussmeier to go to Cincinnati. There'll be 2 LSU quarterbacks there. He can go there and back up Joey B. That'll be funny. But then again, they might be still kind of working the block to see if they can find some help there in the 6th round. Saints pick in just a few minutes. And to me, the most intriguing pick, like I said, the Saints, a number of picks, and I could be wrong here, man. For the Saints, of course, I would like to see Harold Perkins. I don't know how that's going to fly, if they'll draft them. I don't know. Hopefully they do, but if they don't, it is what it is. And then VJ Payne, another safety, is available there. Maybe they go offensive line, interior offensive lineman here. Matt Golbin. Maybe Coogan a little later on. There's offensive tackle help, Isaiah Word. He's there. I did not expect Isaiah Word to drop all the way down to the 6th round. I thought he would have went a lot earlier in the draft. But he's fallen very far. Armaj Reed Adams, the big offensive lineman from Texas, he's there. So there's quite a few people in. All right. So anyway, Bengals on the clock. We'll see what the move is, man. We'll see what the move is. Thank you, Pete. Shout out to you. All right. Kevin says, don't be surprised Saints go get a kicker. In the draft? I don't know. Coach Davis says Perkins is undrafted free. Damn, Coach Davis. Coach Dave says you think so, Coach? Coach Davis says Perkins is a UDFA. He said him not doing anything at the draft or Pro J dropped his rankings. Wow. That's insane. All right, we got the pick is in. The Saints drew that pick in quick. The Bengals, we don't know what they get Brian Parker, the center from Duke. The Saints put that pick in quick, fam. Let's see what it is. It might be an offense. It might be Matt Galbin. It could be our guy. I don't know if it'll be. Yeah, and like Coach Davis said, it's Barry Brown. They took an LSU guy, but it's Barry Brown. The Saints took LSU wide receiver Barry Brown with the pick. We thought they was going to go with your boy, but they went somewhere else. Coach Dave, you might be on something, sir. All right, Barry Brown, the LSU wide receiver, is the pick for the Saints. Another wide receiver. That's right, 3 wide receivers for the New Orleans Saints, baby. How about that? And Barry Brown, 5'11", 185. This is a guy that would play with the Tigers, stretching fields. 53 catches, 532 yards, 1 touchdown, and 2 10-yard catch average. Definitely a special teams guy, man, in a return game. The Saints went and they just messing with us. They wanted LSU. They just went, okay, we'll give them LSU. Let's give them another wide receiver, Barry Brown. We got 14 wide receivers on the team right now, man. Barry Brown is the call. Now, look, this guy has been very productive over the last 4 years. Don't disrespect Barry Brown, man. This is a dude that got great speed, that can stretch the field, can catch the ball, and he is an asset. Like I said, the Saints are loading up with wide receivers to stretch the field. His statistics, you're seeing it in 2024, 29 catches, average 12.4 yards, 3 touchdowns. In 2023, 43 catches, 539 on the yards, 12.5 yard catch average, 4 touchdowns. And then 2022, 50 catches, 628, 1246 for young Barry Brown. So altogether, he came from UK, from the University of Kentucky, then transferred to LSU in that year, had his best year in terms of catches. In the final year of his campaign, you can see that he does have somewhat of a return history, 12 punt returns for 91 yards. You can see he has it big on the kickoffs, 66 attempts returning the ball, 1,900 yards, and 6 touchdowns returning on kickoffs, right? He had a 100-yard return there as well. So you can see that this guy, when you drafting this low, it's a lot of times the special teams components. And you can see that obviously that Barry Brown would be a dude that helped the Saints in the special teams room. The Saints adding speed all over the team. I'm kind of disappointed with Harold Perkins, but at the same time, I'm glad we still got an LSU guy in Barry Brown. This is the 3rd Saints wide receiver that we have taken in this draft. Anyway, let's look at it, man. Here go the draft right here. See for yourself, right? In the 5th round picks, we seen it. Barry Brown is the charge right there. 5'11", 177 from LSU last year. Brown is a player with average size but impressive top speed as a route runner. He can stick his foot in the ground and make sharp cuts. His route tree mainly played to his speed in college, coming in from go routes, hitches, and screens. Still, you would like to see him create downfield opportunities more consistently. Brown could show the ability to idle down and adjust on poorly thrown balls. He had some drops on balls that would have been easy receptions. After the catch, he turns upfield and gets vertical quickly. Brown is also a dynamic return man, taking 6 kickbacks for touchdowns over his collegiate career, according to scouts. So there you go on Barry Brown. Also, I know he got a ridiculous hold on, let me get his 40 time here for the family members. Barry Brown 40 time is a 4.40. He ran a 4.4, a 4.40 in the 40-yard dash at the NFL scouting combine. So still in all, this is a blazer. It's a special teams application. This is the Saints draft. as it stands. Saints and drafted 4 wide receivers. All right, Charisma 1976. So anyone that played wide receiver last year, not named Olave, is getting their walking papers. That's 14 wide receivers the Saints have in there. Yeah, a bunch of people about to leave. All right, the Candy Man says competition in the wide receiver room. Yes, sir. I said Tamika said only productive wide receiver he had was Olave at the end of the year. We don't know. Yeah, exactly. A lot of guys got to prove themselves. Bub Means getting railroaded with all these wide receivers. Remember, this, Kellen Moore is bringing in his own people, fam. He bringing in his own people. All right, Scorpion says this shows how much they hated that wide receiver room. Damn, bro. Charisma 1976 says Bub is on the phone with his agent right now. 4 wide receivers, bro. The Saints drafted 3 wide receivers. They drafted Jordan Tyson, 8 overall. In the second of the 4-round picks, they had Bryce Lance from North Dakota State, and then they bounced back with a wide receiver in rounds number 6 with Barry Brown for LSU. Saints have 1 pick remaining in the 7th round. So yeah, this draft is getting old in a hurry. How about that for my Who Dat Nation? We got an LSU guy. It was just not the guy you thought you was getting. Right? That's crazy how this is folding out, man. Shout out to Coach Dave. Coach Dave said he gonna be a UDFA. That's crazy that he would be that, man. That's insane. Oh man. Some guy says Moore must have been disgusted with the wide out talent last year. Yeah, you don't often take 3 wide receivers in a draft like the Saints are doing. You don't do that unless you really seen that we really wasn't that good. And then if you think about it, how many of these wide receivers that we had was actually guys that Kellen Moore, gave them the green stamp of approval. Some of these guys are holdovers from the previous administration. So, yeah, y'all got a great point. Trey says should have taken Caden Curry right there. I don't think they need Curry right anymore because Curry, they traded to get I don't know if remember Tyree Wilson. Tyree Wilson, the defensive lineman from the Las Vegas Raiders. The Saints sent the 5th round pick to get Tyree Wilson. They solved the pass rush issue in their mind. So that's why they didn't take the other guy there. Charisma says Vele isn't safe either. I don't know. Remember, Kellen Moore traded for Vele. He traded for Vele. He actually traded from, so he might be a little, there. Tipton, Austin. He said Tipton, Austin, Bell. The door is that way. Yeah, got 14 wideouts. Somebody leaving. Upcoming receiver pick at 219. Be ready. We got another wide receiver coming up in the 7th round. LW says all the remaining receivers will be joining the Broncos soon. There you go. Debo says I'm ready for this draft to be over with. I'm only happy with 1 pick all day. Which one was that, bro? Which one pick you was happy about, Debo? You wasn't happy about he probably gonna say the defensive tackle. That's the pick he probably gonna say he was happy about. Sean Payton never took receivers. Shazam says he's going to be kick return or punt return. Yes, indeed. That's what that pick is. The last 2 picks was for the special teams. Absolutely. Yeah. Debo mad. He said the scouts are going back to their old ways, ready, 1 decent draft, and we back to doing. Nah, I think it was something going on that a lot of people wasn't aware of. We go get another receiver in the 7th. Ice Cold says Tipton sucks. Okay. Now let me X out of this poll right here. A lot of people say we should have drafted Harold Perkins, 100 plus people on there. We're going to finalize that poll, and we're going to put up a poll now asking the family members how do they feel about the Saints drafting 3 wide receivers. How about that? That's a really good one. That's a good question. All right. All right, here go the poll, fam. All right. This might be the second to last poll we got going on right here. I know I got y'all fingers working on this poll. All right, y'all actually let's get that poll answered, right? Let's hear. Let's see. We gonna see it's funny, man. Rasun says UFL talent should be on the way to help the defense. All right, Bugatti Bueller says Olave had 1,100 receiving yards last year. The next receiver after Shaheed got traded with 500 had 293 yards. That should tell you something. Thank you, Bugatti got some good game there. Bastion said, man, keep positive. All right, yeah. Shazam said the O-line pick was great. Yes, indeed. Brandon Reese says KM trying to score 40 points a game. He trying to stretch that out, boy. All right, Matt, what's up, Mario? Trey Palmer is a good return, man. Also, they got a lot of stuff going on with the Saints in that wide receiver room. Family members aren't kidding, man. Yeah, Pat Coogan's going off the board right there. So we see Coogan's going to the Titans, right there. So Brian Parker, who's a guard / center prospect to the Bengals, Barian Brown to the Saints at 190. Wide receiver Josh Cameron from Bailey at 191 to the Jags. Giants were back-to-back picks, 192 and 193. J.C. Davis, offensive tackle from Illinois. Jack Kelly, linebacker from BYU, is the 193 pick. Pat Coogan, the center for the Indiana Hoosiers Championships Club, is a Titan. That's a solid pick by the Titans. Get Pat Coogan there. Raiders have their pick in. Patriots on the clock. Eagles, Patriots, Seahawks, Dolphins, Packers, Chargers, Jags, Texans, Lions, Chargers, Rams, Falcons, Commanders, Steelers, Ravens, Patriots, Bills, Colts, Falcons, and Seahawks round out the remaining picks in round number 6. The remaining picks in round number 6. So, man, very interesting, man, what's going on with this team and how just crazy work what we got going on with the Saints, man. All of this stuff is just really interesting to see what the Saints is just doing. These wide receiver picks is off the chain. The reporter's going to be asking all kind of damn questions. What you doing, man? Why you got all these picks? What's going on? Got a lot of picks, man. A lot of picks. Very interesting, man. A lot of wide receiver picks, man, for the team. All right. Yeah, let's look at it right here. I think I got it up right here, man. Shout out to you guys as you keep going. That's the poll question going on, fam. This is the Saints draft as of right now. We got one pick left in the 7th round. Wide receiver Jordan Tyson, Arizona State. Wide receiver, he'll be a compliment to the likes of Chris Olave. In the 2nd round, the Saints got a massive interior plug, nose tackle, and Christian Miller. Stuff in the middle. The Saints then went and got an athletic tight end and Oscar Delp to be the 3rd tight end. In the 4th round, they proceeded to get an offensive guard to challenge the Salad for his right guard spot. Saints, we thought they were going to bounce to defense with that 2nd, 4th round pick, but they did not. They picked their 2nd wide receiver of the draft, and Bryce Lance, wide receiver, 4.27 speed from North Dakota State with that 2nd, 4th round pick. Saints then proceeded into the 5th round to go and get talent. The Saints sent the first of their 2 5th round picks to the Raiders to get Tyree Wilson, who will be the edge rusher for the Saints, defensive end edge rusher Tyree Wilson, 4-year NFL veteran, top 7 draft pick back in 2023 to their 3rd pass rusher role, and got a 7th round pick as well, along with Tyree Wilson. With the 2nd, 5th round pick, the Saints go with Lorenzo Styles Jr., the defensive back from Ohio State. No, Bryce Lance is not 4.27. He's 4.34. Styles is 4.27. I just get them mixed up, man. It's ridiculous, but it's speed demons all over the place. Yeah, he's he's 4.27 in the 40. I think Styles is Bryce Lance is 4.34. So you got 4.34 and Bryce Lance, 6'3", 204-pound wide receiver in the 4th round. The next pick after that is Lorenzo Styles, cornerback, 4.27 in the 40, 6 feet tall, almost 200-pound cornerback from Ohio State. Then in the 6th round pick, the Saints take 5'11", 180-pound wide receiver from LSU, Barrion Brown. So he comes in. His speed is a 440? Yeah, he's a 440 in the 40. So there you go, Barrion Brown is speed. So the last 3 picks were speed demon picks off the wazoo. The Saints add 3 wide receivers in there. They picks. Saints traded 1 pick to get a pass rush. So they did a lot of just this was a very interesting draft, fam. Very interesting draft. I'm going to tell you no lie. This was a very interesting draft. We got 1 pick remaining here, man. Wow. I got to say this was something else. Now, also, there is also the undrafted area of the draft. Once the draft is over, which, the Saints are going to start working the lines and see if they can bring some talent in. And like Coach Dave said, it might be, we'll see if Harold Perkins makes it through the rest of the 7th round. That'll be spectacular. You mean to tell me nobody is willing to take a 7th round selection on a Perkins or a Nussmeier? Come on. I know he might have assists on his spine, but he's not even worth the 7th round selection. Good grief. Malik Benson, wide receiver from Oregon, is drafted by the Raiders with 195. Patriots pick is in, Rams on the clock. Several teams remaining before the end of the round. Man, crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work by the Saints, man. A lot of stuff going on here. Crazy work. Anyway, let's listen to this is what Ian Rappaport did, man, when he's talking about the fact that the Saints did trade for Tyree Wilson. Here we go.
Garofalo and I told you just minutes ago, Tyree Wilson, former first rounder of the Las Vegas Raiders, was traded to the New Orleans Saints. They now get a high ceiling edge rusher. See if he can really hit his stride. This is an interesting one, though, because remember, the Giants took Arvell Reese earlier in the week, and a lot of people thought, okay, that means they're going to trade Kayvon Thibodeau, who the Saints have wanted for the last several weeks and several months. Instead, the Giants said, you know what? We're going to keep Thibodeau. We're going to start Reese off the ball. And at that point, the New Orleans Saints said, you know what? We will move on to Tyree Wilson. This trade coming together earlier today as the Raiders move on and the Saints acquire.
All right, so that's the information right there. We talked about the Kayvon Thibodeau. Now you guys are briefed as far as the trade is concerned. And we are facing one pick here in the remaining aspect of the draft. This kind of went down pretty fast, man, to be honest with you, with the Saints draft and whatnot. There is a poll question that's in the chat for the family members. Y'all can chime in and check out the poll question as well. Prime says even Speedy Carr hasn't gripped the ground to be a true value. Wide receivers need to catch the ball consistently. This is true, but the Saints wide receivers, all of the guys that they drafted, all these guys could play. Jordan Tyson could play. Well, there's no discussion about that. But fam, I'm trying to tell y'all, Bryce Lance ain't just a speed demon, and neither is Barry and Brown. These guys actually could play. Like, they are productive wide receivers. Just to be honest with you. Let me see if I can go here. Hold on, let me just show you. Because I show Bryce Lance and what he was about. But like I was saying, these guys come with production. Like, Bryce Lance was actually doing some positive stuff where he come from. So a lot of people just taken back by the fact that, the Saints just went kind of crazy on the wide receiver. Get like, damn, Q, we already got a bunch of wide receivers. Why are they spending all this money on these people? What's going on? Or these draft picks on these people? Because they serious about expanding that offense. Like, here it is right here. This is Bryce Lance's numbers at North Dakota State University. The first year didn't play. or one game, where he played, caught one catch. In 2024, look at him exploding on the scene. He has 75 catches over 1,000 yards. He averaged 14 yards a catch. And the man has 17 touchdowns, Bram. I don't know too many wide receivers that get 17 touchdowns in 1 year. And North Dakota State is not a BS program. Like, that's one of the top programs at that level. 75 catches, 1,000+ yards, average 14 yards a catch, 17 touchdowns, receiving touchdowns. In 2025, his numbers dipped a little bit. He had 51 catches over 1,000 yards. He his even though his catches dipped, he still had more yardage than the previous year, and you almost had 25 more catches. His average went up from 14 to 21.2 yards every time he caught the ball. And his numbers dipped from 17 to 8, but that's still good. That's still very good. And then you look at how they used him here, spot duty here or there. He got a rushing touchdown, how they give him the ball, this sort of thing. You can see limited time in terms of punt returns and kickoffs. But the bottom line is the dude was a receiver that just wasn't playing around. 6'3", 210 pounds. The guy has ability. So he's not just a guy. He's a receiver that has abilities. He actually could catch the ball and help you win games if they use him like that. So you got to figure out the system. But still in all, he was progressive and productive enough for the Saints to say, hey, man, let's look at this guy. And then the third wide receiver is the LSU guy. I personally watched him shine. He came from from the University of Kentucky. Let's just, I'm about to say United Kingdom. But he came from UK, Kentucky Wildcats, and he was a speed demon for them. He transferred over to us to LSU for a year, and he was productive. Look at his numbers. His first year, 50 catches, over 600 yards. He averaged almost 13 yards per catch, had 4 touchdowns in his rookie campaign. The following year, he dropped 7 catches, 43, 539 yards, 12.5 average, 4 touchdowns. And this 2024 year, I think he had a few things going on, 29 catches, 361. Still kept that average, though, 12 yards per. So that's first down plus and 3 touchdowns. Came to LSU, had his best year catching, 53 catches, 532, 10-yard average, 1 touchdown. So but the thing is, and of course, LSU's offense sucked last year with Barry and Brown. They couldn't get them open, and that's what led to a lot of that, plus Nussmeier dealing with injuries, can't get the ball downfield, stretching the offense. Became like it just was terrible. That's what led to Brian Kelly getting fired and Lane Kiffin being introduced as the LSU coach. But as you can see, these receivers are not just guys with speed. These guys have production. They're not just, we are here because you can run very fast. No, these guys are here because they could play. They could play. They could play the wide receiver position, and they can help the Saints in that way. Now, let's kind of pivot, and I'm gonna take you to the Saints depth chart right now unofficially and show you what this looks like. Saints got a bunch of people in a wide receiver room. Here's a share screen right there of that. Y'all hit that like button for me. Look at the wide receivers outside the top guys: Chris Olave, Jordan Tyson, Devon Vele. Behind him, Mason Tipton, Bub Means, Bryce Lance, we just drafted, Kevin Austin, Barry Brown, we just drafted, Trey Palmer, Jalen Polk, Ronnie Bell, Samari Tour. So you got 3, 6, 9, 12, and that's not even all of them. If you switch to this view, you could be able to see all of them. So we'll start right here with Moose Alford, the big Canadian wide receiver, 6'6", 225 or 24 from Utah. Kevin Austin Jr., y'all know who that is, from Notre Dame. Ronnie Bell, Barry Brown, that's 4. Elijah Cooks, that's 5. Bryce Lance, that's 6. Bub Means, that's 7. Olave makes 8. Palmer makes 9. Polk makes 10. Timpton makes 11. Sori makes 12. Tyson makes 13. Vele makes 14. 14 wide receivers is on your damn team. So you best believe some of these guys are not going to be on the team. There is not much competition. Some of these guys are going to be heading on out. In the bottom of the row, guys like, some of the Elijah Cooks and all these kind of guys, they more than likely will be heading out. We'll see how they handle it, man. But listen, that's great, though, to have that level of competition at a receiver spot, because there's an importance from the coach saying we got to do better here. And it wasn't nothing different than what Kellen Moore been telling us about the wide receiver position. He wants people that have height and speed that can stretch the field. Obviously, they have this thing where the Saints want to get vertical. That works. You got to create space. You can't play the Saints close anymore. You can't lock in or try to lock in on one wide receiver no more. You got to respect the field with the Saints. They got speed everywhere. That's in addition to Travis Etienne, Ty Chandler, Elvin Kamara, Juwan Johnson, Noah Fant, Oscar Delp thrown in that mix. You got, these wide receivers we picked up. You have to respect the whole field now with the Saints. And also it provides a lot of depth, because you don't want to have speed and size at the top of your depth chart, and then when those guys get hurt, you lose all of that and then have to get small again. Meaning you got to get small in the field, intermediate, dump down routes, all this foolishness. We know, I'm sorry, fam. We know exactly what goes on when you press, when you hit people downfield, you open up everything. Defense got to back them safeties up. That stretches out things, and then you can go into whatever you need to do. And I think the Saints made it a priority to address the need for speed, baby, the need for speed and size at the wide receiver position for Tyler Shuck to open up things for everybody else. They also addressed the offensive line, and that was phenomenal. They got a left guard in free agency and a right guard in the draft. That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal to me. They got a left guard, right guard. We still need to see about a center. Maybe that's what they're going to do with this final pick, because Matt Golbin, I think he's still available. Coogan is off the board, but Matt Golbin is still there. So, yeah, this is a very interesting draft. A bunch of wide receivers here. But, like I said, I was like, I did not expect this type of thing to happen. I'm going to be quite honest with you. Like, I wasn't expecting them to go crazy with the wideouts. I was not expecting that at all. All right, we got the clock up. Steelers on the clock. Deion Burks is still out there, man. Harold Perkins might be might be a free agent. We'll see. I think, you usually reach at it. Matt Golbin is a decent center from Michigan State that's still available. Isaiah Word, the big massive tackle from Oregon, is out there, 6'8", 320 pounds. He's out there. A lot of games he played, and I expect him to fall that far for Isaiah World. He's still available somewhere in the draft. So somebody's going to get some good players here. There's still a couple of good players that's available for the Saints. Harold Perkins is still out there. I mean, he's probably the most popular outside of Nussmeier, the two LSU guys, with Nuss being hurt. I think somebody takes Nuss in the 7th round, but you never can tell, man. Nuss might go undrafted. That'll be crazy too. This is straight up all offensive draft, ain't no doubt about it. Now they did have the opportunity to get the pass rusher via trade for the first 5th round pick for Tyree Wilson. But I just think it's very interesting to watch how all this go, man. It is this really interesting. This very, very unique draft this time. I ain't gonna lie to y'all on this one. All right, let's hear from the family members on this, man. Correct special teams kick returner and punt returner. Shout out to you, brother Duke. Barry says, I still think they're weak at linebacker. Harold's better than Pete because he can cover during the pass plays. Indeed. Some guy says maybe KM trying to replicate Turpin in Dallas with Brown. Charlie Dog is laughing. Scorpion says, we're not the only team to take this many on the same position. Some teams have taken two tight ends. Some have also taken multiple receivers as well. Barry, what's up, Barry? Says overall, the dog doing they are doing well. I guess they are a wholesale on wide receivers. Yeah, some of these guys are not going to make it. Debo says we drafted a wide receiver with the 8th pick. You know what we're doing, drafting 2 more. The first pick does what the 2 other do better. Yeah, but the other 2 remaining picks are special teams players. That's what they reach for. We know there's Trey Palmer and all this kind of stuff going on. But obviously, I think the man trying to create some sort of competition in the wide receiver space, even in the return space. They got Ruiz going back to center backup. I don't know, bro. I don't know if they got him going to backup center. I think he still operates as a right guard. He's making a lot of money. McCoy is still a man. So until Cesar Ruiz is not, he make too much money just, to go back to being center. I mean, that was a thought process when Sean Payton first drafted Ruiz, but then he scrapped it. He was scrapped because he wanted to convert Eric McCoy to a guard and have Cesar Ruiz as the center. That was the plan. And then when he drafted him and got these guys into camp, for whatever reason, Sean Payton says, you know what? Let me keep McCoy at center and play Ruiz at guard. That's how you got Ruiz at guard, because of what Sean Payton did. And then none of these other coaches decided to challenge him to be anything other than what he was. And they just allowed him to stay at the guard position. Nobody challenged. Now, he did took some snaps at the center position very sparingly, but they never said, you know what, we're going to make you this and change the other guy to that. They never did that. Because originally Peyton wanted Eric McCoy to be a guard. I remember that. It just didn't work out. All right, we're going to have to outscore everybody. All right. I think the defense is in a good space. Of course, losing Cam, losing Double D, losing Alontae Taylor, there's going to be some slippage there. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. There's going to be some slippage. There's going to be some slippage, but we got a lot of young players coming in. So we know there's going to be somewhat of a learning curve that's happening. Vernon Brockton, Christian Miller, Brian Bressee's now, he's getting into his OG status. But like I'm saying, you got guys that's there in positions where they're young guys that gonna have to be counted on. You're gonna have to have a maturation with our young secondary. Well, our cornerbacks, Kool-Aid, Quincy Riley, whoever the nickelback gonna be. You got Justin Reed back there, Blackman and Jonas Sanka. We'll see how it all goes. But we'll see. And Blackman could play, man. Blackman could play. It's just he can't stay healthy. Paper Chasing Bang says it's a great move because we don't have any wide receivers to finish the year. That's why we lost at ATL. All of them is injury prone. That could be that. Yeah, that's interesting. But usually that and you know what, bro? That makes sense because you would load up on something where you seen the year before. It's like, man, this sucks. Yeah, they got down. They lost they lost a lot of size. They didn't have the speed that they wanted. And that's usually what you do when you have injuries that hit a room. You kind of overcompensate, because that's definitely this is a lot of overcompensation. So you might have a point on that, my brother. Smoke says defense not as bad as y'all making it out to be. Nah, I don't think it's going to be bad, because they're not going to be. I don't think it'll be as it'll be. I wish they would be better than what they were last year. But when you lose the people I just mentioned, there's always something, right? There's going to be some, I have to call it slippage. Like, defense is not going to be as good here as they were there. We'll see how it go, man. We'll see how it go. But I don't think they're going to be a rock bottom defense. I don't think we got that going on. At least we know if we get burnt, crispy, can catch up. Saints might be the fastest skill position team in the league right now. Debo says those 3 players are a big impact on this defense. Hemisphere says, just think about it other than Olave. Who else does the Saints have? A lot of the unknowns, most are missing games through injuries. Olave's injuries is the most glaring, but could be why he hasn't signed. Kevin also adds, wide receiver run besides Olave was putrid. Debo says, we didn't replace Alontae or Cam at all. You can't replace a Cam or Demario Davis. Alontae Taylor meant a lot to the team, so we'll see. Prime says, Q, even Speedy Car. Yeah, I read this one. Thank you, Prime. Shout out to you, my brother. Wilson is back up. Yeah, Zach Wilson. Lonnie says Saints had to feel the weapons for Shuck wasn't up to par. Indeed, bro. Yeah, this is some overcompensating. No doubt about it. So yeah, but see, a lot of the family members want to see some stuff. But like I said, man, the offense. I think the offense, man. If you give Tyler Shuck all the weapons and they're trying to just go vertical, you see, this is a massive attempt by the Saints to get into their vertical bag. I got to rock with it. Scorpion says Cam was a backup last year. Dude was a rotational player. Cam did all that stuff. Cam was a starter. Check out the snaps. Because you had Cam actually started. Because you got to remember, Cam was in there with the other, whether it was Granderson, because Chase Young was out. Chase Young missed a month of football, so it was Cam in there along with Carl Granderson, and then Cam. And then when Chase Young came back, we started seeing them rotate Chase Young in there with Cam. And then, they kind of rotated them guys in there and threw them in there. But yeah, Cam had a lot of starter reps last year, but he produced well. But the mixture of having those guys, the rotational, kept Cam fresh and kept a lot of those guys fresh so they can be able to compete. The rotation means everything. That's why they go in there and get Tyree Wilson. You re-sign Chris Rump II. You bring these guys in, you throw them in that pass rush rotation, you keep everybody moving, you're giving them guys breaks, and it keeps everybody fresh because you don't want to let them be doing it and overdoing it. Then next thing you know, guys start tearing up and breaking down because that's when fatigue shut in. Then that's when they start getting hurt. So the rotations were really good last year for the Saints for our pass rush that helped us produce 2 10-sack guys. Because Carl Granderson had like 6 sacks. He passed off. He fell off the cliff late. And then when guys start really mashing on it like Cam and Chase Young, Carl Granderson kind of fell off a cliff. That's another question, man. We got to really look at Carl, and Carl got to step this up, man. We looking at Cam and all that, but if Cam Jordan's not coming back, you got Tyree Wilson. Carl Granderson got to step up, man. No doubt about it. Scorpion says seems more wants to overhaul the receiver room. That's what he's doing. The only thing that was a need to me was corner. Other than that, I think we are fine. Thank you, Scorpion 101. Hobbs says Bryce might be insurance for Tyson's similar build. Thank you, bro. All right, let's keep it going. A few more comments in there. Hemisphere says Olave, Polk, Vele, Tate, Lance, Baron Brown. Now cut everything, cut everything else. All right. All right. King Logic adds, let's see. I think the Saints don't want to pay Olave that big bag. If Tyson steps up and others, Flash 2 Olave will walk at the end of the season or be traded or talked into a lower deal. Shout out to King Logic. Bringing the logic. It's definitely an insurance policy. If anything, he can either be a compliment or be the guy. And you're right. We'll see. The Saints taking a long time, man, to get this deal with Chris Olave done. Why y'all taking so long? And I've said this before. I think it's tied to the Elvin Kamara situation. They're trying to get Kamara to take a pay cut. For whatever reason, I think they're tied together. And, because why would you not already have this deal worked out if you need to free up and do whatever it's just interesting. It's taking too long to work this deal out, way too long. I thought they would have this done before the draft came. But you're right. They have leverage now. At first, they didn't have leverage. But then again, maybe they don't, maybe not as much leverage you think because you don't truly really know what Tyson Jordan could do for you until he does it. He exhibits certain qualities and skills in college, but we have yet to see it transferred professionally yet like we've seen the skill set from Chris Olave. He's done it multiple years. But the leverage is still like toward Chris Olave here. He's earned that money. The Saints had a wait and see approach on Chris Olave. They could have paid him 2 years ago and saved a lot of money instead of dragging this bullshit out like what they've been doing. And then all of a sudden your boy from Seattle gets his bread and then that just exacerbates the entire market. Why are you dragging this out? If you want him, go ahead on and sign him. Sign them, sign them. They took a wait and see approach last year to say, well, we got to see if you're going to be healthy. Remember all that? I remember all that, man. We did shows where the Saints were sitting pat, watching Chris Olave to see if he will ball out to earn the contract. Right? That's how it is. So when we get through the year and he balled out, had career statistics across the board, played in every game except for the last game because he had a blood clot in his lung, balled out, didn't get no concut, all this kind of stuff. Did what he went to the place where he got knocked out and put in an ambulance, went there and had one of the best games of the season in Carolina. Then you get to the end of the year and then sit up here and argue and quibble over dollars and cents from $1 billion organization with the man. You the one that wanted to take the wait and see approach, Mickey Lomas. You the one. And now that he balled out, now you won't haggle over dollars? That's not how this works. Not how it worked. Pay the man. If you didn't want to pay the man originally, you should have traded him. Now we're in the third round of the draft. You got to pay the man. We can't say, well, we're going to have a wait and see approach and then he balls out. Then you want to sit up here and say, well, he balled out. So I still don't know, man. Get out of here with that up, down stuff. The fact that the Saints waited so long, they should have signed him 2 years ago. They should have signed him 2 years ago before the bump and pay in the wide receiver market. They sat here and they waited on their hands. It worked in the camp with Cam. I don't think Cam coming back. You already got your pass rush and Tyree Wilson. We'll see. But in terms of what we saying from the Saints, you got to pay the man. Go ahead and pay him. You didn't in free agency. They still didn't go out and get a veteran wide receiver that has done something similar, so they could pivot off of him and say, well, we got this as leverage. If you decide to leave, let's bring that cost down. Man, you can't do that. You got to pay the man. Plus, that sets a bad look to everybody in the organization. Chris Olave is respected and loved in Saints circles. He works hard. He's a good dude. And he balled out and you need to pay him. So that sets a precedent that if guys ball out, the Saints going to try to quibble over dollars with him. Don't do that. Because I guarantee you, when the time comes for Mickey Loomis and some of these other people to get money and contracts, they don't want people to quibble over dollars with them. They want to be paid their worth. So pay the damn man. That's my point. He paying on the $15.4 million option for this year. And you got up to the trade deadline of this season to be able to decide on what you're going to do. It should not have dragged on to this length. We're already in the third day of the draft and he still doesn't have a contract extension. That to me is ridiculous. Smoke says y'all act like Taylor had hard to replace. Dude, not that. Taylor didn't get the picks, bro, but Taylor was solid in the offense that he ran. People are not crazy. Well, some people are crazy, but the Tennessee Titans wouldn't offer him $60 million. Was it 60? Yep, $60 million or $20 million a year to go back home and play for their squad for nothing. No, they seen something in him. And matter of fact, if you look at it's unofficial, they got him listed as a nickel. So they paid him a lot of money. So they'll be using him in that star role. The same way. So they see value in what he could bring to it. He did some positive stuff. Now, can the Saints strike fire again? That's a whole nother question on whether they got the star guy here. I think they feel like they got the star here. Them taking that last wide receiver, let me know that the Saints, you're not going to go in the 7th round and say, hey, we found our star player, our star. How many players you know that was 7th-round draft picks outside of coasting? Saints drafted them in the 7th round. And say, hey, man, we found our starter at the nickel position. At this point, we got our answer on the nickel spot. The Saints found an answer on team. It's probably one of these guys. It's probably Jonas Sinker or what's the other kid I told y'all about? What's his name? His name escapes me right now. Jordan Howden. So I think that we got our answer. I think they found their starter, their star player in Staley's defense. It's either Jordan Howden or Jonas Sinker. We'll see what it is as we get close. I'm pretty sure people will ask questions behind that as well. The star role position, I think that's a question that some of our smarter reporters will ask Coach more about. Yes, indeed. So in about less than 30 minutes, the draft will be over with. And we'll go to it and listen to it. All right. So anyway, fam, y'all hit that poll up and let me know how y'all feel about this stuff here. Man, listen. The poll in the chat right now is as follows. How do y'all feel about the Saints drafting 3 wide receivers in the draft? We got 150 plus people polled. 72% says it was a great move. 28% says a dumb move. So a great many of the Who Dat Nation loves the moves that were made today. Once again, that's another blowout in the poll again. Not even close. Not even close. But nonetheless, fam, let's keep this thing moving. I got an interview tuned up for you guys. I'm getting ready to play from soon to be the salad replacer. We're going to hear. Hopefully, this young man will replace the salad. Jeremiah Wright, they got his interview up. Let me play this, get this rolled up for y'all guys. Let me know if y'all can hear. Put one in the chat as well. Hit the like button as well, fam. Hit the like button as we keep this thing going. We still got a lot of stuff to talk about in the draft. After this, between here and Kellen Moore, right after Kellen Moore is over with, we'll open up the phone lines for your reaction. So don't go anywhere. Let's hear from Jeremiah Wright, the Saints' new right guard backup for the salad. Here we go.
All right, media room. Can we just unmute real quick and get started? Okay, go ahead, guys.
Hey, congratulations. Just what's going through your mind right now, and how glad are you to be picked by the Saints?
Yes, sir. Just feeling blessed. I'm just ready to get to work.
What was your contact like with the Saints before the draft? See that you visited here. What was that like?
Yes, sir. It just can't even describe, but it just was a blessing. I got to work with a lot of those guys, Coach Joel, and a lot of those guys, special teams, in the Senior Bowl, and it's just a blessing, man. Just to see how we connected and interaction. Just me bringing the energy and Coach giving me the opportunity with my teammates to let me walk out and be captain during the Senior Bowl. It just meant a lot to me. I just felt like home. Took my 40 visits down there, and just a blessing.
Jeremiah, what do you feel like are your strengths, and what areas do you kind of want to work on right away to get better at?
Yes, sir. So my strengths, just being a dominant run blocker, being able to move people, and just be me, be fine, and be a bully. And things I know I have to work on, and just pass game protection, and just fixing those little things like that.
Hey Jeremiah, can you tell us a little bit about the emotions you're feeling, man? We can see it. We can see it hitting you.
Blessed, man. I just thank God, man. Thank God. Thank y'all and the organization, everybody for just taking the chance on the kid from Selma, man. Just ready to get to work.
Jeremiah, can you talk about your transition? I guess you started out, college football defensive tackle, and what it was like for you moving to the offensive line.
Yes, sir. It was a challenge. It was a challenge. It was some ups and downs coming in, making that swap over the D-line and tearing my ACL and sitting out a whole year. Just making that transition back over the O-line. It paid off. Just, grateful and blessed to be here.
What made you want to do that, and who was the big influence on you make that happen?
Yes, sir. So I always, in the recruiting process, I always knew I was going to be the best offensive lineman. And just, Armin taking the shot on the chance and give me a chance. Come up there and just do what I do best, and that's be a bully, be able to move people out the ball and just come in there and be a game changer, man. Just a blessing just to be able to showcase that. And also some things got to clean up, but just blessed.
Jeremiah, what did you learn from that experience playing deep down?
I learned patience, a lot of patience. It's not going to happen when you want it. Going to be a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. You got guys in front of you like Deer Hall, Kobe Wood. Marcus Harris, just seeing former guys like Derrick Brown, Marlon Davis, and guys like that, just seeing how they working, what they brought to the table. And for me to just, transition over and just be like, man, I see all the hard work and, talent and everything and the chemistry that this team has, it just means a lot. So it's like, I know I have to step my game up coming in as a freshman and I was ready to play. It just meant a lot.
How do you feel that what the Saints do on offense with your meetings and conversations, things like that? How do you feel that plays into what your strengths are and what you do well?
Can you repeat that? Kind of went out of there.
How does what you've learned about what the Saints do, just through your meetings and things like that, how does what it is that they do fit what you do best?
Yes, sir. So basically, just having a meeting with coach, like I said, coming in on my visit, just sitting down having a meeting in position, special position work, just meant a lot. Transition over from, plays and calls that we ran in college and similar terms to, what they have. And coach was like, man, I pretty much, we don't got much to say. Y'all, you pretty much know what's going on. You know the calls and, our calls are pretty much the same. So looking forward to you coming here, stepping up and doing what you got to do.
So does this feel kind of like a perfect fit for you on your side too then?
Hell yeah. Yes, sir.
Jeremiah, if my numbers are right, 370 pass blocking assignments, and you only had 3 penalties. Is that something, if that's accurate, is that something you concentrated on?
Yes, sir. So definitely like false start penalties, didn't have none of those, even though that was like a bigger issue during the season for our offensive line. But definitely had those 3 calls. I know 2 of them for sure was, I'd say all 3 definitely on me. Some I could have did better at, but just blessed and grateful.
Jeremiah, being from Selma, how important, you talked a little bit about it before, but how important was that for you to play in that Senior Bowl and be the captain?
It was very important. So I don't know if my screen went out. Yeah, it was very important, especially, like I say, being the captain, my teammates voted on me, coaches voted on me, just go out there, especially being from Alabama and go out there and be a captain and lead. That's something that I bring to the table and bring to the game. And, that's what I'm looking forward to, bring to Saints, baby.
Where are you today, Jeremiah?
In Selma, Alabama.
No, I'm saying.
Did you grow up a Saints fan?
Kind of. I really wasn't a fan of nobody. To watch whoever had big O linemen, and I just knew one day it could be me. And here I am today.
Was there a big old lineman that you kind of modeled your style after that you liked?
I liked it, Trent Williams. He just to be his size and that big and athletic and moving, and he talk trash and he back it up, and that's kind of similar to me. Like you gonna get the best out of me. I'm coming and learn my plays and everything, but I'm definitely I love to talk.
Sorry if you were asked this already, but you talked about kind of Trent Williams and the size that you bring to the game. What do you think that your build maybe brings with you playing on the interior in particular as opposed to out on the edge?
Yes, sir. So for me, I always, since I started playing football in 6th grade, I already knew, like, I started playing tight end at first for like a day. Then I moved over to tackle and kind of went both ways from there. But definitely transitioned over to just me, just being dominant, being a bully, being aggressive. Like my coach told me in college, Coach Thorne, just, control aggression. That's like a big word for me, and I'm going to keep that with me, for the rest of my life. Just me being a player, just have that controlled aggression. Because I could be the best there is, but when I'm out there and, let my feelings and emotions get the best of them, that kind of have to improve on that, but definitely.
Why only tight end for a day?
I don't know if it was the quarterback or if I was, my little 5-yard out of slant or something like that. Definitely kept a drop, like out of 3 passes, probably drop 1. But coach was like, yeah, man, you kind of like, I was a big guy. I say probably like 315. 305. Yeah.
Anything else for Jeremiah? All right. We appreciate you taking the time. Congrats again, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good, my man.
All right, shout out to Jeremiah, man. Big country guy, man. Say, where you come from? Selma, Alabama. Brother, man, deep off in the country. Well, he going to be a city guy in a minute because he a New Orleans Saint. So welcome to the Saints, Jeremiah Wright. Much love, young brother. We are counting on you to come in and replace the salad. But listen, I ain't gonna even do that, man, because obviously, if he watching the draft, shots are fired. It was fired when we see. You gotta listen to the support base, like he telling these players, and they got a lot of young players that have been listening to the Sports Coma for years. Young players, do not be. And I know most of them some of these professional athletes be lying, talking about, man, I don't be paying attention to none of that. The main one saying that, lying their ass off. Where you live under a rock somewhere in Iraq? Where do you live at? So, I mean, the bottom line is you don't have to run from none of the stuff. If you hear something, like, just do evaluating. Check your game. You're supposed to be constantly evaluating your game anyway. Nobody running out here talking about they're a complete player. If anybody's saying that, they out of it. You know, they you know, you might need to send the probe out them because they passed Pluto some damn well. Just keeping it real. The reality is most of these players, even the great Drew Brees talked about steady improvement, how you had to constantly be on top of your game to excel at that level. He was always working. Now you got a gold jacket. Let that sink in to the family members out there that want to be great and not just say it, but you got to do it as well. That's when you start seeing a decline and people start dropping off. For those that say they want to be it versus the ones that's actually being about the business of doing it. It takes something to be great. But that's what the Lord made you to be anyway, right? It's us that don't live up to the standard because you got to keep walking, baby. You got to keep improving. I say that because that is one of the things we've seen with Cesar Ruiz blaming, or not saying blaming, but he said, they don't think I could do it. Bro, you got 2 years left on your contract, brother. Where was this at 2 years ago, 3 years ago? But the reality is people start saying, look at this guy on this tape here getting beat. You mean to tell me you didn't see that? You've been studying the tape? How you studying the tape and everybody see you and you like, man, they don't think I could play. You know, no, you getting beat on out there, man. You getting pushed down, mushed down. Your technique is flawed. And the writer saying they calling you the weak link in the press. I showed clippings of articles yesterday about people saying it. So they ain't picking on you. You always supposed to be trying to do better. Or if you don't, people gonna take your job. The Saints want to win. We want them to win. So they're doing this to win, to appease the support base. That's what this is about. That's what this is. It's about getting the salad on up out. If you can't meet the demand, you got to go. You knew that when you signed up for the business. You know, and you could be positive all you want, but be positive in that weight room. Hit them iron. Make sure you go and run. Study that playbook. I mean, you got money, go and work with some of these offensive line. What is it? Training. Like they have the tight end university, all this. They got offensive line stuff like that. You can work with some of the greats that tell you and teach you how to refine your technique. How do you just take money and think you're just good enough? No, you are going to be required to improve, especially if you have other guys next to you that are sending past you. The Saints spent real money on David Edwards at that left side, and then they drafted this big country fellow we just seen up here, Jeremiah Wright, to come in. This is a 6'6", 330-pound plus man that got an attitude. He looked nice right now because he done been fed. He hydrated, but put him out there on that damn football field. He's smushing and mushing everything in front of him. And that's what we're talking about. That's what we like. So anyway, just wanted to drop a little game right there. But that's why people are really excited, man, about having Jeremiah Wright. The Saints made two. They got a free agent, the best free agent in the free agents class, in David Edwards. They come back and they get Jeremiah Wright. They were scouting Jeremiah Wright. They liked him a lot. They got him. So, he gonna push. He gonna push. They see Kellen Moore. Shout out. Let me give Kellen Moore. Shout out to Kellen Moore because he sees. Kellen Moore sees what we've been seeing for all these years about some of these players. Remember, they had something people wasn't seeing. Isaiah Foskey, the Snowman. He gone first year. That's what I'm saying. Some of these guys that just were there, getting away with subpar play, not making it no more. This ain't what that level is. It's a different team that's getting those type of players out of here. Obvious if you look at the wide receiver room. he overcompensating on the wide receiver room, which means that he is bringing the type of talent that he wants to see there. If you cannot meet the demand, you must hit the land. If you cannot meet the demand, you must then hit the land. That means hit the feet, get your feet, hit the land, get the butt, clean up on up out of here. You got to go. If you can't meet the demand, you must hit the land. All right, big ups to y'all. Appreciate y'all, man, for being in the stream, man. There's some couple of things going on. We still very much in the 6th round. We got about 5 picks left that's remaining in the 6th round. Matt Galbin, the center prospect I was telling y'all from Michigan State, has been drafted at 209 by the Commanders. He's up out of here. The first, I see a punter, Ryan Eckley from Michigan State. He was drafted by Baltimore. Guard Alex Harkey from Oregon, he's gone as well. So you see quite a few of the people that are up out of here. The Atlanta Falcons got Ontario Thompson, big defensive tackle from Washington, at 208. Patriots are on the clock, followed by Bills, Colts, Falcons, Seahawks, Saints have a pick in the 7th round, and they got it from the Ravens, which means that it's probably going to be it's a high pick. So see how this worked, how it was ingenious. The Saints gave up one of the 5s, the first of the 5 rounds, or 5th round picks rather, to get Tyree, then or get Wilson, and then end up they gave the Saints a 7th round selection as well. Remember, the Ravens stunk last year, so their 7th is high. So let me see where it falls as a 3rd pick in the 7th round. So see how that worked out well for you. I have to keep on going back to because I thought it was so smart. So the Saints got a 7th round pick, 3rd pick in once you get there. So we got about a few more picks to get there. Jordan Vanderberg, a big defensive tackle from Georgia Tech, is off the board to the Bears. Nnamdi Abazor, a linebacker from TCU, is with the Patriots, the Colts, Falcons, Seahawks, then the end of the 6th round and approaching the 7th round. Big ups to y'all. Y'all hit that like button, man. We up in this thing as well. Much love to the fam. What's interesting is Adam Schefter tweeted this. I'm about to retweet this too. Y'all can follow me on X too, fam. I'm on that Sports Coma with Big Q on X. He had this thing where he said the Saints. Let me see if I can share this with you guys right here. Here, going to put up full screen right here. He shared this and talk about family ties. It's pretty cool. Saints 1st round pick Jordan Tyson is Tyson's brother is Cavaliers guard Jalen Thompson. Tyson. Saints 1st round pick Jordan Tyson's brother is Cavaliers guard Jalen Tyson, right? And that's a good that dude could play. He could play. I was trying to get the Pelicans to draft him. Saints 4th round pick Bryce Lance's brother is Chargers QB Trey Lance. Saints 5th round pick Lorenzo Styles Jr.'s brother is Commanders 1st round pick Sonny Styles. Family ties. How about that? That's insane. That's crazy, man. But that just see blood run the NFL. That's just the bottom line. That's just how I go. Blood run the NFL. Blood ties. Big ups to y'all, man, as well as we getting ready to get to the bottom of this damn draft. Caden Curry from Ohio State, the edge rusher, is off the board to the Colts at pick 214. The Falcons is throwing a pick in there, and the Packers is the bottom of the 6th round. So let's see. And the guess who? The Falcons got Harold Perkins, family. Harold Perkins headed to the Falcons. I knew it would be them. Harold Perkins headed to the Falcons. Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 We knew that though, because that's what they do. The Falcons, they always draft LSU players. They love drafting LSU players. So they get them, and we'll see how they use them. But that's Kellen Moore had no interest in him at all. He passed on him twice twice, maybe 3 times. I'm not mistaken. But the Falcons they say, hell, we'll take them. So Harold Perkins goes from LSU to Atlanta. So we will be seeing Harold Perkins twice a year if they use him. And so there you go. Bruh. Yeah. But listen, man, I think we'll be all right because the Falcons don't know how to use half their players. So I don't think y'all got nothing to worry about. Go Getter says Big Right going to maul the salad down the depth chart. LOL. Yes, indeed. Yeah, indeed, man. Yeah. Demi says stay humble. Always see God first so you continue to be blessed. Welcome to the Who Dat Nation. Thank you. Well said, Debbie. Demi said that. That was wonderfully said, Demi. Shout out to that. Wonderfully said. That's words to live by. L-Dub says Nick Seldaveri needs to be going as well. Hasn't contributed to the team a bit since drafted him because he's always been hurt. Indeed, we forget that he exists. He hadn't done a damn thing. It's just crazy. They was talking about the running back Kendra Miller, but nothing ever said about Seldaveri, and Seldaveri is just unbelievably ridiculous what we did. I don't see how he's still on this team. If people talk about AQ about Kendra Miller, not one word or article written about Nick Seldaveri, who's actually worse. He played in less games than Kendra Miller. But this guy was a 4th round pick out of Old Dominion back in 2023, and we haven't got anything out of this 4th round pick. By now, he's supposed to be a starter for your offensive line. And when he was at the Pro Day, or at the Senior Bowl, rather, he played up and down. He has experience playing every position. I know which position he's playing right now. He played the hell out the bench. He got that beat. He done mastered the bench. He got a degree in it. He got a doctorate in the bench. Harold Perkins, like I said, Harold Perkins is going off to Atlanta land. He's going to Philkine land. So there you go on that. And like I said, I won't be concerned about that too bad because the Philkines don't know how to use half their people. So don't worry about that. Trey Mack, the kicker, listed as the best kicker in the draft, is drafted and picked up by the Green Bay Packers. Smack from Florida, headed to Pack country. We get into our 7th round, fam. We about to hit the 7th round, the final round. And there's 2 picks already in. Jaden Williams, the offensive tackle from Mississippi, is the first pick in the 7th round. The Cowboys are on the clock. The Saints are next. Final pick, fam. Final pick for the black and gold. Final pick. What is it going to be for the Deion Burks is still? I hope the Saints will get another wide receiver. I hope they don't pick up Nussmeier either. The fix is in if they do that. But let's see if they can pick up. I think Isaiah Word, the offensive line, the tackle, might be a good get for him at this point. Ain't too many guys that you're looking at, that could be at the top of the board. How about Dante Lawson from Alabama? He's another good linebacker prospect you might need. VJ Payne, the safety from Kansas State. I like Isaiah Word for a developmental offensive tackle. We can use that. We can use him. I don't think Coogan is off the board, so we don't have, and Galbin is gone, so you don't have that center prospect that you would be looking for at that level. Armaj Reed Adams is another one that I guess you can kind of train up. Josh Gesky, a guy that could be, you can use him at guard or tackle. Saints took a look at him, I think Isaiah Word would be a good pick, a developmental guard. We'll see who the Saints pick going forward. The Cowboys are on the clock. And the pick is in for the Cowboys. All right. Thank you, Dudley. Dudley says, as an Auburn fan, right as a beast. Thank you, bro. All right. So anyway, yeah, you got one more pick, my brother. It's coming up. And it is Dallas made their choices. Anthony Smith, who is a 6'3", 189-pound wide receiver out of the University of East Carolina. So the Cowboys in the 7th round, with their final pick, They get a developmental wide receiver, 6'3", 189. East Carolina wide receiver, Anthony Smith. Saints on the clock. Saints on the clock. Let's hear from the Who Dat Nation. Who y'all think they get with the last pick in the 7th round? Who we getting? Let's hear it, fam. Who y'all think they get? The Saints still waiting. I hope they're not trying to trade the 7. Anybody interested in taking the trade? The pick is in. Kellen cleaning house, putting everyone on notice, and I love it. Yes, indeed. Dallas got our wide receiver. All right. Demi says, if Coach would have drafted Love, I would have given him flowers. All right. All right. Harris. Center. American Made says the center. Ain't too many centers available, but the pick is in. To me, I would love Isaiah Word because he's a big offensive tackle. We could use another tackle to develop. He's 6'8", 320. Isaiah Word from Oregon would be good. I don't see a center that would be interesting for the Saints unless you cross-train one of these guys like maybe Armaj Reed Adams or Jaden Roberts. You know, Josh Geske, some of these guys there, maybe the offensive line, maybe they go linebacker, and Deontay Lawson. We'll see what the Saints do. They might screw around and get another wide receiver. You never know with the Saints. Just as long as it ain't Nussmeier, then you would know the fix is in. Please, Coach, draft my son. I can't do it. It looked too obvious. Let's see what it is. What do y'all think it is, man? Put it in the chat, fam. Trent Green, Carleone. Okay, it's Carleone. Coogan is gone. Coogan been gone. Coogan went in last round. I don't know. Is Carleone still available? Trent Green. No more. What you said, Bugatti Bueller? No more free dressing and croutons for the salad. I gotta earn it from here on out. That's right. He mad, big mad at you. You don't think I could do it. Y'all heard the interview. I'm like, man, what you talking about? What you talking about, bro? They don't think they could do it. The Tyron T-Stead trying to say, man, listen, you got to believe. Telling them the game. You got to believe in your own abilities, but you got to be confident in yourself to the point where there are people out there, there's diehards that love their team, that want their team, their players to succeed. A lot of the talk is from them. Okay, the final selection is TJ Hall, who is a cornerback. The Saints go and get another cornerback. TJ Hall, 6'1", 189 from Iowa. This is the final pick of the Saints draft. Instead, they go with a defensive back. In the final 7th round selection, TJ Hall is the pick for the New Orleans Saints. Here it is right here, fam. We get him up on the board. This is your 7th round pick, TJ Hall. 6 feet tall, 190 pounds. From it, he's let me get his stats up right here from the University of Iowa. 4 years there, 30 tackles solo. So you look at his best year was 2025. Not too much to talk about in years 1, years 2. He started climbing. In the year 2024, 19 total tackles, no sacks, 1 pick in 2024, and then 2025. He had 47 total tackles. He had 10 pass defensed and 1 interception. TJ Hall, 6 feet tall, 190 pound cornerback from the University of Iowa. So there you go on that. Let me give you the game here. We're going to bounce to this and here and give you that right here. It's TJ Hall. Started 11 games in 25, leading the team in pass breakups. Top speed is not great. He's 4.59 in the 40. That's slow. Which will be his biggest test at the next level. However, this is probably a special teams guy. He makes it up with scrappy mentality at cornerback or nickelback. Hall can have some trouble getting out of the breaks at times, but he displays consistent route identification and good eye control in zone coverage. At the catch point, he does a good job competing and contesting the catch. Right? So there you go on there. And the Saints do that. This is, like I said, they got this trade via them. The team's decision makers should have have their eyes focused on wide receiver, and this is the need analysis right here they're talking about for the player. But the bottom line is the Saints pick up Hall, and this is I think this is their NFL Network's breakdown of TJ Hall, low cut cornerback, fast feet, good balance, highly competitive spirit, love stand as tight to the route as possible, supports the run and ideal aggression. He has adequate. He has. Hold on just a second. Hold on just for a second, Lo. Give me just a second, my brother. All right, so Hall love stand as tight to the route as possible, supports the run with ideal aggression, has adequate pass strength, and is solid matching releases, hugging man routes, and quickly closing to tackle from zone. Though he plays fast, he lacks long speed, and receivers can separate from him on vertical routes. He's twitchy to close, but is more of a responder than an anticipator, limiting his on-ball production. Hall's toughness against the run helps his cause, as he's likely a day 3 pick at the nickel back position. So TJ Hall is who the Saints have, man, and that completes your draft right there, fam. That completes your draft. And then, of course, we do have the undrafted aspect of this coming up soon for the black and gold. I think in the 5 minutes or so, we'll be having about 5 to 10 minutes. We'll have the end of the season press conference from Kellen Moore. So we'll find out what's going on with that as well. All right. Shout out to what's up, Lo? Shout out to you, bro. I'm on live. My boy, how you doing? What's happening, my brother? Yes, sir.
Just want to let y'all know y'all invitation to come over, jump on the Atlanta Falcons bandwagon is always open.
Why would we do that?
You know, just you can do it discreetly if you want to. Like, you don't got to be public about it. You know, just feel free. Just hit me up, and you know we'll slide you right on that day.
All right, well, but Lo, I got a question. Why would we want to do that?
You know why, Q.
I don't know why.
You know why, Q. I mean, look, what's already said doesn't need to be spoken about. You know why?
I don't know why, bro.
Man, come on, bro. Come on, but man, how y'all feeling about y'all draft?
Good, bro. Good. How you feeling about your draft, brother?
I'm feeling pretty good, actually.
Really?
I'm feeling pretty good about it.
What's your favorite pick?
I really like the Avion Terrell pick. Some people said, you know, he was listed as like a top 3 cornerback prospect. I know in the combine, you know, he ran like a slower 40 time, but apparently he had like some hamstring issues. So I think he ended up running like a 4.59, but he normally runs like a 4.3, 4.4. So I know he said that he pulled back, you know, so he didn't mess himself up. So that's why he fell to the second round. But a lot of people had him listed as a first round prospect. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm really happy with this.
Okay. I mean, we got some stuff going on, man, and we know y'all got a new
Georgia boys over there.
Yeah, we got a couple of guys your way, Lo. We got our defensive tackle. What do you know about our guys, bro? Give us some inside game, because you cover Georgia, the Bulldogs too. We got Big Low Country, Atlanta Falcons, Georgia Bulldog, Atlanta Hawks, content creator extraordinaire. Give us the Who Dat Nation, Lo, a couple of some inside game on our Georgia guys on Christian Miller and Oscar Delp.
Well, first off, let me tell you something. Christian Miller, y'all, he could play, I believe, everything between 1 to 5 technique. He's a whistle habitual line stepper. So he's going to continue to go right past the whistle. And he's a strong as an ox. Oscar Delp, one of the best blocking tight ends in this draft class. And he could, there's times when he can get a little bit loose too out there. But I mean, just coming out of the University of Georgia altogether it's y'all know it's like those guys are well coached. They're going to be professional. It's kind of like taking guys out of LSU. Like you know what to expect. With guys coming from those types of programs, the Georgias, the LSUs, the Alabamas, the Texas. It's like it's a football legacy program. So yeah, y'all got two dogs literally.
Yeah.
Coming out there to New Orleans.
Yeah, we call them NOLA dogs there, low. They NOLA dogs. We putting our stamp on it, bro. But as far
that's not kind of disrespectful, but I'll let you go with that. I'll let you go with that.
it's not disrespectful. They're now drafted by the Saints. They're Saints now, bro. And Oscar Delp don't even claim the Falcons. He got on there and said he wasn't no Falcons fan. You heard that?
And if I be getting paid by the Saints, of course that's what the man gonna say. He know he gonna be getting paid millions of dollars. He ain't gonna get on there and say, "Oh, yeah."
So $1 million get you. So money get you to break your loyalty to a program you grew up for, that you had faith for in years. That's where I go.
If that's your job now,
I guarantee.
Come on now.
I guarantee.
You tell me that these players. So, for example, I don't know. I'm trying to think of somebody who went from Georgia to New Orleans or went from Louisiana to Atlanta. You telling me that they're gonna sit here and be like, "Oh yeah, I was never a Saints fan." When you finna get 8 figures.
I don't know what Harold Perkins. I don't know what Harold Perkins was coming up because I think Harold's from Texas, but yeah. So I don't know what his thought process on what his team was, but yeah. What made y'all decide to take Harold Perkins in that 6th round, Lou, in the 7th round? I mean 6th round.
Yeah, I think it was late in the 6th, but yeah, we need a linebacker depth, bro. We losing Caden Ellis, and our defensive coordinator said, he said, look, to replace Caden Ellis, Caden Ellis does the job of 3 people. So, I mean, and y'all know that, whenever he decided to leave y'all and come to us initially, like y'all knew what y'all were losing, and y'all got it back now. I mean, yes, he's slightly older. Has he lost a step? Yeah, he has. But I mean, it's one of them situations where we need the linebacker depth. We need to be able to stop that run a little bit better because, I mean, we're seeing what everybody else in our division is doing. I mean, bro, everybody's loaded up.
All right, we talking to Big Low Country on YouTube, y'all check him out. Great dude. The only knock on him is he's an Atlanta Falcon man, but outside that, it's great dude, great content, very entertaining. But Lo, let me ask you this before I let you go, my brother. Break down the James Pierce thing. How is James Pierce? Is he going to play for y'all this year? How did he get out of what was supposed to happen to him? Break down the James Pierce thing for me.
Yeah, so for everybody out there that doesn't know, James Pierce, he got into an altercation with his ex-girlfriend, Rakia Jackson, the LA Sparks. So I don't know if you know this, Q. Whenever he had his bond was only $2,500.
Wow.
Which means that they didn't think that the charges were that serious, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are a whole lot of things going on between the scenes that a lot of people don't know.
Yeah. Got a vampire running around in there.
Come on, man. Come on, Q. Get that hate out your heart, Q. Don't be like that, Q.
You got a rich you got a rich vampire rolling around there. Anything possible, brother.
Man, come on, bro. You even talk about my own like that. You even talk about owning it that family like that. Come on, man. But nah. So it was one of those cases where initially they had him for because on the video he never touched her, right? He was just chasing her, and he hit his car on her car, and then he hit a police officer. The
police officer told him to stop, but he kept trying to change the lanes, and he bumped the police officer as well. But police officer, they verified that he was in a kind of like a manic state. It was one of those cases where they dropped the charges. I'm pretty sure somebody's hands were greased, and he had accepted the plea deal where he's gonna get counseling, and if he stays out of trouble, he doesn't have to face any jail time. So I'm assuming Judge Goodell is going to give him about 6-8 games, and then he'll be back on the field for our Atlanta Falcons. He's going to have shucking and jiving this year too.
Wow, that's the deal of a lifetime, bro.
Man, come on, man.
I'm just saying, bro. That usually don't happen, bro. He got a very rich and influential vampire hanging around as a guardian
Q, come
angel.
on, man. Get that hate out your heart, Q. Get that hate out your heart.
But listen, listen, man. I appreciate you calling, man. Y'all gonna like shout out to Harold Perkins, man. He and one of the family members say he's from New Orleans. They just moved to Texas, so he's a New Orleans guy. He came up New Orleans. I guarantee you that Harold Perkins will not say that he's not a New Orleans guy, that he came up a New Orleans guy. He's gonna say it. He's gonna admit to it. Because actually, on the
ain't gonna say nothing.
they gonna ask him. What y'all gonna ask him? Hey, was you a New Orleans Saints man? Did you go? Yeah, I'm a Saints man.
He gonna be like,
And I'm still a Saints man. I'm still gonna wear it. I'm gonna put the damn helmet on.
Like, who? New Orleans ain't.
He's not gonna say that.
New Orleans ain't what? Like
Oscar Delp said that about the Falcons. I just wanted to let you know that he never.
He getting paid by the
That he's not saying that
what he
because.
gonna say.
Okay.
Of course, come on, Q. Come on, man. Look, I did want to tell you, and I did want to tell the rest of the Saints fans, look at here. Y'all having a good draft. It's amazing what getting swept by the Atlanta Falcons will make a team do. You get swept by the Falcons the year before, man, y'all really took this draft seriously. So, I'm glad that we could be some sort of, motivation for y'all. That's what Jeezy said. That's what we do. We motivation.
Well, shout out to Jeezy, man. And hey, listen, Lo, y'all got it, bro. Y'all got the sweep, and congratulations to y'all, brother. We not sore about it. But hey, man, we kind of looking to get to the top of that division, to go from bottom to the top, bro. So we gonna be doing and handling it, bro. Free agency to the draft. So that's what it is. So I hope y'all enjoy Harold Perkins. Shout out to he got very talented player. I just hope Kevin Stefanski know what to do with the player. Hope Kevin Stefanski know what to do with your quarterbacks, because he damn sure didn't know what to do with the ones in Cleveland. So big ups to Atlanta, and you'll rise up to fall down. That's it. Shout out to you, Lo. Appreciate you, brother. Any last words to the fan?
Man, look, rise up. That's that. Rise up, and that's all, man. Shouts out to the great Saints. Thanks, man. Much love to y'all. Look, we're gonna have a fun time this year. Of course, we're gonna be in New Orleans again this year coming up.
That's right.
If y'all want to come, get in the parade and have a good time with us, that'll be your official bandwagon application right there. So, Q, I was just calling to check up on you, my brother. I hope everything's good with you.
Yes.
And
Thank you, brother.
I'll holler at you later on, my friend.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. And rise up.
Rise up. That's it. That's it.
And fall down.
Fall
down.
Don't
fall down.
I'll let you later on. That's it. Yeah. I'm glad to say the rise up. I'm glad to say you. It sounds so good coming out. It sounds so good. All right,
All right, later on, my brother. Appreciate you. All right, that's Big Low Country, man. Y'all give my boy a follow, man, on YouTube, Big Low Country. Really, really intelligent brother. You see, he a good dude, man. He just happened to have that little issue that he's a Falcon, man. So outside of that, that's a very solid brother. Also, we probably gonna have to end up getting the NFC South roundtable together. The Panther Nation podcast, my dog Low and Big Game James. We get us all together for kind of a NFC South roundtable. A lot of people enjoy those, as well as we're gonna talk about our squads, man, after the draft, post-draft special. Let's be looking out for that coming up next week, man. We got to get on that and work on that as soon as possible. All right, Lo, let's get on that, my brother. All right, big ups to y'all. Y'all hit the like button. Let me kind of roll this thing out. It's talking to low. Let me end this poll right here. Momentarily, we'll be coming up with the hold on, fam, with the because that's the end of the. I think that's the end. Yeah, the end of the rounds right there. All of the people did what they're supposed to do and rounded out. I think are we still they're still drafting here? I think they still in. Yeah, they're still the draft still going on right now. Panthers on the pot on the clock right now, according to this. But yeah, we're gonna be going through. But yeah, fam, what do y'all think about some of these draft picks here, man? This is most interesting. Draft as the Saints draft has come to a conclusion. Man, let me get my poll question going to the faithful. And y'all hit that like button, man. We are almost 6 hours deep in today's show, man. 6 hours deep. Y'all hit that like button for us, the share button. If you're not a sub up, man. 6 hours deep in the program. The poll question that I put up an hour ago, 200 plus people voted on. How do you feel about the Saints drafting 3 wide receivers in the draft? 75% of the family members said it was a great move. Only 25% said dumb move. So there's a lot of the Who Dat Nation is still very positive about the 3 wide receiver, the 3 wide receivers. So 3 wide receivers and 2 defensive backs in the draft for the Saints. Now let me put up this poll right here, and I'm actually out there. This might be the second to last poll, man, that I'm doing for y'all. In terms of, but let me see. How do you rank the Saints 2026 draft? Don't put it in the chat. Hold on. How do you rank the Saints 2026 draft? Let me give you the options here. I want you to give me a grade. Put it in the poll, not in the chat. Hold on, fam. Put it in the chat. All right, there it is. All the family members is listening. This is the poll right here. How do you grade the Saints draft? How do you, I said rank it, but it should be grade, but y'all get the idea. The 2026 Saints draft. I have A, B, C, and D or lower. 4 options. Please feel free to get your vote in. This is a very important poll. I want to get the family members gauge on this poll. Please get on that poll. Let me know how you guys feel about it. Much love. All right, shout out to Lo once again for chiming in, man. It's gonna be fun because we got the Atlanta Falcons to pay back for that sweeping, man. You know, we would have won that last game, but it's all good. We let Atlanta have it. We took care of business against Carolina. Atlanta, it was a weird year. But credit to Atlanta. They won, right? You got to give people credit when they do right. You know, they beat us, and it is what it is, you know? Yeah. But nonetheless, it simply is. All right. Pepper Boy says somebody grab the buckshots and down that bird. Rise up to fall out. Yeah, that's one of the things I love telling Low. Uptown Stud says tell Big Low beating the Saints it was their Super Bowl. They was happy about that. They were very happy about that. Mad Drummer says Mikael Kamara going undrafted. The Saints actually scouted that fellow. Right now, like I said, they're still picking people right now. The Saints took TJ Hall with that 7th-round selection. Since then, Jack Andres, the Texas tight end, went to the Bengals with the 221st pick. Toronto Pride, another cornerback from Missouri, ended up with the Bills at 220. We see Robert Spears Jennings, who's a safety from Oklahoma, gets drafted by the Steelers at 224. Jaron Kanak, the tight end from Oklahoma, picked up by the Titans in 225. The Bengals have their pick in. We still have the Panthers, Jets, Raiders, Steelers, Falcons, Rams, Jags, Patriots, Vikings, Seahawks, Colts, Dolphins, Bills, Jags, Bills, Seahawks, Texans, Eagles, Patriots, Broncos, Patriots, Browns, Chiefs, Ravens, Eagles, Ravens, Colts, Seahawks, Broncos, closing out the NFL 2026 NFL draft. The final round, 7th round, we in the building. All right, so Saints at this point, you know, it's going to start kind of working the undrafted areas, and that's when we start finding out. This is where the fun part comes in, as the Saints try to fill holes from what they feel like they weren't able to do in the draft. This would be the fun part of it going forward. So we'll just see how that works and goes and all this kind of beautiful stuff. I think it's going to be interesting. So I want to know how the family members are routing, how they feel about it. And it's this draft. I just want to know how y'all feel about it, man. Crazy work, man. Crazy work. All right. Yeah. Well, this is good, man. Good stuff going on here. The Saints press conference start about 30 minutes from now, fam. But yeah, this is interesting to see how this all going, man. We did hear from one of our drafted guys. We did hear from Jeremiah Wright. He got his word in, and heard from him, big country guy, and looking forward to him getting here. I think out of all of the guys, obviously you like, Jordan Tyson, his explosion, his play in the draft. But one of my favorite pickups, I think, is Jeremiah Wright, because I just love the fact that the Saints are committed about proving the entire offensive line. And if you look at the summation of the draft, they did hit on and addressed all of the positions. Now, they didn't get the linebacker. They just simply wasn't interested in Harold Perkins Jr., obviously. You passed on him twice, and the Falcons pick him up at the bottom of the 6th round. So, they were not interested at all in him, and that's understandable. They did draft, however, drafted the LSU player. It was just a wide receiver. So, man, it's just interesting no matter how you slice it. When you look at the draft, let me put it on screen for the family members. It's just incredibly interesting. Jordan Tyson, pick number 1 in the 1st round. There you go, 8th overall. He'll be the guy, and I'll go to the unofficial depth chart after we go through the picks to show you Christian Miller, the big defensive tackle. You heard what Lo was saying about him. Strong as an ox, can play all up and down on the defensive line. Oscar Delp, who's shown some athletic ability. Lo says he's considered a blocker first. That's not, I'm kind of seeing different tape on him. Seeing he does have the propensity to have more of an offensive game to him. He knows how the Bowers game is how you get paid. Not so much on the block. He got a block, but at the same time, the Saints see him more as an offensive threat, more so as a blocker. They wouldn't have put that 3rd round selection on him. Jeremiah Wright was the right choice at the top, the 1st, 4th round pick. He will challenge Ruiz. And remember, Jeremiah Wright's position there is there. So let's go up and down. We're going to look at the scouting reports and talk about them and do this real pro-like. Jordan Tyson, 6'2", 6'3", 203 pounds. Interesting player. Post-draft analysis, he's pro comp is George Pickens. Saints' 2nd receiver behind Chris Olave entering the draft was Devon Vele, who had 25 catches for 293 yards. That's unacceptable for a team bringing along a 2nd-year quarterback in Tyler Shuck, and they rectified it. Tyson and Olave are such a cool pair, as both are delightful route runners who are difficult to cover in man and tough as nails over the middle of the field. Look for Tyson also step into the Rashid Shaheed role of designated touches and field stretching. He has special speed when fully healthy. That's Ben Selak of ESPN throwing down the scoop. And then, of course, we go down to the next selection, which is Christian Miller. Let me close this one up right here. So Jordan Tyson in the 1st round. 2nd one, Christian Miller, 6'3", 320+ pound defensive tackle from the University of Georgia in the 2nd round. His pro comps is Kenny Clark, the former Green Bay Packer. Post analysis is defensive tackle was a clear need for the Saints, and Miller was the best remaining interior defender. He has a fantastic anchor ability, which has been missing in New Orleans, and Miller could be the interior lineman the Saints could build around right now. Is Chase and Granderson on the edge with Brian Bresee and Nate Shepard in the middle. So addressing the defensive line was a massive need. Miller was the top defensive tackle available, and there's a big drop-off coming at the position. So New Orleans was smart to get him now. So there you go right there. And then, of course, we'll look at Cat Terrell's breakdown on these players too. Oscar Delp is the next player in the 3rd round. And they speak about the question on Delp with whether he can reach his potential in the NFL after not doing so at Georgia. The Saints are betting the answer is yes, and they can afford to wait for him to develop with veterans Jawan Johnson and Noah Fant on the roster. If Delp reaches the ceiling, he could be able to help as a run blocker and a viable pass option. So there you go. Oscar Delp in the 3rd round pick, Jeremiah with the 4th round selection. Draft is coveted. Wright is a coveted defensive lineman who spent the past 3 seasons as guard. Right, he was a wide body interior offensive lineman with strong, powerful base. Wright uses heavy hands and strong initial strike as a run blocker to knock defenders off balance. His hand placement can get him in trouble, which could lead to holding penalties. He flashes adequate movement skills to pull and get out on the edges, but his quickness is getting to blocks in space is going to be tested in the NFL. He shows the ability to mirror and anchor in pass protection and can handle a bull rush by absorbing and recovering from blows delivered by the rusher. Wright can get in trouble protecting the gap against defenders with quick get off. He's one of the most powerful linemen in the class, but will need technical refinement. Shout out to Jeremiah Wright. Bryce Lance, wide receiver, which was beginning to show. These were when all of the surprises. This is when the surprise rounds started happening. When we got behind Jeremiah Wright and got to the 2nd, 4th round pick, that's when all of the curveballs started coming up. Saints, everything went off the rails. Bryce Lance, wide receiver, 6'3", 204 from North Dakota State, was a guy they picked up. Great combination of size and speed. Ran a 4.34 in the 40 at the combine. Needs to refine his route tree as transition to the next level, but he displays good flexibility and ability to sink his hips at the top of his routes. Lance has a good catch radius, but he has the habit of trying to catch the ball with his body, and that can lead to drops. When he hauls in passes, he easily finds the green grass. Lance will have to make a large jump in the level of competition from the FCS to the NFL, but he has the athleticism to do so. All right. Then after Lance, Lorenzo Styles Jr., right? He began his career as a wide receiver at Notre Dame before transferring to Ohio State and transitioning to defense. His 4.27 40-yard dash was the 2nd fastest overall time at the combine. At safety, he still is a raw player who struggles to make open field tackles and lacks some coverage abilities. Still, Styles has the good ball skills to make plays on the ball when in position, and he makes up for what he lacks with exceptional closing speed. Styles is a willing player in run support. He has the athletic tools to immediately contribute on special teams, buying him some time to continue developing at the safety position. Lorenzo Styles, ladies and gentlemen. And then with the 6th round pick, and remember the Saints traded one of the 5s to get Wilson, the defensive end from the Raiders. That gave them, they were able to get him as a edge rusher, and then the Raiders threw in a 7th round pick to go along with him to help us out there. So with the 6th round pick, the next round, Barian Brown, the Saints, and this LSU wide receiver, who's a player with average size but impressive speed, 4.40 in the 40 as a route runner. He can stick his foot in the ground and make sharp cuts. His route tree mainly played to his speed in college, coming in form to go routes, hitches, and screens. Still, you would like to see him create downfield opportunities more consistently. Brown can show his ability to idle down and adjust on poorly thrown balls. He had some drops on balls that would have been easily receptions. After the catch, he turns upfield, gets vertical very quickly. Brown is a dynamic return man, taking 6 kickbacks for touchdowns over his college career. Right? Barian Brown. And then after Barian Brown, the final pick in the 7th round that we got from the Raiders, TJ Hall. Who was he? 6'11", 189 from the University of Iowa. Started 11 games in 2025, leading the team in pass breakups 10. Top speed is not great. He runs 4.59 in a 40-yard dash at the combine, which will be his biggest test at the next level. However, he makes up for it with scrappy mentality at corner or nickel. Hall can have some trouble getting out of the breaks at times, but he displays consistent route identification, good eye control, and zone coverage. And at the catch point, he does a good job of competing and contesting the catch. That's probably why he dropped, because of that crappy 4.59 40 time. And he might not be a fast corner. That's why he's so fundamentally sound. But it's interesting, man, and nonetheless, because the Saints feel good about some of these guys they picking up. At the end of the day, the Saints feel good about the draft. How do you? How do you guys feel about the draft? So anyway, I'm sorry about that, fam. All this blasted noise. All right. So anyway, let me hear from you guys, man. And we in here. Hit the like button, fam, as we press on. Been a long day of draft coverage as we about to embark upon our 6th hour of Saints coverage in day number 3. You know, the draft is still ongoing. You know, they're still picking right now in the draft as we head it. And, you know, you can see a couple of those picks going off the board right now. Let's see if some of these guys, we pay attention toward the back end because we're trying to see if certain guys remain. You see Eli Heidenrich, which is the running back, all-purpose player from Navy. The guy is just spectacular. Just speed, just does everything. The Steelers end up getting him. Falcons is on the clock. We see that Brandon Cleveland, the defensive tackle. He was take VJ Payne, the big 6'3", 200-pound safety, is going to, of course, Aaron Glenn, taking up all the good talent. As you can see, so we still got a bunch of picks remaining. We got to get all the way down to picks number 41. And there are going to be some drafted talent that'll be left in the draft. And whatever's there, man, we just going to have to see what it is. And I don't think the Saints going to have a big undrafted class because they have a bunch. They got 9 players from last year and 8 guys this year. Yeah, that's a lot of people. That's like 17 people over the last 2 years the Saints are bringing on the team. So I don't expect them to have a massive undrafted class. You know, you might get 4 or 5 guys or something like that. You never know, to add to what you got going on. But that's why I said we're paying attention to see which guys will be available when the time comes. You know, we'll see. Deion Burks is still out there. How is Deion Burks still out there? Deion Burks from Oklahoma is still out there. Deontay Lawson is still out there, the linebacker from Alabama. He's still out there. Isaiah Word is still out there. How is Isaiah Word still out there? You know, Roman Hemby, the Indiana running back. This dude was awesome. Now, Kaline Black was drafted, I think in day 2. That Black was taken off the board from Indiana, and Roman Hemby, who shared the run with him, he's still on the board. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me see if they got any other guys. Armaj Reed Adams is another good one that's still available. Nussmeier is still there, and we know about his injury, all this kind of stuff. So I would think even somebody would take a pick, take a selection, a 7-round pick on him, man. Come on. He might go undrafted, fam. That'd be crazy, man. That'll be crazy, man. Sitting there waiting to be drafted in the 7th round. Oh, wow. That's crazy work. All right, big ups to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all. 504 Akose. I think it's a great draft. Got an insurance policy for Olabi and Tyson. You get a safety that runs 4-3. You get outstanding tight end, nasty DT, and salad replacement. Big funky nasty guard. All right, so yeah, that's funny. 504. We don't have to worry about a return man for the next 3 to 4 years. They got a ton of them. Got great stuff going on. Debo says we must be turning some wide receivers into defense. All right, Who That Record says Harold Perkins went to the Falcons. He upset. I guarantee he upset. He had to grow up a Saints man, and then you can see that, number 1, he fell all the way to the 6th round, and number 2, he got picked up by the Falcons. That's a double gut punch. That's like somebody, you know, saying, look over there, and then kicking you in the backside, and then you turn around and look, and then they punch you in the gut. That's how I liken it too. To fall all the way to the 6th round and the team that drafts you be the Falcons. That's what it'd be like to be. That's terrible. All right, for those that don't know, man, feel free to hit that poll up, man. How do you rank the Saints 2026 draft? 59% for the B's, 30% for the A's, 9% for the C's, and 2% of the people say D or lower. I guarantee you Debo was one of them. 59% says they're giving the Saints a B for that. So that is, you know, Very interesting. All right, 504 says Austin, Bub means all them other dudes. Kellen didn't rap, getting cut. He's cleaning the house and is obvious by creating competition. Indeed. Yeah, this is true. This is very true, man. At the end of the day, it's very true. Like a lot of those guys, he's not loyal to those guys, man. He's trying to win here. Tim Keenan, the defensive tackle from Alabama, is off the board. He gets picked up by the Rams. Jaguars, Patriots, Vikings, Seahawks, Colts, Dolphins, Bills, Jags, Bills, Seahawks, Texans, Eagles, Patriots, Broncos, Patriots, Browns, Chiefs, Ravens, Eagles, Ravens, Colts, Seahawks, Broncos, and then he ended the draft at pick 257. Got a long way to go, but it's flying down. Things are flying. So we'll see what's going on and who will be left remaining in the draft. Like I said, y'all stay with us. We'll have the Saints draft live with Kellen Moore. There'll be a ton of questions asking Kellen Moore about why he took all these wide receivers. There's going to be a lot of, he better get ready for that. You better get him a big coffee and get ready to answer some questions. There are a lot of people to be asking about, hey, man, why you did this and here? Why you did that? It is coming. It's going to happen. All right. So anyway, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I want to hear what he got to say. And he going to say it in a non-threatening way to kind of keep the people off from understanding, hey, man, we got this going on, that going on. But at the end of the day, the reality is the Saints are looking to get better. That's what it comes down to. There ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about it. No doubt about it at all. They're looking to get better. All right. So anyway, with that being said, fam, let me keep this pushing and moving. Shout out to Pops Q and Mr. Mel checking the broadcast out. My Pops, he couldn't be on. He was at work. So he is checking it out on the stream. So y'all give Pops a electronic wave. To my Pops Q's checking it out. When Jeremiah Wright was talking, I gave him a call to check on him, and he was kind of had some questions for the draft. So probably another broadcast, we'll probably bring him in here and get his word in. All right, y'all hit the like button as well, man, as we keep the thing going, moving, and grooving. So listen, fam, we're gonna open up the phone lines right quick for the family members to chime in, and we'll kind of cut the lines right before we go to the live broadcast of Kellen Moore and them after the draft is over with, but just pretty much over with, man. The Saints we pretty much coasting until the end of the draft until we start hearing the undrafted stuff going on as well. So shout out to Pops Q, Mr. Mel, and everybody. Y'all hit that poll question up. We got almost 100 people on there. How do you rank the Saints 2026 draft? Do you give them an A, B, C, or D? Vote on it. Hit the poll up. It's in the chat. Let me know how y'all feel about it. Let me know how y'all feel about this here thing. All right. Shout out to y'all. All right. Anyway, let's keep it going, man. Shout out. What's up, Scoop? Shout out to my brother Scoop, man. What it do, pimping? All right, big ups. All right, here we go. 504 says make it cooking and it ain't clam chowder. And you don't forget, fam. We grabbed Tyree Wilson, 6'5" edge rusher from former first round pick, outstanding moves by the black and gold. Indeed, that trade they tried to get Kayvon Thibodeau, didn't work. Giants wanted too much for him. Saints said, screw you. They were patient, went about their draft, waited, got patient, got to the 5th round. Reached out to the Raiders. Raiders said, we got a guy for you. Boom, bam, beam. Let's make something happen. Saints gave up one pick. They had 2 5th-round picks. They gave up the first of the 2 5s for Tyree, right? The Raiders said, cool, you take him. If you take him, we're throwing a 7th-round pick along with him. Okay, so we got a player and an extra pick. That's how you had the ability to get the defensive back with the 7th-round pick. Saints ain't have no 7. They got it from the Raiders. And guess what? The pick was a high 7th-round pick. It was the 3rd pick in the 7th round, at the top of the 7th round. So that worked out really well for the Saints. And they were able to get the edge, a veteran edge, into his 4th season, 12 sacks, 50-something games the man had played in, not really dealing with injury, fits the type of defensive ends you have. Brought him in here, bam, 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 boom. Top-notch dealing by Slick Mick and the GMs, bro. I got to give him that. That was a slick side, very intelligent trade by the Saints. I got to give it to him. Got to give it to him. That was super smart. Brandon says, Q, how do you think New Orleans will ever host the NFL draft? I think I don't know if they'll host it because I think the idea for the NFL draft is to give that's like a Super Bowl of sorts to teams that are cold weather teams that'll never get the Super Bowl unless they get a stadium with a closed roof or something like that, because they really like the Super Bowl to be in warm weather sites, right? Florida, whether it's Louisiana, Florida, or California, Texas, something like that. They don't really like to put them up there in Buffalo and all these other places when it's snowing all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Because it's usually cold around that time. You got snowstorms and delays, people trying to travel there and they can't get there because the flights are delayed. It's a logistic nightmare when it comes down to weather and all this other kind of stuff. So to kind of alleviate from that, the Super Bowls are kind of held in warm weather sites, and as a compensation, I guess, for rather lack of better words, they give them the draft. So you'll see the draft in places that usually wouldn't get a Super Bowl. So will we ever get the draft? I doubt it. We probably ever get it down. It's not designed for us, but eventually we'll probably end up getting another Super Bowl before we even much be anticipated for anything else. But thank you, Brandon. Appreciate you, bro, for that. All right, so if y'all want to get chimed in, please feel free to hit the link that's pinned in the chat. Like I said, we're going to do a quick chime in from you guys to see what you guys think about the draft. Please hit the poll up as well, and we also will have the call-in stream for you guys to pop in as promised. All right, we got Jaden lined up next, so y'all guys hit the like button if y'all want to get in here. The link is pinned to the chat. Y'all hit the like button and the sub button if you're not. Jaden, how you doing, brother? Welcome on there.
What's up, Big Q?
Doing good, brother.
How you feel about? Go ahead, Big Q.
What you think about the draft, my boy? I feel about the draft. I think the Saints did some curveballing in there, man. That's all I can say, bro. They did some curveballing in there, bro. And I do like the Jordan Tyson, Christian Miller, Oscar Delp is interesting. Jeremiah Wright is my favorite pickup because obviously, but when you get from below what Jeremiah Wright is, from Bryce Lance to TJ All, curveball city. So outside of that, what's your thoughts, bro?
I thought we did a very, very good job. I didn't like the fact that the Falcons got Harry Perkins. But overall, I thought the draft was very, very good. First round, got Jordan Tyson. He's going to be an absolute stud for us. I'm excited to see him play alongside Chris Olave. I also love our second round pick when we went and got Christian Miller from Georgia. That boy ended up being an absolute dog. I saw the video he posted up after he got drafted by the Saints. Man, that man was pumped. He was telling Kellen and Jeff Allen saying, "Hey, when I'm coming." He was asking, "Hey, coach, when I'm coming to the facility." He was just ready to did on and just did out. I'm excited to see him play. Also at the tight end we got out of Georgia. Overall, the whole draft, I give it an A. I think we addressed every need we needed to address. Also, the trade we made in the middle of the fifth round. Overall, the entire draft weekend, I thought we did a very good job. Good job by Kellen and Mickey.
Yeah, indeed, man. They did do a absolutely wonderful job in terms of it meeting some of the demands. Like I said, there's some other stuff that when they got south of Jeremiah Wright, I was just like, okay, but I don't think a lot of people were just like, hey man, listen, we need to really do something about these wide receivers because if we didn't have a baker's dozen prior to us getting into the draft, I would not look at it and say, okay, we need a compliment for Chris, but outside that, we good. We can address somebody somewhere else. But man, Kellen Moore went ham. He went ham on those wide receivers, and a couple of those guys on the back end after Jeremiah Wright are noticeably going to be used as special teams. So they had a plan. They went there and worked it. So I mean, I got to give it to them, man. They handled up on some business.
Yeah, you put on every point on that. overall. At first, when Saints were making their pick in the second, third, and fourth round, I was upset when they made those picks. But at the time, I was saying, why would I get on the edge rush? Why would I get on the DB to fill the star roles? That I thought that there was still a lot of the DBs still on the board, like Keontae Stott and a lot of other DBs. There was still a lot of good edge rushers on the board, but we had at pick 42 and also at pick 73. But I took the second to say, hey, I'm gonna trust the process. This is the same coach, Kellen Moore, that had the #1 draft class in 2025, and I'm gonna trust the process. I'm gonna trust they have a plan, and that came to fruition later on day 3. But overall, I think this year, 2026, we did the NFC South in 2025. Hey, wouldn't be bad this year. So if y'all want to win the NFC South and don't do whatever y'all want to do, Panthers, Falcons, Bucks, have y'all time. But 2026, the Saints are coming to whoop y'all tail and put y'all in the dirt. That's what we about to do. Travis Etienne. We added David Edwards. We added Noah Fant. We added in the draft Jordan Tyson. We added all of these playmakers for Tyler Shuck and for the rest of this entire team. We coming. NFL, we're putting the NFL on notice. We coming this year.
Indeed, bro. Hey, man, I love it, man. I got to give you a round of applause for that, man. That's a great energy there. Shout out to Jaden.
Thanks, Vicky.
All right, Jaden. Listen, man, appreciate the call, my brother, as always, man, and the excitement and energy as well, man. I absolutely love it, man. We got to take it to them. Saints loaded up with speed. They had a plan to address multiple areas of the field, and it seems like we'll see what they got going on. But this is a good measurement stick right here as the Saints looking to power up that offense going forward to create speed all over the place. So I'm with it, man. You convinced me.
Thanks, Vicky. I'm always here. Thanks for having me. And one last in 2 things. Who that and rise up to fall down. Who that?
Shout out Who That to you, man. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day to that, Jade. Much love, brother. Who That
you
to
too. Who that?
All right. That's young Jade, man. Appreciate him, man. The young brother's always chiming in, man, as well, man. It's always great when we tell the Falcon people to rise up so they can fall out. All right, much love. Okay, fam, y'all will get your word in. The link is pinned to the chat for the family members, man. For y'all to check on out and check on in, man. Let me know how y'all feel about some of this stuff, man. Bro, it's just good times in the city of New Orleans, man. So watching what the black and gold are doing, man, and I'm just really happy, that the needs that the Saints are appeasing, like like I said, Jeremiah Wright to me, because it shows the Saints are serious about running the football. David Edwards, Jeremiah Wright competing with Cesar Ruiz. It puts an emphasis. Listen, fam, if anything, a lot of people don't agree about the draft. I get it. But what it does do, it puts a heavy emphasis on competition, right? I mean, if anything, it puts an ultra competitive environment for all those involved. Let's just be honest about it, right? No more you sitting there talking, being a half-ass player at any position, whether it's wide receiver, running back, offensive, whatever it is. It's now a competitive environment from the top on down. I love that part about the game. I really do. I love that part about the game. All right. Shout out to my dog KT in the building, man. KT, what's happening, my boy? How you doing? Yeah, KT, where you been, man? He said, wait, what? Tyree, we traded for, yes, we did, brother. KT must have been chilling today. It's a Saturday. KT said, I'm kicking back. But I'm about to cook up some fish. I'm about to get some beer. I'm about to kick my feet up, find a fish bucket, turn it upside down, put my feet up, and watch it. Just enjoy this good weather. That's what KT did. Says Q, what is this team under? He says, what is this team and underachieving edge rushers? Come on, bro. You can't say Chase Young no more, bro. You can't say him no more, KT, because he not. KT, Chase Young is not an underachieving edge rusher no more, bro. He not, bro. The man, he would have been a leader. Listen, KT, Chase Young missed a month of football and still gave the team 10 sacks. And if it wasn't for Cam, who had a better year, beat him by a half a sack, he missed a month, but came in there. And remember, it was always said that he couldn't get over 7 sacks a season. He's a beast. And the thing is, you're looking for Chase Young stuff. Now, Carl Granderson is a guy that we really need to put under the microscope. Carl Granderson for the last 2 years, and I got love for Carl Granderson, but Carl Granderson got his money and he has not improved. We got to look at Carl Granderson, fam. Because we got the salad together. We don't need to, we got the salad together. Now we need to put an emphasis on Carl Granderson. That's what we need to do. Carl Granderson got paid, and have we seen the production since Carl Granderson got paid? The answer is no. He had 6 sacks last year. Carl Granderson didn't miss no games. To my knowledge, did he? Carl Granderson need to step the hell up, bro. For real. We got to get on it. But Davenport's a garbage. Peyton Turner was trash. We drafted those guys. Chase Young wasn't drafted by us. He was like a 2nd overall draft pick with the Commanders or whatever they call themselves. Then he came here and excelled. Now Wilson, Tyree Wilson was their pick, 7th overall. The Saints got him for a 5th round selection, and they gave us him and the 7th. So regardless, how do you lose with that? And Wilson plays. He had 12 sacks, 3 years, and come on, the Raiders ain't exactly the best team in the world. But you don't think that Staley can't get something out of him? 1st round talent for a 5th round pick? And then the reality is, like I said to the family at the time, you wouldn't have found a better defensive end at that time than Wilson, not even the 4th or 5th round. And besides, Joseph, who was the defensive end for the Tennessee Volunteers, was off the board several picks prior to him, the Saints getting the trade. That's what kind of necessitated the need to go and see if you can find somebody, because they didn't like who was there. So they went out and found the trade. And I think that they had it. I think it was a slick side junior trade to me. I think that you can kind of throw some of that stuff out the window when Staley gets these guys going. He'd be in that reserve linebacker role. But it's going to look different, man. We're going to see how it all look, because Cam, DeMario, Alante, those guys were kind of stalwarts in their groups coming from. And it's not going to be easy. So like I said, I anticipate some slippage of what's going on, because you got guys stepping in here to assume certain roles that's new to the team. So it's going to be some slippage. New people. Vernon Brockton will be involved. You see Christian Miller stepping in here for the first time. So you got young people that's doing it for the first time at this level. And it's going to be some nuance there. It's going to be a little slippage there. So, we just have to watch and see how they go. Mad Drum says, Q, you think we bring Cam back and sign another corner or no? I think who we got is who we got. And I've said this before, and we got our answer right now with that 7th round selection. The Saints already have a player in mind to be the star, and it's probably Jordan Howden. Arion is Sanker. And they also have a player in mind for the backup center role, right? And it's probably Torricelli Simpkins or Will Sherman. I don't know if Will Sherman played, but Torricelli Simpkins is definitely going to be seen as the backup center. And then the following year, the Saints probably address the need in the draft. Mickey's philosophy is always, hold on now, ladies and gentlemen, always draft a year ahead of the need. Well, if that's the case, then the need for that to happen will be next year's draft for Mickey Loomis to take the center of the future, because then McCoy will be a year remaining on his deal. So, indeed. I don't think so, bro. Who they got now, I think now they get some undrafted guys. If injuries hit the room, we'll see. But remember, the Saints don't have a ton of money. I think they got about less than $14 million right now. Let me go over the cap, do a cap check right now for the Saints. They got to sign all these players. It's like 8 people. And a lot of these people are not going to be very expensive, but they're still there. The Saints don't have a ton of money. That's why they're running behind Elvin Kamara saying, could you take a pay cut? Could you take a pay cut? Can you take a pay cut? They're running behind AK-41. Can you take a pay cut? So I mean, it is what it is. So yeah, 13.8 plus mil is the amount of money they got right now, and you never know. We'll see what they got going on going forward. But I think, like I said before, fam, I think they already have an answer for the star in their minds. Probably Jordan Howden or Jonas Sanker. Because you bring Julian Blackman back, does he slot right back into the safety spot, the other safety next to Justin Reed, like originally it was? And if they have a plan, maybe Sanker plays that role or Jordan Howden does. I don't know what the plan is for the Saints, but I'm pretty sure they'll ask the question to Coach Moore when he hits the presser. That'll be a major thing. The focal point will be why you took so many wide receivers and what's the answer at the nickel position. He's going to say we have some options. He kind of said this before. He said it one time in the press conference that we have some ideas from some guys on the team that we can kind of cross train at the position. And he kind of meant that for the center position because they didn't address it in the draft, and the star position they didn't address it in the draft. They didn't address it at all. They just went right after the fourth round. They just immediately kicked into special teams mode. Serious stuff. When they picked up Jeremiah Wright, after that, it was over with. They started saying, okay, let's go ahead and deal with our let's go ahead on and hit up and get it done with these special teams players. Bryce Lance will be a guy involved in the wide receiver room. He's a fourth round pick. He won't be a guy that just won't be playing. He will be in there somewhere. He'll be like a member of your top five. Let's just say that if you keep 5 people, I don't see you drafting this guy with the 4th pick, a high pick, right? 32nd overall pick in that particular round. Let's say 32nd pick in the 4th round, and turn around and just say we're going to bench, put him on the practice squad. You're losing. I think Jeremiah Wright is going to be one of, if you keep 5 receivers, he'll be one of them. Let's just say it like that. I mean, not Jeremiah, Bryce Lance. I'm sorry. Bryce Lance is going to be one of those wide receivers. And then you have guys like Lorenzo Styles Jr. with 4.27 speed. He's going to be in the secondary. Barry Brown is definitely going to be a key return man because that's what they brought him in here from. They already got people saying that Barry Brown is going to be their answer to what Rashid Shaheed was. Like he returned. He's a special teams ace in return game guy. The guy has it, right? He's got 440. He got 440 speed, but he looked faster on film than actually that. So, and then of course the TJ Hall pickup is just something down the line that they're looking at. So, maybe a special teams player, 4.59 speed, special teams ace, scrappy player. So, regardless or not, man, these are interesting selections for the black and gold, and we'll see how it all comes to bear because, like I said, I've said this before. I think what's going on with the Saints, they already found the answer to some of this stuff, man. Just letting y'all know. So I think they kind of found the answer to some of this stuff already. Crazy work, man. You got a lot of great stuff going on, man. Like, good to hear some of these young players here and people reacting to them being aboard a team. A lot of people kind of looking at the situation that occurred with with Perkins going to Atlanta. That's people like it. They kind of mixed bag right there. We're gonna see how that work, man. All right. So anyway, let me show y'all some stats. I'm here looking and peeking, man. Looking at some stuff right here to show y'all about this. David Tyree, the Raiders pickup. Talking about Tyree. Number 9. 6'5", 265. Athletic defensive end. And see him going to get it. So you can see some of that going on with him, man. So it's showing a few things right here, man. You see some of these players that the Saints are getting on. And it just simply is what it is, man. Like getting talent, getting people to help you out. That's the biggest part about it. Yeah, Nussmeier, let me flash back to the draft momentarily, fam. I was trying to monitor what's happening with Nussmeier. And is anybody taking the Nuss bus? The Nuss bus got a flat, maybe two of them. Armaj Reed Adams is going to the Bills. He's off the board there. Cole Winooski, safety from Texas Tech, he's off the board. Jam Miller, running back from Alabama, is going to the Patriots. Max Llewellyn, the Iowa big defensive end, he's off the board to Cleveland. That's interesting there. Gavin Gerhardt, the center from Cincinnati, he's gone. So you see some of these other guys, they're out of here, man. Some of these other guys here, we still got a handful of picks left before the draft is officially over with for the Black Gold. But Isaiah Word is still available. It's crazy, man. Deion Burks is still on there. Xavier Harris, the big defensive tackle from Ole Miss, 6'8", 330 pounds, still on the board. Deion Burks is still on the board. Deontay Lawson, the linebacker from Alabama, still on the board. Interesting, man. Very interesting. Very interesting. Crazy, man. They got there's still a lot of good people on here. Diego Pounds, the tackle from Ole Miss, is still on the board. Yeah, I can see the Saints probably reaching at it. Roman Hemby, the running back from Indiana, man, he'd be a perfect undrafted running back for the Saints. Quick question for the fam. If Nussmeier goes undrafted, do he sign with the Saints? Huh? I got a question for the mighty Who Dat Nation. If it does, quick question. If Nuss Bus, the Nuss Bus, if the Nuss Bus goes, if he goes undrafted, does he sign with the Saints? Huh? Answer me that. Does he sign with the Saints? One way or the other, we're going to get you on this team. I promise you that, son. I mean, KT said, hell no. I'm saying, but his father is the offensive coordinator. You know this game is driven on nepotism, brother. You know that. The NFL stands for nepotism. 504Q says, Olavi's extension is in question with all these wide receivers being drafted. That's a question for 504. Is it in question? I think the Saints want to pay him. I've heard that they committed to paying him the money to be the wide receiver. But the crazy part is, why is it taking so long? And really, the thing is, the leverage, even though they added all these wide receivers, still to this day, the leverage still, if you think about it, still with Chris Olave. He's the only proven one. See, if the Saints were serious about creating a leverage war with him, they would have signed a veteran that did not similar things, but at least showed that he could play in the NFL and have big seasons, 40, 50 catch season, 2 or 3 of them. You see what I'm saying? They didn't do that. They didn't sign Jawan Jennings. They didn't do nothing like that. They decided to, hey, man, we're just going to go into the draft, pick this receiver up, So, I mean, you don't have anything to leverage against them. I mean, you'd be a fool to leverage to leverage a talented wide receiver who never done it before, who has a injury history, even though he's healthy now, to leverage that against him. Just pay him. You got to pay him. If the Saints don't pay him, man, they come away looking real shiesty, in my opinion, because you had questions about whether or not he could do it, and then when he do it, then pay him. There's nothing else to talk about as far as I'm concerned. You got to pay the damn man his money. That's how I see it. Pay the damn man his money. You know what I'm saying? All right, big up, C. Thank you for the question, bro. Brandon says, no telling what's going to happen with Cam at this point. I don't think Cam coming back, bro. I think it's a wrap on Cam. I think it's a wrap on Cam Jordan. Because he was insulted by whatever the money was the Saints offered him. He mentioned respect, which means whatever the offer was, it wasn't a respectful one. It wasn't like you know what, I like this offer. It's a fair offer. Let me go see what's out there. Then I come back. That wasn't what happened. You know, he talked to the Saints. They made him an offer. He felt disrespected by it, and he cleared his damn locker. You think that sounds like somebody won't work for some? No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. That's not how that goes. You know, you don't. And the whole thing is, remember the interviews? He did a couple of interviews where he talked about it. He hit on it. You know, it's like, he mentioned respect. He talked about his resume, what he meant to the community. He was using that to throw it in the face of the Saints who didn't see his value. So he's trying to make them see his value outside of monetary tangibles, right? Like he's doing other things. Like, I'm a community guy. I never had a scandal. I uphold the Saints. I did this, that, do all y'all stuff. I back it up. I work. I show up early. I leave late. That's the type of stuff you can't measure tangibly, right? Given, like, he's putting that in front of Mickey Loomis and saying, "Hey, man, this is what I've done. This is my body of work, my resume." And Mickey Loomis saying, "Well, that's nice, like, I don't see any Cam down there, but listen, Cam, that's really nice. We got this nice little offer right here for you." And, hold on, little big guy. We're going to give you this offer right here, and I'm going to write a number on this paper, and I'm going to slide this to you, Cam. I'm going to slide that to you. All right, let's see him. What you think of that, big guy? Cam looks at it. You gotta be out of your damn mind. I ain't saying, no. And then think about how it went. Am I lying? I'm flying if I'm lying. He discussed it with the Saints. They gave him an offer. And then shortly thereafter, he talked about disrespect. He cleared his damn locker out, didn't he? I think it's a wrap on Cam. And because when they talking respect, that means that whatever offer they gave him was a bad offer, which means let them think that this is what y'all think of me, everything I've done for me. Nah, you're not gonna go back to that. They would have to go up on that offer. Yeah, I think it's a done deal. KT says, "Did y'all see Mark Ingram's son throwing shade at Pittsburgh?" No, I didn't see that, bro. All right, shout out to Bastion. Thank you for joining us, my brother. Have a good one, bro. Steel Bill says his agent told him not to draft him. Okay. I couldn't be absolutely wrong, but I don't think they want to pay Olave all that money, bro. They gotta pay him, bro. They gotta pay the man or trade him. That's why I said, man, it's a crappy situation. The Saints, it's a bad look too, because you don't do that to him. You don't say, okay, we're gonna wait to see if you can, because it was a wait and see thing. Now you're gonna renege Indian guy. At first, here we go. Hey, man, listen, we love you, man, but first we gotta show us that you can do this and all this, and then you do it, and then they say, "Oh, well, hold on here, no, we're not trying to." No, that's Indian givers type shit, man. That's wrong. But anyway, man, listen, man, let me keep this thing moving and grooving, fam. Listen, I got Lorenzo Styles Jr., the fantastic 4.27 cornerback. Let's hear from his interview. Y'all hold on, let me get this together here. Hold on just a second, fam. Hold on just a second. Let me get this together here so y'all can hear it correctly. Hold on just a second here. All right, here we go.
The 4.2, and it was reported that you weren't fully healthy when you did that. What do you actually run?
I probably could have ran a little bit faster, but that's what I have for that day. So I don't know, maybe a little bit faster.
Do humans run faster than 4.2, or like?
Did I what?
Can people actually run faster than 4.2? What are we talking about here? Like, what was?
Not that I probably could have ran low 4.2. The thing that got me was the jump, just because I had to jump with my left arm instead of my right, so that was a little bit different. So I feel like I jumped a higher there for sure, but I don't know, man.
How is your shoulder now, and what's kind of the rehab process like for you?
Yeah, I have a great team at Ohio State that's been taking care of me this whole draft process. Shout out Adam Stewart. And then Ryan Rock was my surgeon. So on track, I'm excited I'm gonna be ready to go.
There's a lot of different timelines that are kind of floating around. What's a timeline that you're expecting right now that you're working with?
I'm gonna go in, still be working with the team. It's gonna be really, really up to them. I'm gonna be ready for when it's time for camp, when it's time to compete, when jobs and stuff are on the line, and I gotta show it's time to really play. That's why I'm gonna be ready to go.
So your expectation is to be ready for training camp, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
How did you accept the news that you were going from wide receiver to safety? I mean, was that something good? And how did that help you as a safety?
Yes, sir. I feel like being able to understand route concepts. I used to run those route concepts, how I wanted to attack a defense, how I wanted to attack DBs. So I feel like my overall, my football acumen just increased, especially working here with, the defensive side of the ball with Matt Patricia, Tim Wall, and Matt Guerreri. And this Ohio State staff, I feel like it's prepared me well for the NFL and really the position switch as well. Just all those tools about to come together here at the safety position, nickel position, really whatever the team needs me to do, special teams even as well.
Are you aware of the Ohio State to New Orleans pipeline that has existed for some time and what you're carrying on here?
I'm really not too familiar with all the Ohio State. I know my boy Chris Olave is there, great player, but overall, I'm excited to keep that pipeline going, though, for sure.
And how much time have you spent in New Orleans, if at all?
I haven't been, so I'm excited to get down there, go down to the South. Really only been in the Midwest my whole life, so excited for the change of scenery, new people, new environment.
Was there a player you modeled your style after as a kid?
I wouldn't say so. I'm definitely just trying to play like me. I feel like I'm in a unique situation, just my skill set and different things like that. There's a lot of players in the NFL I like. Some like ball hawking guys like Xavier McKinney, guys who can move around like Shrug McDuffie, Shamari Connor, different guys like that. But I'm really for my own play style, being able to have range, be able to go down and cover three, special teams, be able to get the ball in my hands and be effective in that way. So I feel like my play style, it's me, Lorenzo Styles.
Lorenzo, how come you didn't return more kicks? And is that something teams have talked to you about doing?
Yeah. So Ohio State, they have this thing where they like putting receivers back there, offensive guys. So I was Coach Day, let me get a chance. Special teams coach, let me get a chance. So the first time I got back there, I was like probably way too deep, wasn't supposed to take it out. And I knew if I touched the ball, I was taken to the end zone. So I'm really excited for the NFL and how important that is in field position, especially in the NFL game now.
That was like the first Ohio State kick return touchdown in like 15 years or something like that. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, how did it feel to be a part of that history?
It felt great. Our special teams, we were really trying to work on that part of our game and continue to improve. So being able to impact the game, and then my teammates did a great job. And the coach is Nate Ebner, who played in the NFL, special teams player for a long time. It was great to be able to have that success alongside him.
Lorenzo, what was it like, growing up in your house with your brother, and how much influence your dad had on you?
He started that football fire that's still within us, with my brother and within me. We were competitive. It wasn't necessarily about he didn't really talk about his career necessarily, but he instilled all the things of what it's like to be a pro that we now recognize as we're older.
Were you hoping to be drafted with your brother, or are you glad you get to go elsewhere? How are you kind of feeling about going into this?
Yeah, I'm ready to start my own legacy. We have the Styles family. He has his, I have mine. So I'm excited to be in a situation where, as a player, it's him about to compete against each other. I'll be on the opposite side, then hopefully down the line, maybe he can come to the Saints and we'll be able to ball out together down the line.
Lorenzo, how familiar are you with the way that Brandon Staley utilizes sort of the star slot role, and is that a position you feel that you could see yourself in?
Yes, sir. Me and Coach Patricia, so we were doing some just watching different games. So I watch Coach a lot, and I feel like I'm going to be being able to be versatile in the defense, being able to run different two high structures, play the deep half, play the post when we rotate to three. I'm excited. I got a lot to learn. I'm excited.
How do you feel about potentially rushing the passer?
You're going to see the 4-2 show up there. Have a good disguise. They won't be able to see me coming. So I feel like it's going to be another element to help the defense out.
Lorenzo, you graduated with your father. It says here, what was that day like for you?
No, that meant a lot. So my dad went back. He's actually, to coach in college football, you have to have your degree. And that's something he wanted to do for a long time. So being able to see him, and it was funny. He took school so serious. He was a dude, high GPA, all A's type of guy. But being able to graduate with him, being able to see him coaching, he's coaching at Bowling Green now, along his former teammate Eddie George. It's how far the whole families came, and everyone's chasing their dreams. So it's great for all of everything we've been praying and manifesting come to fruition.
Coming from a football family the way that you do, how would you describe your work ethic away from the football field?
I love football. It's my life. Being a professional, I feel like I'm excited to spend 13, 14 hours in the facility. I'm excited to keep getting better every single year. I love attacking the game. I love it. There's nothing else I want to be doing.
Anything else?
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, congratulations. What does this mean to you? And did you have any idea that the Saints were a team that you could end up with?
Yeah, this means everything, man. I'm ready to give, this organization my all. I'm just super excited. Talked to Saints a little bit, both at the combine and was really, happy with my experience with them and the coaching staff. So I'm super excited.
Bryce, you obviously already have a brother who's been through the process. What will he tell you about it?
Yeah, honestly, about this whole process, he just told me to be myself. He knows I'm a hard worker, a good person, a genuine dude. So he just, let me know that God's gonna handle the rest, and I just gotta do me.
What is it about the North Dakota State program that produces so many of you NFL guys?
Yeah, we've been in FCS all these years, but I really don't think you can compare us to, average FCS program. We hold ourselves to a really high standard. The standard is a national championship. I don't care what level that is. That's a hard thing to do. So, like I said, we hold ourselves to a really hard standard, and we pride ourselves on, doing the hard work and all the little things, to achieve a championship.
Bryce,
hey guys, hang on one second. Bryce, is your screen rotation on lock?
Yes.
There we go. Let's just try to rotate it again real quick before we keep going. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Bryce, a couple of questions. Do you know any players on the Saints team, and are you familiar with the city of New Orleans? Have you been here?
Never been to the city, no. But been a big fan of the receiver room, Chris, especially, and all the things he's done. So I'm super excited to learn from him and just compete every day.
Bryce, how much of an influence did your brother have on you? What was it like growing up together?
Yeah, a ton. That's my best friend. That's my guy. He's got me for life, and I got him the same way. Obviously he's been in this industry for a while, so I've been able to learn a lot, both the football side and the business side of things. So he's played a very large part in my journey.
What did it mean to you to run a 4.3 at the combine, and were you expecting to run that?
Yes, sir. I was expecting to run low 4.3s. I was just super happy with the way the combine performance turned out. I pride myself on hard work, like I said earlier. So just that whole combine prep time, and just grinded. So I was happy with the results.
What strengths, what do you feel like are your strengths as a receiver, and what areas would you like to work on?
Yeah, for sure. I think receiver wise, I think I have elite ball skills. When the ball's in the air, it's mine or nobody's. That's something I always pride myself on. I think I played the game at a really fast pace. I think I learn really quick. I can read defenses, things like that. I think, the receiver position is a super technical position, so I think I can get better at the technical aspects of that. I'm super excited to learn from those guys and coach and just to improve overall.
How are you as a blocker?
Oh, great. We at NDSU, you don't play if you can't block. So that was my role for a while.
Saints have been doing a lot of work on the offensive side of the ball throughout this draft class. Just, what does it say to you that they've included you as a part of the, clear endeavor of adding more playmakers to this offense?
Yeah, it means everything. All it takes is one, and the fact that these guys believe in me and this coaching staff believes in me. I'm ready to earn that trust and earn that belief, honestly, with both the coaching staff and my teammates as well. Like I said, the goal is championships, and that's what I'm bringing. My desire to win championships to this organization.
There aren't a lot of domes in college, but the Fargo Dome is kind of unique. Does that help at all? Just being familiar with a dome setting, and you're playing the Superdome now?
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, I've played in all sorts of stadiums, obviously, but I think playing in a dome definitely has its benefits, to correlating to playing in another dome for sure, just the lighting and things like that. So.
Are you excited to make a leap from Minnesota and North Dakota to a warmer climate?
Yeah, no doubt. But throughout this draft process, people were asking where you want to go, and I just remember saying, somewhere warm wouldn't be too bad. Somewhere warm wouldn't be too bad. So that's just an added benefit, to my situation.
You got warm for sure. I can promise you.
Anything else for Bryce?
Thanks, Congrats, Bryce.
Shout out to Bryce.
Thank you,
man.
guys. Bryce.
Shout out to this young man.
Y'all are open, so.
But especially to be coming to the Saints.
Man, more than thankful for the opportunity, and man, I just can't wait to go down there and put in some work with my boys, man. Ain't too far from Baton Rouge, man. I'm just an hour, so let's do it, man. Can't wait.
How much contact did you have with the Saints leading up to this? How much did you know they had an interest in you?
Man, I feel like with all the coaches and GMs, man, I built a great relationship, man. I kind of always had it in the back of my head that I was going there. This is the only hat that my parents bought today, which is crazy. And, man, just love the facility and just love the connections that I made with them boys. And, man, I just can't ready to go to work, man. More than proud, man.
Was the hat decision one because you felt like that was a team you were going to, or was that your parents trying to will it into existence?
Man, honestly, I asked them if they can get all 32 hats, and my mom said that they only had the Saints at the store they was at. So, we got the Saints. But, hey, man, dream come true right now.
Worked out.
Where are you right now? Where are you right now?
I'm in Nashville in my backyard, man. The house is too crazy right now, so had to come outside, get some air, breathe a little bit, and be thankful. Thank God, man. Let's go.
Hey, Barry, people think of you as a fast guy, but you're more. Tell us why you are a good wide receiver.
Because I can do anything you want me to do, coach. If you want me to go in there and block, I'll go in there and block, get a screen pass. Let's do it. I'll run through somebody, burn at somebody. Just whatever you need to do as a receiver, man, I'm here to do it, and I'm doing it with a smile on my face. A great teammate at the end of the day, and just a guy that's always going to bring the energy and the vibes to practice and games, man. Let's do it.
Barry, were you a big fan of Rashid Shaheed and those shoes you'd like to fill?
Man, of course, man. He's a great return, and, man, just looking to, do what I need to do, man. Let's do it.
Hey, Barry,
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
Enjoy it. Hey, Barry, are you a little surprised that Garrett Nussmeier hasn't heard his name called yet?
Man, yeah, but man, we just trust in God, and man, Garrett's a great guy, great quarterback, and God gonna have a time for him, and man, when it comes, I'm gonna be just excited, man. Let's do it.
Hey, Barry, have you spent time thinking about the kick return at the NFL level is a little different, and how you handle that, how that you would approach that with your game?
Mm-hmm. Man, honestly, I feel like any special teams is a will to do it, man. If you want to do it, you'll get out there and do it. So, man, that's nothing to me. This is something I've been doing, catching the ball, taking it to the house for 100 yards and celebrating with my teammates, man. So I feel like it ain't the difference with me. It's just a will to do it, and I want to do it, and I want to do it. So it's gonna get done.
What makes for a good returner?
Man, explosiveness and honestly fearless. That's the biggest one for me. Fearless, being able to run through the smoke and keep your head up, chin high, and whatever comes with it, man. Just take it to the chin. Let's do it.
Barry, you played in the Senior Bowl. What was that like? And also, there were a lot of Saints assistant coaches there. Is that when you started saying that maybe it could be the Saints?
Man, it was just a great experience all around, just going down there and getting some work in with the coaches and just hearing their point of view of things and, trying to add my point of view and, we working and just being coached up and just been around a lot of great guys and, competing. And that's something I like to do. I compete my tail off. So, just being invited to one of the best, doing my thing and, having fun while doing it. I always say something about having fun because, man, you just got to have fun with this stuff, man. So, man, Senior Bowl was a blessing, great experience. Man, I'm just ready, y'all. I'm sorry if I'm so excited, man. I'm ready. Let's do it.
Barry, you talked at your pro day about, maybe the transfer didn't go exactly how you had hoped, and just going through a season like that to still hear your name called, is that a weight off your shoulders? What are the emotions right now?
Yes, sir. And that's just a testimony that's man, it's gonna be sunlight and it's gonna be dark days, and regardless of how you may feel about it, that's life, and life's gonna keep going. So just being able to keep my best foot forward and attacking each and every day like it's my last, and just out there having fun and finding enjoying it again, man. I wouldn't do it again for the world, bro. Love them boys, man. Love them.
What do you think of all these offensive weapons the Saints have come up with the last few days?
Man, let's do it. I'm ready to work, man. I'm ready to work. I'm ready to work. I'm ready to work. Let's do it. Come on.
Marion, when it comes to kind of adding an element on offense for New Orleans, what do you think about your ability as a yards after catch receiver?
That's something that I've been doing since a baby, man. It's just like I got a feel for the end zone, and I always looking to find the end zone, and that's whether it could be a jet sweep, a deep ball, or a screen, a slant, whatever the case may be, man. I'm just looking to always score the ball, man.
Hey, Barrett, have you had a chance to visit with Lane Kiffin, been down in Baton Rouge since he's arrived?
Not really just visit with him, but I didn't came and watched a few practices, and I was training and stuff when I was down there in BR. But I just try to stay out their way, let them keep getting better each and every day. And I had something to do. I had a plan of mine in my head, so I just had to attack every day.
Thanks so much. Congratulations.
Thanks, Barry. Congrats.
Thanks, Barry.
Right, love that, man. These young guys, man. Don't you love that intensity? The energy from this young fella, Barry Brown, man. He just like he ready to put a helmet on and go and kick return right now for you. Love that, man. Shout out to our young players, man. They in effect. Y'all guys, how y'all feel about some of our young guys we picking up? Love it, man. Good energy from those guys. That's all the Bryce Lance, his interview. You heard from Barry and Brown. Just a lot of spectacular players here. Early on, I played the interview for Jeremiah Wright and then Lorenzo Styles. Y'all heard from him as well. So it's interesting, man. We got some young people that are, that's going to represent the Who Dat Nation mightily. A lot of special teams talent was added in there. The Saints really had a solid plan. And credit to them, man. This next level moving here about the black and gold, man. But I love the energy of our young players, man. They ready to get moving and grooving. Hemisphere says, I think how many games was missed from wide receiver room altogether? How many games will Olave miss because of concussions? That could have ended his career. Why? I think the Saints isn't willing to commit. Well, why jerk him along? I get what you're saying. I'm not, going after you, but asking the question, if they didn't think that, then why jerk him along the last couple of years and say, well, if you ball out, we'll give you a contract. I do think the Saints ultimately are working on giving them a contract. I think they're going to get the money some kind of way, this sort of thing. We'll see what it is, man. We'll see how it is going forward, but it's interesting to say the least as well. Anyway, let's bring in it's KT, man. Shout out to KT in the chat. What's up, KT? How you doing, my brother?
What's that, Q? Just getting back. It was raining down here in BR, so I crashed when I woke up. I was trying to get caught up on everything. I saw we had got Bryce Lance. I saw we had got the guard from Auburn.
Right.
So I'm happy with that. Now, to piggyback off what I said earlier, I can still call you an underachiever if you're not consistent in your performance. It took dude 7 years to get 10 sacks.
Hold on,
underachieving.
Are we talking about Chase Young right now, bro?
Q, if I don't throw shade at Chase Young at least once, we gonna throw the universe out of balance. So I got to keep the universe in balance. Look, I got to throw shade at NFL Lonzo.
KT comes in. I say, hold on, KT. There's a lot going on, bro. We got to trade another guy came in. We got a whole draft completed, but KT gonna find a way to get at Chase Young. Go ahead, KT, bro. What you got?
But yeah, I was stoked with Jordan Tyson. That was something I really didn't believe was going to happen. I thought we were going Mansour Delane, but I'm good with everything we had. I give our total draft class a B. I wish we would have got to edge rusher and corner a little bit sooner, but it still worked out. Tyree Wilson could be a steal, especially with Carl Granderson underachieving. If I'm going to take shots at one, I got to take shots at the other. So
right.
Wilson can come in and push somebody. We don't know what we're getting from Fidel Diggs. Diggs might take that next step. But like the guard pick, Chris Miller from Georgia just caught me out of left field. We got one of the top 5 elite D tackle prospects in the draft, and we got him in the 2nd round. So he can instantly be a plug and play nose if Gottschall or if Christian Boyd don't work out.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting situation, bro, because from what I'm seeing, KT, we still have, I think, what is it? I think we almost done with the draft here, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, they got, draft is over with. So yeah, we turn to it, and I'm looking at some of the guys that's available. KT, I'll give your thought process on some of the guys. Like you just mentioned a few fellas, but man, I'm looking at.
Did anybody take Xavier Harris?
No, he's still left. That's crazy.
That can be a big steal. A 6'8", 340-pound nose. It may be a leverage thing with him because at times he can play a little bit too high and upright. What about Deontay Lawson?
He's still left, bro.
Q, I feel like you. The fact that he's lasted this long was criminally, because dude is athletic. He can hit, he can cover, go sideline to sideline. The fact he dropped this far was kind of a head scratcher to me. I still would go. I would get another corner to bring in to push our secondary. Kool-Aid showed to me he's an average starter. He could be a good number 2. I'm not going to throw shade at Quincy Riley because I want to wait and see, but I would bring in, if he's still available, Marcus Allen, the 6'2" cornerback from North Carolina. Physical, has speed, and excels in zone, which Brandon Staley likes to run, but can play in press man.
What about our offensive lineman, KT? I kind of like some of the linemen. You know, Isaiah World is still available, and even Diego Pounds. Those guys are still out there.
Q, I am just as shocked as you are, especially with World and Pounds, because Pounds, I see Pounds could be possibly, fans don't flip out. Pounds could be Carl Nix 2.0. He can play tackle, but I would kick him inside the guard and just have a big, physical, mean offensive line. Isaiah World is just, okay, time, place, and what we going to get with him. The talent's there. Is it just, certain parts of his game need to be refined? Or does he need a coach that's going to motivate him? Because I've seen too many games where his engines run hot and cold.
Yeah, that's interesting, bro, because I'm looking at him like, damn, so Isaiah World, as big and talented as he is, he's not worth the 7th-round draft pick. And shout out to the family members letting me know about Nussmeier being picked up by the Chiefs. That's a good spot for him, by the way.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. I'm just glad we didn't get him.
Right.
Look.
Okay. Hey, but let me ask you this, KT. We usually good at getting undrafted running backs. Roman Hemby is available. Roman Hemby is out there. A lot of people saying Q about the running backs. Jamari Taylor, Rasul Faison. You got Joy Note, Dean Connors. What's this other kid that was from Texas A&M? I don't know about Moss.
I know about Le'Veon Moss. Le'Veon Moss is actually a local kid. He's from Baton Rouge. My best friend actually coached him in middle school.
So you think he might be a good gift for the Saints and as a practice squad guy?
If the knee and the ankle holds up, because the talent is there, it's just health. And this is a legitimate one, like the same way they were going at Jordan Tyson with the health injuries, the knee and the ankle and all that. I would love for them to get him, because local kid, Baton Rouge, Stroma High School stand up. He would be playing for the home team. But the thing is, you got to be healthy. We already had a running back like that where it was question marks with health. The one we got from TCU, his name escapes me right now. He's still on the team.
Kendra Miller.
Yeah, Kendra Miller, because Miller has all the talent in the world, speed, power, physicality, but he's nicked up. And like I said, Q, always with the players we get, if the guy we got was doing what he was supposed to do, we wouldn't have to draft him. Like I said, like me and you talk. If Nick Soon did what he was supposed to do, we would have never drafted Michael Thomas. If Andrus Pete would have did what he was supposed to do as a tackle, we would have never had to go get Ryan Ramczyk. If Kendre Miller was there, we would have never had to go, even if we would have got Travis Etienne, we wouldn't have had to go get Devin Neal or look at another running back. So just call a spade a spade. It is what it is. Now, those guys you named, they can contribute. Even if they don't make the team, you will still get value as practice squad in a pinch, like could be a next year's Austin Audric Estime. Himby, I caught enough of his games to where I was like, I can see something, I can see talent, I can see potential. It's just you might need a season on the practice squad to marinate.
Yeah, another interesting DBs. People looking at DBs. Deshaun Singleton from Nebraska is available. KT, I just seen that. Lewis Moore from Indiana is also there. They got a couple of guys that perhaps we always seem to get the best guys. But what's some of your favorites, bro? A couple of guys. You mentioned Harris from Ole Miss. We talked about Pounds and all these other guys. But what about on that end of things with the cornerback safeties?
I caught enough Nebraska football this year. I like Deshaun Singleton. He's a ball hawk. He's a gambler, but he has the speed and the athletic ability to make up for when he gambles. Wide receivers, I still don't know who's out there. Linebackers, Torian York from Texas A&M, I like. Deontay Lawson, I like. It's a deep guard class, so any guard we get is going to be a steal. Pounds is still my favorite tackle. Cornerbacks, Marcus Allen, and probably some more guys coming up that I would look into. Ed, you do me a favor, Q, and see what edge guys are available for me, and just run some names.
Yeah, Logan Fano, Mason Rieger, Tyreek Sapp, both LSU guys, Patrick Payton and Jack Pyburn, both available. Vincent Anthony Jr., Anthony Lucas, Marvin Jones, Nadam Tucker, your guy. All those still on the board.
Nadame Tucker is a pure speed rusher. I like that. He gives you something against the run, but it's a pure speed rusher. Lucas is just a technique guy, but it's like a rotational piece. Pyburn and Peyton. I remember Peyton at Florida State. They got it. It's just like that player. You see everything, but it never taken us the next step. Pyburn is just effort, energy, and intensity. I don't know why nobody at least brought him in for a chance. And Q, I'm gonna throw up in my mouth a little bit because I got to say something nice about the Florida Gators. He's not your Tyreek Sapp is not your traditional edge. If we were running a 4-3, even though we run multiple fronts, Tyreek Sapp is like a 4-3 edge rusher, but you put him as a down lineman with what we got, he would wreak havoc from the defensive end spot. And in a 3-4, those are few far between. You don't have guys like that normally unless you're talking about a Bruce Smith or a JJ Watt. But Sapp would be a game wrecker as a 3-4 DN because he doesn't win with finesse on his pass rush. It's just brutality, bull rush, and spin moves. It's just he's violent.
Like you're right. Pyburn needs work on his technique, but yeah, intensity, high motor. He really didn't do like we wanted him. We expected him to do at LSU. But he came over from Florida. The other guy came from Florida State. We both expected those guys to be big, and it just didn't work. And they both undrafted, so they'll find a home somewhere here. But man, we still got a lot of players left to go to be picked up as well. So yeah, it's interesting, KT. Before you go, bro, let me ask you about a couple of these safeties, man. We mentioned Singleton, what you think? What you think about this? You mentioned Skylar Thomas out of Oregon State. How you feel about him?
I didn't mention Skylar Thomas out of Oregon State. It's just he's one of those safeties where if I have an established secondary coach and I got an exact plan for him, he's a good hit because some people see, I think his coverage is okay. It's not bad. He's not John Abrams. But at the same time, I feel he does better when he's closer to the line and he can create chaos. He can cover like short to intermediate areas with tight ends and running backs. But if you get a running back and just run a 20-yard wheel route out the backfield, it could be a problem.
Yeah, it's interesting because the interior offensive line, they got a few people there. We did get our guy in Jeremiah Wright. But, like I said, I still think we could use another tackle. I don't think the Saints going to get a center. They might get one. I mean, ain't ones that I would recommend they get that's left for Edgemire. Brockermeyer and Kump and Lemieux, I'm not really big on them. But let me ask you about a couple of a couple of guards, KT. Jaden Roberts from Alabama, Cam Dewberry from Alabama, and Josh Gesky. What do you think about those guys?
Roberts and Jaden Roberts, I would take him in a heartbeat. He was one of the few bright spots on that Alabama offensive line outside of your boy Proctor. I like him. The only thing with Roberts, it's like, okay, I need more aggressive out of you on blocks. I need pass block, okay, cool. Run block, I want you to try to bury them in the ground. The other Alabama offensive lineman, Q, to be honest with you, dude, was unnoticeable because I always saw the side with Proctor and Roberts. Like I always saw Proctor and Roberts. Those are the guys that stood out to me with the Alabama offensive line. You can't help but see Caden Proctor, big as that joker is. Mm-hmm. Now, the other offensive lineman you were talking about, what's his name?
Gesky. Josh Gesky from Illinois.
Lunch pail, blue collar, Midwest, muck it up, dirty dogfight offensive lineman. Don't ever put him outside. Keep him in that phone booth, which is on either side of the center, and just run. He has versatility to do zone and man blocking scheme, but excels more in man, where he can just be physical, nasty, and let him be a mauler.
Okay.
He's one of those guys, he might get his butt kicked on the athletic ability standpoint, but he's going to fight till the whistle blows.
Yeah, the Saints looked at Gesky, and I'm wondering if he might be an undrafted talent for him coming out because we could definitely use some help inside. Hey, KT, man, as always, man, appreciate you. Go ahead, KT. What's your last word, my brother?
Oh, no. I was just about to say, Q, I'm still going to be in the chat after I get off here. Yes, I was going to do our annual tradition where I jump on the UDA FA tracker and just start posting updates in the chat. So as always, thanks for having me. I'm about to get to work on this tracker.
Okay. Appreciate it, KT. Much love. Who that, my brother?
Who that?
All right, that's the KT, man, the Super Scout, man. KT be all on it. Shit, I forgot to ask KT about Dylan Wade, the offensive guard from Auburn, man. But yeah, this is KT. If you heard that, give me some game on Dylan Wade, man, from Auburn. I think some of these guys might be guys that would be what the Saints might be looking for, because we've seen quite a few people right now are currently being picked up. Tom Pelissero's reporting, a couple of them, that former Georgia Tech quarterback Haynes King is signing with the Panthers on a deal that includes $250,000. Quarterback from Georgia Tech, Haynes King. Former Kansas quarterback Jalen Daniels is signing with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a deal that includes $247,000 base salary guaranteed. So we got a couple of, as we did switch coverage into our undrafted side of things, and of course we probably gonna switch into the go to our coach when he gets the opportunity. Mickey Loomis and all them guys up right now. So we're gonna switch over to that, fam, and then we'll go from there. So this will get close to the end of our coverage today, and then we'll probably do a switch on a smaller screen here and kind of react to it. But Mickey Loomis is on the mic, man. Let's listen from old Slick McNomis as we keep it going. Hold on, let me get this set up for you guys because Mickey is on the mic and he's gonna be patting himself on the back. Hold on, I earned my clam chowder today. God damn it! Hold on, hold on. All right, let's see what Slick doing. All right, here we go.
And we drafted an LSU player, so there shouldn't be any questions.
Oh, that's right. Damn it! Ask me about that LSU stuff. I don't play that stuff, you know.
Back in the trade for Tyree Wilson, trading down.
Well, do you guys? Oh, come on.
The Slick Mick in a good mood, man.
It's a big debate.
Yeah.
Was this a mission pre-draft, the emphasis on getting offensive weapons? Did you expect before we started to walk away with 4 guys?
I don't know that we expected 4, but look, we wanted to add in that area. We wanted to add speed to our team, which we did. I think, one thing. I think
Mick it sound old and tired, man.
If we want to go that route. So look, I think there was a little something for everyone: offense, defense, and special teams, and I think that's a good thing for us.
What do you like about Jeremiah Wright?
Yeah, big people mover. Right there. He's gonna come in and immediately add size and power to our offensive line, and we'll see how he develops. One thing that caught my eye in this last day was, and really the whole thing, is how emotional and passionate a lot of these guys were. I know you guys could feel that on those Zoom calls afterwards, and we certainly felt it on the calls when we talked to the guys to tell them that they were going to become New Orleans Saints, and that was really cool.
Was there anything with the top 7 picks that surprised you or changed up the order or anything that unexpected?
I would say that the 7 probably went about what we expected, not necessarily to whom we expected. Yeah, so there was a little bit of a shuffle there, just not amongst the names, just about who ended up with whom.
Like, I know a year from now is going to be the Thursday of the draft, and everyone's going to say the Saints are calling there, the team trying to move up. Was there anything abnormal with kind of?
Yeah, I never made one call to move up from pick 8, which will surprise you all. I know it was reported by a couple of people, but that was completely untrue.
There were similar reports about the second day. Was that a day where you were more active?
Yeah,
or the second?
yeah. We did try to move up a little bit on the second day, yes.
I guess
Unsuccessfully, as noted.
to clarify, the team's calling you about trying to trade down to 8.
Yes.
Just to clarify, I mean, was there just no interest in moving up? Was it just not a?
Yeah, I didn't feel like I felt like the cost was going to be too high, and we were going to end up with a really quality player. We just liked a lot of guys in that first group, and we're going to be pretty happy with whomever we ended up, and really happy with who we ended up with.
Deciding whether to draft a guy with injury history like Jordan Tyson, what is it that makes a team comfortable with that? Is it as simple as looking at medical records and saying maybe this won't reoccur? Or how much does a player's attitude?
Yeah, I think it all comes into play. All of it is, all of it comes into play. I think oftentimes you're looking for, do any of these injuries, are they causing problems right now? Are they symptomatic right now? Do they keep, are they the kinds of things that are going to keep somebody from practicing every day? Is it a situation where if it's a knee, does it swell up every day, and do you have to have a lot of rest days? What's the likelihood of a recurring injury? One of the realities of football is that there's a lot of injuries in our game, and guys, how resilient are they? So there's a lot of variables.
I asked that because you seem to have a plan already to take care of his body and how you
Yeah.
would prevent things from happening again. Obviously, sometimes you can't, but I didn't know if, you know, when you talk to him,
Yeah,
that is a factor. at
Yeah,
all.
that is a factor. I think that, and I would say this as, you know, these guys are young guys for the most part, right? They're, you know, 21, 22, 23 years old. And they're just learning that, you know, some of the things that they're doing off the field can impact, you know, their availability. And you know, a lot of guys don't learn that until they get to the league. And I think we're pretty sophisticated as a league. Our strength and conditioning and our performance coaches are pretty sophisticated in terms of preventing injuries and doing things that you know, can help you stay on the field. And so we'll help him in that regard. And obviously it's important to him. And that's one of the things that you're looking for. You're looking for guys that want to be on the field all the time. They don't want to miss practice. You know, it bothers them to be in the training room. So yeah, they're all variables that we consider.
You joked about trading up. It's 2 years in a row now, so you guys made 17 picks so for the last years. I mean, were there deals you would have made in the past? The value was right and stuff, but you felt like compiling picks is where this team exists right now?
No, I wouldn't say it's that. I think, you know, and look, we tried in a couple of cases, but weren't able to do it. And it's just the circumstances just weren't there for us to make a move that somebody else was going to agree to.
What do you like about Tyree Wilson?
Yeah, look, I think, look, we liked him as a player coming out. You know, I think more than anything, Brandon has a vision for him fitting into our defense. And it adds to, you know, a group that we like already. So anxious to get him here. And obviously he was a high pick for the Raiders, and I'm anxious to get him here. We liked him a lot coming out, and still like him as a professional.
For him as a stand-up pass rusher?
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of different ideas how to use him, and you know, we'll see what in this off season and training camp if that comes to fruition.
Does that change anything with Cam Jordan, or are you still?
No, I don't think so. No.
Is the fifth-year option something you'll have to look at, or is that kind of already decided?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's going to be a free agent after this year in all likelihood. So, yeah, I know exactly the rule. I got to remember what the final date was, but relative to him, but no, I think he's going to be a free agent next year. So it's a 1-year trial, and we'll see how it goes.
Did you go into this draft kind of with the idea of maybe acquiring an edge through a trade, like a veteran player? Is that something maybe like after you take to Jordan that kind of crystallized?
Yeah, I don't know that I wouldn't say a plan necessarily, but we have been talking with the Raiders about Tyree for quite some time. So it didn't just come up today.
You also joked about the track speed that you acquired today, but is that coincidental, or was that a specific emphasis?
No, I think that probably somewhere in between, right? You always want to add speed to your team. And look, we lost, you know, Rashid last year, and he was that's a big element of his game, and so we wanted to add that. We wanted to add some return ability. We got that, so it was conscious to add some speed to our rooms.
Was there anyone else that was specifically a special teams fit that you've taken today, probably?
Well, I think you're always, you know, one of the considerations when you get later in the draft is obviously the position but hey, what's the path to the roster? And oftentimes for guys, you know, on this day, the path to the roster is special teams. So it's either they have experience in their college career or they have the traits that we think are necessary to become effective special teams players. So that's definitely part of the consideration of who we drafted later today.
Is that true
like Lorenzo Styles or TJ Holland?
Yeah, absolutely.
How different do you think the offense can look next year with everything you've done in free agency and now the draft?
Yeah, I mean that's a question for Kellen really. Look, we've added a downfield element. We've added some size. But we'll see how that goes.
With Jordan and Bryce in particular, how do those guys and their skill sets complement what you already have in that room?
Yeah, I think again we just we're adding talent to the room. We're adding a developmental 6'3", 4'4" player that played it. He didn't play at a Power 4 conference. He played for North Dakota State, and so there's probably some development that we need to do there. Jordan Tyson, obviously, he's got a complementary skill set to Chris, the guys that we have, Devon, some of the other guys we have. So look, it's a good mix right now. We were just talking about it.
Just what
yeah.
you like from him and why at that spot specifically?
Yeah, again, big. We're gonna look pretty good coming off the bus, I think. But big, powerful, young man, and adds to a great room. And so, we were excited to get him.
I'm sorry, you didn't early in this draft add a guy for Alante Taylor's the spot that obviously opens up on the defense. Did you feel good about what you already had in house to fill that spot, and that's why you didn't, or did you?
No, I think we probably, if in a perfect world, we went into the draft thinking, we wanted to get a guy in the early part of the draft at that position, but it just didn't work out.
Is Lorenzo a spot or candidate to fill that spot? Or
I think a developmental player, yeah, for sure. Brandon refers to these guys as DBs more than corners, nickels, or safeties, and so I'm going to take that tact and just say, hey, look, we added some DBs, some of which are a little more developmental, and we've got to wait till we get into training camp to see how they fit with the defense that Brandon wants to play.
With Lorenzo, all gets sorted out, throughout the offseason. You've got 14 receivers now, and that includes some of the guys that are also essentially rookies hurt in Jalen Polk and Trey Palmer. I mean, was there a point where overcrowding was a discussion?
Yeah, we've talked about that, and as we get some of these undrafted free agents signed, and we take a step back, we're probably going to have to adjust some numbers in some different areas, and we're a little heavy in that group relative to the 90-man roster right now.
Lorenzo talked about his post combine procedure, but mentioned that he would.
Who did?
Lorenzo.
Oh yeah.
Mentioned that he expects that he'll be ready for training camp. Is that the same timeline that you're offering?
Yeah, I think probably. I don't know that we expect him to be ready at the beginning of training camp, but certainly during the course of training camp, we're really well aware of his timeline and feel pretty good about it.
With Darian being right down the road, were you able to maybe key in on his ability a little more than other guys? Is that possible?
Yeah. Yes, because look, we went up to the pro day. We had him here for our local pro day. Really enjoyed our visits with him, and he did a good job in their pro day too. And he was enthusiastic when we called him. It was fun to feel that excitement from him. And I just remember his comment. We were talking to him about his speed, and during the local pro day afterwards, and one of the comments he made was he never lost a race. And I thought, well, that's pretty good.
You kind of mentioned it before, but with Jordan, at the time there were still some prominent defenders on the board. Just what was it about Jordan that you felt like you really wanted to pick offense there rather than go?
Well, there's nothing about the rest of the guys that there were some really good options for us, but we just felt like given where we're at and the talent level, this was the guy for us, and we're really excited to get him. I would say that pre-draft, when you consider where other guys are likely to go, we felt really good about Jordan Tyson being our pick, and excited that he was available to us.
You talked about like being risk adverse a little bit in terms of your pre-draft press conference. With him, I mean, I know you're comfortable enough to draft him with the injury history, but like,
Yeah.
Was that ever like I guess, do you see it as a risk at all? Like, how do you kind of square it with that?
I think when you look at all these players, there's some risk, right? And we all have a vision. We're projecting them as to what they can be in our league, and so there's risk with every guy, and some of it is more scheme fit. Some of it may be, just the physical attributes, and with him, there was, he's missed some games, but we, dove pretty deep into that history, and at the end of it, we felt comfortable.
If you had to say the one thing about Jordan that set him apart for you, is there something about his skill set that you liked enough to get him at a?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of things. He's fast, twitchy, tough. He stops well. He just got a lot of great skills. A lot of his catches are first downs and touchdowns. He makes tough catches. So there's just the whole package, really. And look, if you're going to be a top 10 pick in our league, you better have the whole package. And that's for every position.
Coach Dillingham talked about his competitiveness. Was that something that stood out to y'all?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And you feel it when you talk with him.
4 of your top 5 draft picks were on offense, and the 2 highest paid free agents that you signed were on offense. Coming out of the season, was that we've got to invest in this offense? Like, has this been a mission since January?
Yeah, I think when you go through that post-season evaluation and you start looking at, okay, here's the holes that we need to fill. Here's where we need to significantly get better, must, needs, and wants. There was just more on offense as it turned out. And so, some years it's offense and some years it's defense. So this year it was offense.
Y'all got a lot taller at wide receiver since last year. Was that a active plan? Is it just kind of how it happened?
A little bit, yeah. Size is good in the NFL, right?
How much did Tyler's stretch last year kind of influence, what you think you could need on offense and the acquisitions you made to try and help him?
Yeah, I don't know that I would say it like Tyler's influence. Every quarterback in our league, wants and needs weapons, right? They need guys to get the ball to, and hopefully they can do something special with it. And so, I don't think it's unique to Tyler, but I do think that we knew we needed to add in that area, and hopefully we have.
Now that you've added 9 guys, will you be able to narrow your focus for whatever's left in the gun in free agency?
Yeah, I think for yes, we'll reassess the roster in the next coming weeks, and what always happens with this is that teams add players, and there's other guys, veteran guys that may become available through trade. So we'll take a look at that along with the guys that are still free agents.
Delp didn't put up like a bunch of big receiving numbers at Georgia, but can you project more there, like some kind of untapped receiving potential from what you saw on tape?
Yeah, I think our guys would say, and we would all say, that he's got all the traits necessary to be really productive in the pass game, and he's a really willing and able blocker, and so we felt like giving us some help as a white tight end, it would be important. And he was very resilient at Georgia. That's a tough program. Those coaches do a great job, and they're really tough on their players. And he was really resilient and stayed the whole time, and was a really good player for them. And they were really complimentary about him. So we were surprised that he was available to us. when we took him. And I wouldn't say that we went into the draft thinking, man, we got to get a tight end, but at some point the value just, jumps out at you.
And that was like kind of during a stretch, like a bunch of tight ends started going.
Yeah,
that
they
time.
sure did.
Were you kind of getting a little maybe nervous right before that?
I wouldn't say nervous, but that's the area every year that the tight ends seem to go right in that window, that third, fourth round window. So it wasn't a surprise.
Did the pass rushers going in round 2 before you guys influence what you did at before Miller's, or I guess what Miller's pick?
I don't know that I would say it that way. It's just that I would say that the strength of this draft wasn't in big people, right? Didn't seem like there was as many as there normally is. So, that became a little bit more of a premium. But, we liked him from the beginning. He was, a highly graded guy for us and excited to get him.
Not picking a running back, does that impact Alvin one way or another, or what you guys want to do there?
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens here in the next few weeks, but yeah, we didn't go into the draft thinking we had to go get a running back either.
Would you like that settled before like on-field work begins?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would characterize it that way. We'll just see what happens.
With Del, often the leap for a tight end from college to the pros is complicated with protections. We hear a lot because of the program that he was a part of. Do you think that he's a little bit further along than your typical draft prospect?
Yeah, I would say he probably is, and he's a smart kid, really smart kid, and I don't think he's going to have any problems learning our scheme.
With Garrett falling the way that he did, I mean,
yeah.
Your last pick there, did you give it a consideration, or was it? What you
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that a little bit. Just I feel for him. He's a great kid. He's a really, really good player. I think we were all really surprised that he didn't get taken a lot earlier. I don't know the reason behind it. And really excited when he got drafted. It's a great family, and he's going to be successful. I'm 100% confident, and I'm also, excited for him as to where he went, because he probably went to about the best place he could go to.
With Wilson, going back to him, with the success you guys had with Chase Young, like kind of getting back to his career, did that influence your thinking on wanting to take another shot on one of these guys? Or
a little bit, yeah, a little bit, yeah. Look, I think oftentimes you're looking. There's high expectations for these guys that come drafted early, right? High expectations, and if they don't necessarily meet that expectation, but they're still good players, they can have a second chance and have a really good career and maybe reach a higher level of success. So hopefully that's what happens here.
You feel good about what you got done? Get this
Yeah.
list?
Yes, but I always feel good about it. I'm a glass half full guy, right? So yes, I feel really good about the group. And was it perfect? No, it didn't come out perfect in terms of what we might have laid out prior to the draft, but it was really good, and it never comes out perfect. So yeah, we're excited. We're excited to get these guys in here. Excited to get them in for that first rookie mini camp and then get going.
When you had this many draft picks and you go to sign the undrafted free agents, do you still look at needs at all, or can you pretty much just zero in on the guys who are the highest rated?
It's a good question, and I would say that it's a combination of the two. We've got to fill out the roster, right? Because we've got to have a certain number at every position, and we pay attention to that. But if, for example, and this is just hypothetical, it's not real. If, for example, we were full at safety, but we had a really highly graded safety out there available to us, we'd go one over in that area and go short someplace else because of the grade. So it's a combination of the two.
90 man, but does that kind
Yeah.
of impact how active you'll be with?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to end up with 10 maybe, a fewer number than most years. Yeah.
With picking up that 219th overall selection late and then going with TJ Hall, what was it that you guys liked about him at that area, and kind of how do you go about, kind of being ready for that situation?
Yeah, I think that, look, that was part of the trade, obviously, and there's, that's a value proposition. They had a certain value they wanted for Tyree, and we wanted to pay a certain value, and it just worked out that we ended up back with that pick where we traded down. And so you get that pick, and then all of a sudden, man, here's at the bottom of the 5th round and the 6th round, and man, he's still there. So it was kind of like a no-brain pick for us. Played at Iowa, played at a high level. That's a really good program. He's well coached, and it's a guy we can throw at a couple positions, because we think he's a pretty versatile athlete, and we might have a swing at 3 different spots for him.
You should try that again next year. See how you like. Is Jeremiah Wright? Is he only a guard, or can he play center at all?
I think, look, we'd be doing him a disservice to try to play him at multiple positions right now. So we're going to start him at guard, and let's just go from there. All right. Thank you, guys.
Shout out to Slick Mick, man. Big ups to Mick Alone.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mick Alomas, man. Slick Mick needs a coffee, man. Old man Mick was in there, man. And man, listen, good game there. We also learned about the fact that the Saints had the tight end situation. Well, the defensive man we picked up with the 5th round pick in Wilson. And Mickey Loomis did say that he will more than likely not pick up his option. First year option. It's a 1-year trial period. And that's understandable. And we know that, of course, next year, the Saints will open up, man. They're going to have a ton of cap room. Next year it gets better. But it's all positioning, because you still got you got Chris Olave's potential contract coming up. You have him there. Then you have the potentiality of the Tyler Shuck deal that'll be coming after this year, like 2026, because last year's his first year. Remember, it's 4 years. You got these guys 4 years of 2nd round picks. The 5th year is only optional for the 1st round pick. So Tyler Shuck, first year, they got him in there. 2nd year, that 3rd year, coming into that 3rd year, you might have to start talking about contract. No doubt about it. Going into his 3rd year, before you get to the final year, 4th year, if he performs really well at a high level in the 2nd year, you could be looking at a nice chunkable size of your money going to your quarterback. Right now, he's working on a 2nd round quarterbacks of pick 40 salary, so you're saving money there. So it's always the idea, okay, we'll have in a couple of years, we'll have an expensive quarterback if he pans out even further this upcoming season, plus we'll have an expensive wide receiver. Saints have to pivot and use the draft to be able to compensate, and the undrafted game to kind of be able to fill in talent, because not everybody going to get paid. So, get the big fat contract, in other words. So very interesting to see how it is. Good game for Mickey Loomis. Dropping in the post game as the Saints do their thing. Now, currently, right now, the Saints are picking up, and they are. I'm gonna see if I can pull up the tracker, see what's going on right now in the field of the undrafted side of things. But before we do that, because the Saints are pretty much in there, going up in there, signing free agents and all this kind of undrafted free agents. We'll give you a list. I'll see if I can put a good list together. KT been listening. Some guys in the chat for some of the family members that the Saints are currently signing. 3 or 4 guys that they picked up on. Hemby, the running back, ended up going to the Raiders, so we did not get Hemby. I was looking to see if we get an undrafted guy, but we'll see who the Saints get. They might not get anybody this year. They always seem to get somebody, though, but really interesting. So before we get to that list, there's one more interview I'm going to play by you guys. Make it closes out the Saints draft, the 3-day situation, and the undrafted side of things is yet to unherald. So let's go into it. Let's hear from our final player. His interview, TJ Hall, this is the last draft pick, 7th-round draft pick for the Saints. He had an interview. Let me let y'all listen.
Right. So I guess it's happy birthday, and how does this feel for you a day early?
Yeah, man, it feels awesome. It feels like a blessing. Thank God, my birthday and the draft always aligns up every year. So it's a good early birthday gift.
Awesome. How much contact did you have with the Saints over the course of the offseason? And, is this a place that you expected to be a possibility for you?
Yeah. Oh, can you guys still see me?
There you go. We got you.
Yeah, not too much communication throughout the process. I'm pretty sure we met like at the Senior Bowl. Don't remember sitting down at the combine too much, but yeah, not too many communication. And I wouldn't say I really expected to get picked up by the Saints.
I know every team is going to be different, but when you talk two teams, what was their vision for you and where you fit best in the NFL?
Yeah, a couple different teams had different visions. Some have corner with nickel, some have safety with nickel, some have safety. So a couple different teams have different visions of what they see.
Where do you feel like you fit best?
I feel like I can fit anywhere. I feel like I can play all 5 positions in the backfield. So if I need to line up at corner, nickel, or safety, I feel like I can be ready to go at either one.
TJ, how did that Senior Bowl experience go for you to help you put you in this position?
Yeah, no, it really helped me a lot, especially I got a chance to play nickel a lot while I was at the Senior Bowl. So getting that experience at like an NFL level, it was really awesome and helped me prepare for this stage where I'm at today.
During your time over at Iowa, it seemed like every year you kind of got better and more comfortable. What was kind of that final year like for you, and what do you feel like you achieved there?
Yeah, man, it really just was putting in the work every day. Had full confidence in the work I put in and the ability I had. So just going into the season, just wanted to really accomplish being a complete corner, being in the run game while also defending each team's best receiver and making as many plays as I can on the ball.
Now, going in the 7th round, like just to hear your name called, what did that mean to you?
Yeah, it meant a lot. No matter what round it was, I knew it was gonna hit me deep because this is a sport I've been playing all my life. So just even hearing my name called today was a blessing.
Everything that was kind of written about you throughout the pre-draft process talks about your physicality. Would you say that that's a big part, like a hallmark to your game, or is there another thing that you emphasize?
Yeah, I would definitely say that's a big part. I feel like I'm a competitor, so I bring that physicality, not only in the run game, but also with receivers, pressing at the line, getting hands on. So just being a physical player overall.
And did you get any chance to talk with like Saints defensive staff, like guys like Brandon Staley or anybody like that?
No, sir, not yet.
Are you aware of kind of what the system looks like? Just going back to like even Fangio comparisons and things like that?
Not too much, maybe just slightly, a little bit, but not too much. So definitely want to get familiar more with it.
So TJ, what's your day been like then, just sitting and waiting for that call?
Yeah, really just sitting around with family, friends, having some food, just watching the draft, just patiently waiting for my name to be called.
You played other positions beyond corner, right?
Yes, sir.
Coming up, I mean.
Yeah. Played quarterback, receiver, safety, corner, about almost everything.
Kind of a dumb question, but just interested in your perspective. The experience of playing quarterback and receiver, just how does that help you now as a corner?
Yeah, it helps me a lot, understanding what quarterbacks and receivers like to do, what they like to show. So I feel like I use that for my game on being on the defensive side, just picking up cues and stuff that, somebody that might not play both ways might not get all the time.
Awesome. Thank you, TJ. Happy birthday, man. Enjoy the day tomorrow.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
All right, TJ Hall, man. Shout out to the young brother. TJ Hall, the Saints' newest defensive back to the team. And hey, man, like I said, the black and gold been putting in some work in this draft. That the back end of the draft was really something, right? And speaking of which, we're gonna come back more than likely tomorrow with a shorter stream as we're approaching our 8th hour on stream. We've been alive around since live at 11 o'clock. In here putting in work. So if you appreciate the work, fam, and I know you do, and I appreciate the support, please do me a service by hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button. If you're not a sub up to the coma, please feel free to share the show on your social media feed. We up in this thing almost 8 hours strong. Love the draft. Love the draft, especially day 3 of the draft is a level of commitment it takes, man, because it's from pretty much around early in the morning to the afternoon, man. By the time you get off the stream, it's nighttime. So we do this every year, man, and we absolutely love it. So very interesting to see how this is falling. Like I said, I'm gonna take a look at some of the current undrafted news. Let me see what's going on here to see if they got it. But it's about 4 or 5 undrafted people. I want to say the Saints have hold on, let me see if I can pull some of this up. Just give me just a second on that. While that's going on, let me kind of do a recap on what's going on the draft and what they had to say, but it's pretty interesting. And we'll break down some of this stuff. Like I say, coming up on prior to Tuesday, we'll have a full video breakdown on each one of our players available to our Patreon and YouTube membership family. We can't do it on YouTube, so we have to go off the platform to do it. So Patreon, that's what it is. We got it. We it's just what it is. Now, let me give y'all the undrafted tracker. Shout out to Tina Howell and the Canal Street Chronicles. To providing the scoop, y'all hit that like button. Here it is right here. Sources: New Orleans Saints are signing the University of Kentucky football offensive lineman Alex Warschlager. And I'm gonna see if I can pull up a scouting report on him. This is one of the people that they talked about that they signed. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, hold on here. Yeah. Pull him up. It's another one. I'm gonna get the breakdown in each one of these players. KT mentioned them in the chat. But Alex Wohlschlager is a senior. This is a massive interior. It's a massive tackle. Here he is right here, 6'7", 311 pounds. It is reported that the Saints are signing him to as an undrafted guy. There's a North Carolina State tight end as well. And I'm like I said, we're going to go full breakdown on these guys. According to Mike Garofalo, that he has they're picking up a cornerback by the name of tight end Cody Hardy, so they get another tight end. These guys are tight end happy. This is the guy right here that the Saints have also signed, Cody Hardy. As you can see, 6 catches for 83 yards all of last season, and not much usage anywhere else. But this is a guy that's a practice squad guy that the Saints have also decided to bring in. Nick Underhill talked about the Saints are signing a cornerback by the name of, what's his name? Jeremiah McClendon. That's Nick Underhill reporting that McClendon is a cornerback the Saints are picking up. And we'll have a full breakdown on all these tomorrow. Jeremiah McClendon right here, 6 feet tall, 185 pounds from Delray Beach, Florida. As you can see, yeah, I got that money green shirt on, and that's for Marshall. He didn't do much in 2021. Then there was some years between the two, and then 2025 must have went through a time portal or something because he ended up he went from 2 tackles to 60 tackles, 11 pass defense. He had a sack and 2 picks last year for Southern Illinois. For Southern Illinois, the Salukis. All right, so there you go. That's another one. That's some of you guys. And then the final one was offensive lineman from Maryland by the name of, let's see, Alan Hernan. Hernan is the other guy. Shout out to Nick Underhill. He did he also reported that. And I'm going to give y'all a picture of Hernan as well, another big lineman type. So the Saints adding some depth. That's the other one. So these are 4. This brother is from Westmoreland, Jamaica. So Alan Herron, Haran, however you want to say it, 6'6", 320-pound tackle from Maryland. So these are some of the people right now. It's for Saints, and like I said, I expect the Saints to have a bunch of undrafted free agents because of the fact that they just had 2 draft classes. They had an 8 or 9 man draft class last year, 8-man team. So you're looking at a team that has that had brung in 17 players between 2 years. So last year was 8, 9. This year was 8, so that's 17 plus 3 or 4 undrafted guys. That's probably what it's going to be. 4 or 5 guys. I don't expect them to bring in a ton of different people, but 4 or 5, maybe 6 guys added in. We'll see. But right now, as it stands, it's 4 guys that's currently involved. And once again, let me cycle through these again. And like I said, tomorrow we'll give a full breakdown on all of these guys. Alex, right here, Alex Heron from Maryland, 6'6", 320. He's officially signed to the Saints. And we got a defensive back that we wanted, right? Another DB, Jeremiah McClendon. I'll be looking to see if the Saints gonna get a linebacker, right? The Saints picked up him, and then of course we have another tight end in Cody Hardy, 6'4", 270 from North Carolina. Not much stats at all to talk about as far as he's concerned. And then the big guy from the Kentucky Wildcats, Alex Wolfslager, 6'7", 311-pound offensive tackle. So the Saints bringing them on in, man. And these are the guys that we have right now. All right, KT says Deontay Carleone is still available. Yeah. K-Man says Heron interested over 40 career starts for him. Yeah, he's the type of guy that you can kind of groom as one of these because we need another developmental tackle. If you look at the Saints depth chart, man. So let me do that, and then let me go to the draft for the final time today, and then we'll kind of move on to the undrafted depth chart, the unofficial depth chart, to go over that, and then we'll close out the show. How about that? All right, so here, let me see. This is the wrong one. Let me put this one up right here. Y'all hit that button as we get going in the broadcast. And here it is. It's Jordan Tyson as the Saints, and this is the draft right here. And this is what the NFL Network people said at the start of it. A need analysis, the team's decision makers should have their eyes focused on wide receiver, while Tyler Shuck doesn't have much in the way of strong options outside of Chris Olave. On defense, they will need to be more dynamic up front, both on the interior and off the edge, especially if Cam Jordan does not return. There's also a hole to fill at nickelback following the departure of Alontae Taylor in free agency. Saints finished 16-11 and dead last in the NFC South, right? So team draft picks, they open up, did they take their lead there? Jordan Tyson, wide receiver out of Arizona State. He was the 8th overall pick for the Saints. Perfect complement to Chris Olave. Saints get Weapon, a very good player. They pair with Chris Olave and Devine Belly. In the 2nd round, pick 42, Christian Miller, massive defensive tackle from the University of Georgia, big player indeed for the black and gold. They bring him in to kind of help fill in the middle, to help out with stopping the run. We do know we got 2 veterans that's on 1-year contracts. John Ridgeway on a 2-year contract, mostly a reserve man. Christian Boyd's on the final year of his rookie deal. And then, Brian Bresee is there. He got this year plus the option for 2027. So Christian Miller seems like a more long-term option. So the Saints get him in there, big interior defensive tackle to help clog up the middle and demand double teams to help free up these edge rushers we have. Then, of course, the Saints went to get them a tight end. Mickey said he was surprised to see Oscar Delp there. They really liked him. He's an athlete. And Delp, kind of his game, I can see where he's trying to go with his game to try to mirror some aspects of what Bowers did to tight end that's now with the Raiders. That guy came out of Georgia, so you can see a next leg of some of these athletic tight ends that Georgia produced and trying to have games similar, even though the other guy just looks a lot different. But there's not many catches. In 4 years, he averaged like 20 catches over the final 3 years of his, not all together, but 20 plus catches a year. The last 3 years, 20 plus catches for each one of those years. He wasn't ever a big threat guy in terms of that, but if you watch the tape, soft hands, jumping over people, got a certain level of athleticism. The Saints brass, offensive-minded brass seen and say, man, we can utilize this guy here. We can plug him in with our veteran players, and we can get our 3 tight end looks going on. So that's where Delp is at pick 73 in the 3rd round. Pick 132 in the 4th round is Jeremiah Wright, the guard out of Auburn. Big guy, massive. Mickey called him a people mover. And that's right. He's a big guy, got good feet, You know, certain things he got to step up and work on. But man, the guy, his best game is he could do some pass pro for you, but this one of his biggest things is that he just mauls you. He got a mean streak too, big and strong. The scouts tab him as one of the strongest offensive linemen or people in this draft. And Jeremiah Wright, Saints love Jeremiah Wright. They went and scouted him. They really liked Wright, and they came back and picked him up with pick 132 in the 4th round. And then the really positive thing is he puts a light under Cesar Ruiz because his position is the right guard position. So he's on notice. He's definitely on notice. Bryce Lance, that's when the curveball portion of the draft started, when the Saints started throwing some curveballs in the back of the draft, and they went wide receiver and DB in the back of those last remaining picks. Bryce Lance, wide receiver from North Dakota State, about 6'3", 205 pounds. The guy runs a 4.34 in the 40. Blazer, had really good production. 2 years ago, had 70+ catches and 17 touchdowns. 2 years ago, this past year, 50-something odd catches with 8 touchdowns. He can get open. He can get downfield. And the Saints are going to use this man. He won't be somebody they stash on the practice squad. He will be, if the Saints keep 5, he'll be one of the 4. That's the bottom line. He'll be one of them. And then, of course, you go down to the 5th round. I remember the Saints had 2 5th-round picks. They traded the first of the 5th-round picks to get Tyree Wilson, a defensive edge rusher from the Las Vegas Raiders. The Saints give up the first as pick 150, I think it was, it was pick 150 to the Raiders to get Tyree Wilson to help form or fill out the edge rush, the reserve edge rush position, aka Cam's role. So Tyree Wilson is a Saint coming over from the Raiders. The Raiders also threw in a 7th-round selection to go along with him, and we got a 7 back in the draft, and we utilized it. So that helped fill the edge rush position. With the other 5th-round pick, 172, Lorenzo Styles Jr., a safety from Ohio State, 6'1", 195+ pounds, a guy that runs a 4.27 in the 40, blazing speed. We played the interview about these guys, these young guys, talking about trying to contribute in any way they can. This guy will be somebody the Saints use more than likely. They'll try to use as a nickel, because he has the size. He doesn't have the experience, man. He comes from that Ohio State background, which he wasn't no chump. They don't bring guys up there that can't play football. But he is, you'll see what I'm saying, how they got him listed. We'll see what the Saints have. I think it's some truth to this unofficial depth chart, to be honest with you, man, based on what we're seeing, how the Saints draft, and I'll explain that momentarily. Lorenzo Styles, with the 5th-round pick, 172, added to the Saints secondary. And these are a lot of these guys here, from Lorenzo Styles down to TJ Hall. These guys are special team contributors. Baron Brown, this guy was awesome. He came over he was a transfer from the University of Kentucky. He was super productive. The man was productive from his freshman season. He was burning it up. Not just a special teams weapon, but he was actually catching the ball and making plays and touchdowns. He was a part of the offense for 3 years with the University of Kentucky. Then he transferred the final year to LSU. That's how we know him. And he did it. The offense stunk. Okay. Garrett Nussmeier was hurt all damn season long, couldn't throw the ball, couldn't stretch the field. That hurt Baron Brown's game. But nonetheless, he still was able to get, I think, 50-something catches that year, and still were able to contribute in the special teams manner. So Baron Brown is a hell of a return weapon option that the Saints, he's going to be one of these guys too. That's on the team. He'll be competing for a special team slot at the in terms of the kick returner or punt returner, Trey, and the rest of these other guys that's on the team of wide receiver roles. Anyway, the reality is it's competition everywhere. That's the point. We'll ferret out and see who we got. The best guys, just creating competition everywhere. He got picked up 190. He was very excited. Probably the most excitable of all of them that we've seen and talked to. But I also like the energy that Christian Miller and Jordan Tyson came with. Love their energy too. Jeremiah Wright was laid back and cool. Bryce Lance was laid back and cool. Lorenzo Styles was laid back and cool. Baron Brown was by far the most excitable of all of the guys. The least excitable were Oscar Delp. He told you about his people that he didn't know where they was from. Yeah, we got people in Louisiana. Okay, where they from? Oh, I don't know. They I went 30 minutes away from the city. This sort of thing. So, not really impressed with his interview. But the rest of those guys, they look like they're ready to play. The 7th-round selection, cornerback from Iowa. We just played his interview, TJ Hall. This guy is going to be a special teams guy as well. He's not much on the 40 time, 4.59 on the 40, but the Saints like him because of everything else. He's solid everywhere else. Like he battles with you. He's smart with his coverage ability. That's because he worked on the things that that was his strengths in an attempt to kind of sway a team to get at him. That attitude is right together too when he's playing and fighting, and not negatively, but he got a never say die mentality when you dealing with football. But like I said, the speed's just not there, but he's solid and fundamental everywhere. And the Saints gave him a shot at 219. So will he be a practice squad player? We shall see. More than likely, if injuries don't tear the room up, more than likely that's probably where he headed to. All right, now here we go, fam. This final move right here. New Orleans Saints depth chart. And before I just talk about that, let me just say, y'all, the family members, we got almost over 200 people that voted on the poll. If you didn't get an opportunity to vote on the poll, please feel free to vote on the poll. How do you rank the Saints 2026 draft class? How do you rank that class? Y'all go ahead and get your vote in. Is it A, B, C, or D and lower? Please vote in the poll and let me know how you guys are viewing this thing. How do you feel? You guys did viewing it, and then before we close the stream, we'll go and look at the poll and see close it out and see how you guys feel. Now, back to the undrafted aspect as we cross 8 hours. All right, now this is unofficial, by ESPN, but I think it's some truth to this damn poll, to be honest with you, because the Saints, the way they drafted and picked up talent, it's almost like this depth chart rather is how they actually see the team. Tyler Shuck, you can see right here under the far left column of starters, Tyler Shuck, Travis Etienne Jr., right? The Saints looking good there. Chris Olave looking good there. Jordan Tyson looking good right there. They add him along with Divine Belly, right? So that's awesome. Of course, we know Zach Wilson was added in free agency. Alvin Kamara, is still there behind Travis Etienne. Ty Chandler was another running back that came over from the Vikings. He picked up Kendre Miller. And there are more people, obviously, but they only can list 4 rows of them. But Kendre Miller is one of the backs here. We still got Devin Neal and others, right? Mason Tipton, Kevin Austin Jr. is here, and Jalen Polk is here. I think some of these guys, it'll just be moving around. Bub Means, Barian Brown right here. There's Bronny Bell, Samari Toure, Trey Palmer, another speedster, and Bryce Lance is here as well in the second column behind Divine Belly. So you can see Saints got these speedsters here, man, throwing them in the mix with these guys. So they add 3 wide receiver talented, fast players to their offense in an attempt to just resurrect the room, right? Juwan Johnson's here. Noah Fant here. Oscar Delp, the draft pick, 3rd-round pick, is there. The offensive line, Kelvin Banks Jr., you see David Edwards, the offensive line we picked up. Dylan Radunz is his backup. Sel DeVere. I don't know what's going on with this guy. Biggest surprise on the team is Nick Sel DeVere. What are he going to do? McCoy's here. Cesar Ruiz is there. And Jeremiah Wright is there. Pushing the salad. William Sherman is here. Torrey Sally Simpkins more than likely is going to end up being a center once they start doing this official depth chart. You're going to see Torrey Sally probably falls behind McCoy as the top center. Tali Fuaga is here. Asim Richards, who the Saints got in a trade from the Cowboys last year. Barry Wesley, former Atlanta Falcon guy. Maybe he operates opposite of this side here. But we are adding undrafted guys to perform. You kind of add competition as well. Then you kind of move to the defense. You see Vernon Brockton's here. You see Tyree Wilson from the Raiders is here as well. Christian Miller, the defensive tackle that we drafted 2nd round, ultimately will be positioned here between Brissy and they run a 4-2, so this is not really accurate in terms of the base defense. Is 3-4 defense according to what they say, but the Saints run a 4-2-5 defense, 4 down linemen, 2 linebackers, 5 DBs. So you'll see that happen, and then of course you see Carl Granderson, Chase Young, Caden Ellis, and Pete Werner are the 2 linebackers, and then of course secondary wise, Saints Kool-Aid McKinstry, Quincy Riley, or the outside cornerbacks, and Jordan Howden listed as a nickel back. Lorenzo Styles is put right here as a nickel back as well. Now we'll see if anything like this kind of rounds itself out going forward. But the bottom line is you got Justin Reed here and Blackman listed here, but even though it should be Sanker because Sanker kind of outplayed and Blackman should fall in the row. But we'll see how they circulate these men. Maybe they would say, well, we need to just put the 5 best cornerbacks that we have. Kool-Aid, Quincy, you see Reed and Blackman, and maybe Sanker here. Maybe it's a combination, but whatever it is, they're telling you that they have a player for the star, whether it's Howden or in my bet is either between Jordan Howden and Jonas Sanker at the star role. It got to be either one of them as well. So if they do that, then, they'll have to kind of be, add some more help right in the safety position. But either one of them, whether it's Jordan Howden, they'll fold back to the backup safety role. Charlie Smith, Ryan Wright is there. And of course, we mentioned some of the return man running backs there. We talked about Devin Neal, and Evan Hall is on the team as well. So like I said, the Saints have added some talent. Now to you, do this look like a team? Now we're getting the most clearest look that we've seen all year long about what the 26-27 Saints could look like. Now, according to you guys, what do you think? What do you guys think here? What do you guys think? What do you think as this team? Is the Saints team here a team that could look like it could compete and take the NFC South away from some people? What do you guys think? Let me know, man. Let me know in the chat how y'all feel about it, because it's going to be interesting to say the least, man, how we looking in terms of doing that, because the Saints feel like they've done enough to challenge people coming up, and that will be the thing. That will be the thing. Did the Saints do enough to challenge some people going forward? I think they did, man. I think one of the biggest things they did was went up in there and took care of business in that offense, like adding all these wide receivers to stretch the field, because that's the only chance you got. You got to go vertical. You can't dinky donkey do. That was a big problem with the Saints offense at the first half of the season. They were too conservative. They wanted to dink the ball up the field. I'm telling them, nah, bro. If you telling us all season long and opening up that what we need to do as a team is get vertical, then stop the dinky donkey do. Just get vertical and force the ball up the field. Well, they got people not doing that now. They're gonna live and die by that. Also, we got some more information here. Hold on, fam. Let me kind of share this. Shout out to John Sigler, Saints Wire site with their tracker. Here, we're gonna put it on here, and this will be the last thing to get information before we get on out. Saints undrafted free agency tracker analysis on every signing, right? So this is the undrafted signing. And right now, like we talked about, some of them, right tackle Alex Wolfschlager from Kentucky signing with the Saints per Justin Mello. Wolfschlager is 6'6", 305. He started his last 4 years at right tackle. Between his time at Kentucky and Bowling Green, he held his own against SEC competition from transferring in 2025 and could push Asim Richards for the backup job behind Tolly this summer. There you go. Cornerback Jeremiah McClendon from Southern Illinois signing with the Saints per KPRC's Houston Aaron Wilson. McClendon doesn't have much experience guarding the slot. 1,313 of his college reps were outside the numbers, but he has tremendous ball skills with 24 passes broken up and 3 picks over the last 3 years. He's a little more slightly built at 5'11", 187 pounds, but he is 4.52 second time 4.52 40 time dash didn't slow him down against the level of competition. So he looks faster on film. He just didn't run that well. 4.52 is interesting for a guy like that, but we'll see. Tight end Cody Hardy from North Carolina State agreed to terms with the Saints per NFL's Mike Garafolo. Throwback tight end, 6'4", 265, but was with a 40 time of just 4.88. Hardy is the best blocking. He's best at his blocking opponents off the line of scrimmage. He does what he's asked to do on 844 running plays with 447 snaps and pass protection compared to 328 routes run in college. He spent 3 years at Elon before transferring to NC State. So we got a blocking tight end in Cody Hardy. Offensive lineman Alan Herron from Maryland. This is the brother from Jamaica, signing with the Saints. Herron's one of the Saints' 30 pre-draft visits and offers immediate competition at the right tackle position spot or at inside guard. He's drawn just 5 penalty flags and allowed 8 sacks over 1,000 snaps in pass pro. The Saints got an up close look at him at the Senior Bowl practices in February. This isn't a signing, but South Carolina running back Rasul Faison was invited to attend the Saints rookie minicamp called in the Irie Pulley. Faison was also invited to trial for the Chiefs and Titans at their own rookie minicamp, so he'll have a decision to make. Faison averaged 5.6 yards per carry, scored 16 touchdowns, caught 52 passes over 3 years. Stay tuned for an update here. And then, of course, finally, defensive tackle Keyshawn Silver from USC is signing with the Saints per the USC Trojan official social media account. This is a defensive tackle who's 6'4" and 319 pounds, but didn't quite meet expectations as a former 5-star recruit at North Carolina. After transferring to Kentucky in 2023, he made another move to the USC in 2025, playing the third most snaps at the defensive tackle for the Trojans. So there you go, fam. The Saints went and picked up some help. They got 2 offensive linemen at the tackle position to kind of add more depth. They get another defensive tackle. The battle down low, they give an invite to a running back, undrafted running back, and then they add they add a tight end, a blocking tight end to the mix to a bunch of tight ends they already have. So that's currently the list of undrafted people as of now. Shout out to the Saints Wire and Canal Street Chronicles for giving us the scoop on those particular players. So that's everything we got as of now. Hold on. We forgot Michael Hellman. Just like in our refresh, fam, I got another one for you. Hit that like button for me. I got another one for you. Michael Hellman is a defensive end edge rusher. There you go for my edge rusher people out there. Central Michigan is signing with the Saints per College Twos Pros. Bo Marchionte earned a spot on the All-MAC first team this season. He had 10.5 sacks, 16.5 tackles for a loss, and was recognized as the team captain. He's another big lineman, 6'4", 268 pounds with a 78-inch wingspan and rare agility for someone his size. He has a chance at actually making the team. Michael Hellman, y'all. Michael Hellman from Central Michigan. All-MAC first team, 10.5 sacks, 16 tackles for a loss, 6'4", 270 pounds. This could be something interesting right here, fam. And we're gonna come back and kind of give a breakdown and show something on this as well. So we're gonna see. All right, KT. Shout out to KT for popping in, giving some draft. Now, this is KT time of the year, man. KT love this stuff. All right. Yeah, KT, I seen it, my brother. Appreciate you giving us those updates. Rasun says, will these picks improve the offense? EPA? If not, heads must roll. No pun. No, well, listen, I think things will change. I mean, it will create more of because listen, it's showing the Saints this is new leadership, fam. And I'm just saying that for Kellen Moore, but the old leadership gone. Cam Jordan, I don't think he's coming back, despite what Mickey Loomis said in the press conference. Cam's out of here. Demario Davis is out of here. Who's going to lead the team? You need new leaders. Alvin Kamara is now our backup. The team is undergoing a transformation. Tyler Shuck is the leader on offense. He got a new running back. Got a new wide receiver next to him. Kellen Moore did trade for Divine Belly from Sean Payton, so that's the kind of guy he wanted. Got Juwan Johnson, Noah Fant, Oscar Delp to add more weapons. This was all about giving Tyler Shuck every advantage to succeed. And remember, the reality is the Saints are moving with this ferocity and this state of urgency because they realize, hey, man, this guy's 26 years old right now. And when is he? September? When late September rolled around, 9/28, he becomes 27 years old. So we got to strike where the iron's hot. And with 3 years from now, this kid gonna be down. He's gonna be knocking on 30 years old. We got to see what we can do right now. So it's not like you draft the quarterback, the guy at 21 years old. You can say, well, we can grow with him. Now, Tyler Shuck been in college for 7 years. He's extremely mature. He's 26 years old now. He turns 28 on 9/28, 27 rather on 9/28. So the Saints be like, man, we got to get this done. We got a window of opportunity. Let's mesh on it and get it done. And that's what they're doing. Yeah, so it's going to be good. All right. Family member saying we got a punter. All right. Yes, we sure do. Another minicamp invite. It's just an invite, bro. Yeah, I see it. It's just an invite. They're showing. I just refreshed. Another rookie minicamp invite is in for North Carolina State punter Caden Noonkester. This is from the Charlotte Observer. The Saints will want another leg for training camp after signing Ryan Wright to a lucrative deal in free agency. So Noonkester will hope to make the most of his 3-day tryout. His average is 3.98 seconds on hang time on punts last year. So it's just bringing somebody in here to compete. Yeah, Kate. Yeah, I just talked about it. Thank you, Mad Drummer. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm glad we picked up more receivers. Let's be honest, those guys, aside from Olave, should be practice squads or selling insurance. Oh, man. Anyway, with that being said, man, let me get ready to cut out on that, man. I appreciate y'all for joining us for this episode, man. This was tough. But, I mean, not tough. It was fun because it's what we do. But at the same time, I like to thank all the new subscribers. I like to thank the Patreon and YouTube membership family for a full day of Saints football draft, man. You know, it's the best time of the year out of all 3 days. The all Saturday day, you got to be dug in, got something to drink, you know, and all this kind of stuff. And you just get ready to run at it, baby. And we did that this time around. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us here. All right, for showing up and showing out, man. I think we got all of our heard from all of our draft picks, all this kind of beautiful stuff. But man, almost 8 hours to the dome, 8.5 hours. Let's get it right. Hold on, before I go, let me hit this poll question up. We got over 220 plus people that voted in the poll. Again, I think that's the 5th or 6th, number 5, poll number 5 for today. Maybe it'll be a record. I think it's a record in the poll questions, just polling the mind of the family members. How do you rank the Saints 2026 draft? This will be the last thing right now. 54% of the Who Dats gave it a B, 36 gave them an A, 9 gave them a C, 2% gave it a D or lower. 54% of the Who Dats says, man, it's a B, and 36 said it was A. So regardless of not, the team handled up, did some positive stuff, added to depth, and just really, if anything, they supercharged that offense, man, giving Tyler Shuck all kind of ways. So it's going to be really thrilling and interesting once we start getting to some of the more complete and thorough portions of training camp, all this stuff. So, you know, they'll have the rookie mini camp, all that stuff coming up. So it's still a ton of content coming up. So you want to smash on your notification bell to get all the latest, man. And also we'll be doing video breakdowns for our Patreon and YouTube membership family on all these players in the draft that'll be available for our Tuesday stream. We usually release all that on Tuesday. So we'll be doing all that. So with that being said, man, listen, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. By all means, feel free to share the show on social media feed. Y'all guys are terrific. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all for being here. Just sitting it out for me with me for 8.5 hours. How about that, man? Give yourself a round of applause for that, man. Come on. Shout out to you guys. Thank you. So with that being said, man, we're going to get on out, and I'm going to see you guys later. Much love, peace, and who that tell you.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on Tampa, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Yeah, money like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Thank you for making Saint Central your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Hey, New Orleans! Whether you're catching up on Saints news at Jackson Square, checking Pelicans scores in the Garden District, or staying updated on LSU while grabbing coffee in the French Quarter, there's one place that keeps you connected to everything that matters in our city. From Bourbon Street to the Superdome, from Preservation Hall to the Riverfront, New Orleanians are staying in the know with the WhoDatDaily.com, your daily source for Saints, Pelicans, LSU, and all the sports, music, and culture that makes our city special. At work downtown, at a game in the Dome, or just relaxing by the Mississippi, wherever life takes you in the Big Easy, you can stay connected. Because when you're from New Orleans, you don't just live here. You stay in the NO. That's stay in the know. Visit the WhoDatDaily.com and never miss what matters most to Who Dat Nation.
Welcome to the Pro Shop, where we create authentic NOLA-inspired clothing for men, women, and children. From Saints jerseys to Pelicans gear, everything's crafted right here in New Orleans. Whether you're shopping the Pro Shop, the Pel Shop, or the Pro Shop Kids, we've got your whole family covered with genuine merchandise that represents our city's spirit. Check for links in the description section below or in the chat.